America. The mucous membrane or mucosa is a membrane that lines various cavities in the body and surrounds internal organs. It consists of one or more layers of epithelial cells overlying a layer of loose connective tissue. It is mostly of endodermal origin and is continuous with the skin at various body openings such as the eyes, ears, inside the nose, inside the mouth, lip, the urethral opening and the anus, frenulum of tongue. Some mucous membranes secrete mucus, a thick protective fluid. The function of the membrane is to stop pathogens and dirt from entering the body and to prevent bodily tissues from becoming dehydrated. Patanaxacos athleticos Greek. The AAT, Patanaxian Athletic Union commonly referred to as Patanaxacos, is a Greek sports club based in Naxos. 357 is a short film directed by Scott Rosshorn in the United Kingdom. It won the 2005 New York International Independent Film and Video Festival Award for Best Short Film. The film was written by Peter Devenall and Kevin Scrantz. Produced by John Sheik and Bernie Costello. Executive produced by Roy Campbell. Casting by Joyce Nettles. VOP by Bruce Jackson. Cast includes Matthew Marsh, David Yassy, Alexandra Moon, Ramon Vaughan Williams and Barbara Kia. The film has also been selected for MTV Film Stock and Los Angeles International Short Film Festival. The Trolls and the Christmas Express is a 1981 animated Christmas television special produced by the Canadian-based Atkinson Film Arts for Pooled Film Services. It was originally broadcast on Home Box Office HBO on December 9, 1981. Gum corners may refer to gum corners Bullard County, Kentucky. Gum Corners, Russell County, Kentucky. The 40th Pennsylvania House of Representatives district is located in Allegheny County and Washington County and includes the following areas: Allegheny County, Bethel Park Part, Ward 01, Ward 04, Ward 05, Ward 06, Ward 07, Ward 08, Upper Street, Clare Township, Washington County, Peters Township. The Albert Rose C.XV was a German military reconnaissance aircraft developed during World War I. It was essentially a refinement of the C.XII, which had been put into production in 1918. The war ended before any examples became operational. However, some found their way into civilian hands and flew as transport aircraft in peacetime under the factory's designation L-47. Others saw service with the air forces of Russia, Turkey, and Latvia. Ray Michael McCallum Jr., born June 12, 1991, is an American professional basketball player for the Grand Rapids Drive of the NBA Development League. In the 2012-13 NCAA Division I men's basketball season, he was named the Horizon League Player of the Year after leading the Horizon League in scoring at 18.7 points per game and guiding the Detroit Titans to a berth in the 2013 National Invitation Tournament. McCallum also averaged 4.5 assists, 5.1 rebounds and 1.9 steals per game. On June 27, 2013, he was selected in the second round 36th overall by the Sacramento Kings in the 2013 NBA Draft. John Hubert Pesges, May 11, 1881. October 30, 1944, was the second Roman Catholic bishop of Roman Catholic Diocese of Crookston in Crookston, Minnesota. Born in West Newton, Minnesota, Pesges was ordained a Roman Catholic priest for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Winona on April 15, 1905. On August 30, 1938, Pope Pius XI appointed Pesges bishop of the Crookston Diocese, and he was consecrated on November 9, 1938. John Hubert Pesges succeeded Timothy Corbett on November 16, 1938, after Corbett resigned on August 6, 1938. Pesges established the Confraternity of Christian Doctrine, religious courses for rural youth, and multiple organizations for agricultural development before he died in office on October 30, 1944. Fog is an American indie rock band from Minneapolis, Minnesota, formed in 1999. The band is fronted by Andrew Broder, and includes Mark Erickson and Tim Glenn. After ending the project in 2008, Broder announced its return in 2014. Most of Fog's releases have been put out by Lex Records or Ninja Tune. Priscamandis gutturales French name, Eleutherodactyla band guttural is a species of frog in the Cragastoridea family. It is found in Brazil, French Guiana, and Suriname. Its natural habitat is tropical moist lowland forests. It is threatened by habitat loss. Pu'akea State Wayside Park is a state park on the island of Maui. Hawaii is located along the Hana Highway approximately 39 miles 63 kilometers east of Kahului. The area consists of 5 acres 2.0 ha of rainforest with waterfalls and pools. The park is at an elevation of 1,200 feet 370 meters and roughly 0.5 miles 0.80 kilometers away from Waiakea Bay. Group E of the 2007 FIFA Women's World Cup was one of 4 groups of nations competing at the 2007 FIFA Women's World Cup. The group's first round of matches began on September 10 and its last matches were played on September 17. Most matches were played at the Hangzhou Stadium in Shanghai. Defending champions Germany topped the group, joined in the second round by England, the only team Germany failed to beat. All times are local UTC+8. Rhinolayrunco is a species of toad in the family Bufonidae that is endemic to Chile. Its natural habitats are subtropical or tropical dry shrubland, rivers, intermittent rivers, freshwater marshes, intermittent freshwater marshes, water storage areas, ponds, aquaculture ponds, open excavations, and irrigated land. It is threatened by habitat loss. Percival H. Percy Gordon, O.C. January 27, 1884, April 6, 1975 was a Canadian lawyer and a justice of the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal. Born in Qu'Appelle, Northwest Territories of Scottish Presbyterian immigrant parents and completing primary and high school in the town. He graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Toronto in 1905 and a master's degree in 1906. He was called to the Saskatchewan Bar in 1908 and appointed King's Counsel in 1927. He served as Chancellor of the Anglican Diocese of Qu'Appelle from 1921 to 1942 and as Executive Chairman of the Canadian Red Cross. He was appointed to the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal in 1935 and retired in 1961. In 1968, he was made an Officer of the Order of Canada. Sir Ambrose Joseph McGonigal, KBE, MC Special Air Service Regiment QC 1917 to 1979 was educated at Clongowes College and Queen's University Belfast. He served with distinction in the British Army during the Second World War and was awarded the MC in 1944. In 1948 he was called to the Northern Ireland Bar and became a High Court judge on March 8, 1968. In 1975 McGonigal was appointed a Lord Justice of Appeal. He was knighted on July 1, 1975. He died in 1979, aged 62. Justice McGonigal is mentioned in Tony Garotti's The Irish War, the hidden conflict between the IRA and British intelligence as having been forced to carry a gun under his robe due to terrorism in Northern Ireland, which would claim the lives of at least 5 judges or justices in Northern Ireland. His son, Ian McGonigal, SC, practices in Dublin, Ireland. Shakespearean Fish is the 1996 debut studio album by Juno Award-winning Canadian singer-songwriter Melanie Don't. David Lyon may refer to Dave Lyon 1951 to 1999 English footballer, Dave Lyon track coach 1938 to 2013 Canadian track and field coach, David Lyon actor 1941 to 2013 British actor, David Lyon cricketer born 1943 English cricketer, David Lyon designer born 1968 car designer, David Lyon rugby league born 1965 English rugby league player. David Lyon sociologist, professor of sociology at Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario. David Lyon politician 1794 to 1872 West India merchant, Member of Parliament and landowner, David Gordon Lyon 1852 to 1922 American theologian, David L. Lyon, American diplomat, David Booth Lyon 1902 to 1961 brother of Elizabeth Booth Lyon, the Queen Mother, David Murray Lyon 1890 to 1975 officer in the Indian Army. Christopher W. Jones is an American chemical engineer and researcher on catalysis and carbon dioxide capture. In 2014 he is the Associate Vice President for Research, New Vision Professor of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering and Adjunct Professor of Chemistry and Biochemistry at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, GA. La Mazilla is a village in La Libertad Municipality, Huehuetenango Department, Guatemala. It is the home of Pinedo La Mazilla Football Club. La Mazilla lies close to the border with Mexico, between Huehuetenango City and Comitán, Mexico. The title Football Manager of the Year Trainer de Dars has been awarded in Germany since 2002. The award is determined by a poll of German football journalists from the Association of German Sports Journalists Verband der deutschen Sportjournalisten and the publication Kicker. G.E. Barley Persian, also romanized as G.E. Barley, is a village in Arli Jamal Rural District, in the Central District of Bashruya County, South Khorasan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its existence was noted but its population was not reported. Club Deportivo Venezuela, usually called Deportivo Venezuela, was a professional club founded in 1926. The club has won 4 First Division titles in the amateur era. The club is based in Caracas. The Cesar Witch Handicap is a flat handicap horse race in Great Britain open to horses aged 3 years or older. It is run at Newmarket over a distance of 2 miles and 2 furlongs, 3,621 meters, and finishes on the Rolling Mile. It is scheduled to take place each year in October. The Deep South Rugby Football Union (DSRFU) is a local area union law for rugby union teams in the southeastern United States. The DSRFU is part of the True South Geographical Union, one of the geographical unions that comprise USA Rugby. It is a non-profit organization and is the primary overseeing body for the promotion of rugby union in the region. The DSRFU is divided into 4 divisions: men, women, college men, and college women. The union includes clubs from Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Eventually known as Olamedex Gallantem, born December 24, 1984, is a Nigerian footballer who plays as a striker. He most recently played in England for the Conference national side Tamworth. Rubshauer, born Dmitry Ivanovich Dimitrov Prime on March 19, 1891 in Kamenka, Russian Empire. April 15, 1957 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, was a Major League Baseball player who played pitcher from 1913 to 1917. Schauer played for the New York Giants and Philadelphia Athletics. On October 21, 2013, The suicide bombing took place on a bus in the city of Volgograd, in the Volgograd Oblast of southern Russia. The attack was carried out by a female perpetrator named Nada Sarajoidinovna Gasyelova Russian, who detonated an explosive belt containing 500,600 grams of TNT inside a bus carrying approximately 50 people, killing 7 civilians and injuring at least 36 others. Amy Perry Williams (1910–1988) was a Welsh singer and writer with a special interest in Welsh folk traditions. An active broadcaster, she was an early director of the Welsh television company HTV. Sneefeld may refer to several ships operated by the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company. P.S. Sneefeld 1863 I 1863 to 1875. P.S. Sneefeld 1876 I 1876 to 1904. RMS Sneefeld 1910 I 1910 to 1914. SS Sneefeld 1906 IVX Viper 1920 to 1945. TSS Sneefeld 1948 VEMO 1,165,287. 1948 to 1978. HSC Sneefeld VR 1991 EMO 8,900,012 2007 to 2010. Earlier IOMs PCO service as Seekit Isle of Man dates are years in service with IOMs PCO. GE Corporation is a company that provides mobile backend as a service MEAS distribution partnerships and venture capital. The company has offices in Tokyo, San Mateo, California, San Francisco, California, and Hong Kong. The Key Cloud service allows mobile app developers to add cloud services to their apps without writing server software. Constantine W. Buckley January 22, 1815, December 19, 1865 was an American politician in Texas who served 2 non-consecutive terms as Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives between 1861 and 1863. Buckley was born January 22, 1815 in Surry County, North Carolina, but had moved to Georgia by 1828, where he began working as a store clerk. In 1834 in Columbus, Buckley opened a store of his own, which closed after the Panic of 1837. After losing everything, he moved to Houston in the Republic of Texas, where he was a clerk in the State Department. While Buckley worked there, he was tutored in law by Attorney General John Birdsall, which enabled Buckley's admission to the bar in November 1839. Governor James Pinckney Henderson appointed him a district judge in 1847, but Buckley resigned in 1854 in order to resume private practice. Buckley was first elected to the Texas House of Representatives from Richmond in 1857. He represented Austin and Fort Bend counties in the 7th, 8th, and 9th legislatures. On November 4, 1861, at the beginning of the regular session of the 9th legislature, Buckley was elected Speaker and served until he apparently resigned on December 7, 1861. After Buckley's successor, Nicholas Henry Darnall, resigned sometime in 1862, Buckley was elected to the vacant office of Speaker for the first called session that convened on February 2, 1863, defeating Rex. Robert Turner Flewellen and John Smith, 54 votes to 5 and 1, respectively. Buckley was married twice, the first time in 1840. He had 3 children with his first wife, who had apparently died by 1852 when Buckley then married Mrs. Ann R. Nibbies. Buckley drowned in the Brazos River near Columbia, Texas on December 19, 1865. The Church of San Lorenzo in Pisabu's English. St. Lawrence at the Fish Market is a small church in the Borgo Rione of Rome. It is located near St. Peter's Square and Vatican City, but its facade is not visible from the main street, Via della Conciliazione. Flint Mountain, Welsh. Mynydd Wyeth. Flint is a small village seated in Flintshire, North Wales, approximately 12 miles west of the city of Chester, midway between Mold and Flint, and situated just off Junction 33 of the A55 North Wales Expressway. Points of interest include the Coach and Horses pub, and recently developed football club Flint Mountain FC. In mid-2006, the population of Flint Mountain was 1,958. On clear days to the north and east, the Whirl can be seen. MYOB, Mind Your Own Business, is an Australian multinational corporation that provides tax, accounting and other services to small and medium businesses. The Zweig Building is a historic commercial building in downtown Bel Air, Ohio, United States. Constructed in 1912, it is an early example of the Chicago School. Constructed of brick, the building sits on a stone foundation and is covered with an asphalt roof. 4 stories tall, the facade is 4 bays wide and the side 8 bays wide, with 2 windows in each bay on each floor. Prominent pilasters separating the bays, in which are placed glass display windows on the first floor, both front and side. To the rear, part of the basement is exposed, due to sloping ground. The Windsor Hotel, established to serve travelers on the Pennsylvania Railroad, was formerly located behind the Zweig. During the early 20th century, the building was used by small businesses, such as dentists and jewelers. By the early 21st century, much of Bel Air's downtown built environment had been lost to destruction or extensive modifications. The Zweig Building presents a radically different appearance. Few changes have been made, and the building retains original features such as prism-like transom lights on the exterior and metal ceilings and hardwood flooring on the interior. Due to its well-preserved historic architecture, the Zweig was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2000. It is currently one of 5 Bel Air locations on the register, along with the Imperial Glass Company, a house known as Bellevue Heights, part of the B&O Railroad viaduct over the Ohio River, and the towboat Donald B. In 2001. More than $2.2 million in historic preservation tax credits was given to the building's owner, Bel Air Housing Partners, which used the money in an adaptive reuse project to convert the Zweig Building into elder housing apartments. Their project won recognition from the Ohio Historical Society, which praised the group for retaining the building's architecture during a worthy renovation project. The Norman Church of St. Peter in Portishead, Somerset, England, was built in 1320, on the site of a previous church, and rebuilt in the 14th and 15th centuries in the Perpendicular Gothic style. In 1952 it was made a Grade I listed building. The vestry was added in 1828. The church was altered in 1978 to 1979. It also has a new garden developed at the Millennium. The churchyard contains the war graves of 3 Royal Navy sailors and an airman of World War II. The building is located between Church Road North and Church Road South in the center of Portishead, with the first stage tower rising to 94 feet 29 meters, making a prominent landmark, with its set-back buttresses and a pierced parapet. It has strong links with Christian primary schools such as St. Peter's of E. Arthur Everard, born 1935, is a filmmaker, journalist, and former chief censor of New Zealand. Everard graduated with a BA in psychology from Victoria University of Wellington and worked for 19 years as a writer, editor and director at the National Film Unit. He directed films such as Morgan's musical Move 1971, in which he captured the drama of classical music by filming tanks firing shells, and with John King, Sam Pillsbury and Paul Maunder, Games 74, a documentary about the 1974 Commonwealth Games held in Christchurch. His film score, which set slow-motion footage of French rugby players to the music of Tchaikovsky, won a jury prize at the Montreal Film Festival. Everard was appointed New Zealand's 7th chief censor in February 1984. In an interview with Gordon Campbell published in the New Zealand Listener later that year, Everard explained that he did not think that the chief censor should be a defender of public morals or a defender of civil liberties. Instead, he should be a referee between a part of the public that wants to inflict its tastes and norms onto another section of the public. Other sections of the public want to inflict their desires and wishes onto the movie industry. Sections of the movie industry are wanting to exploit various sections of the public to get the money out of their back pockets. And you're sitting in the middle, trying to keep the peace. After passing the film I Spit on Your Grave in 1984, Everard's tenure as chief censor was marked by attacks from Women Against Pornography and the Society for the Promotion of Community Standards, the conservative Christian lobby group headed by Patricia Bartlett, both of which campaigned for his removal. Women Against Pornography in particular called for his resignation and the establishment of an independent tribunal of women to replace him. Eventually, Parliament passed the Films Amendment Act in 1990 to impose a limit of 6 consecutive years on the length of time a person could remain chief censor, effectively forcing Everard from office in 1991. This provision remained in legislation describing the tenure and functions of the chief censor until it was repealed by the Films, Videos and Publications Amendment Act on March 24, 1999, while Bill Hastings was acting chief censor. Everard resumed making films after stepping down as chief censor, notably got Freedwin Power in New Zealand, about the 19th century painter of Maori portraits, and with Dronwyn Stewart and Brighton LePayne, to live in the city 24 years on. The 1991 documentary that traced the progress of 4 adults who were featured in a 1967 film about a Maori Affairs Department pre-employment scheme for young rural Maori. He also wrote record reviews for newspapers and the New Zealand Listener and is currently the science and technology correspondent for a wine and spirits industry publication. Arthur Everard was succeeded as chief censor by Jane Wrightson. The Sternrinkoff suborder of the Hemithra contains the aphids, white flies, and scale insects, groups which were traditionally included in the order Homoptera. Sternrinkoff refers to the rearward position of the mouthparts relative to the head. Distributed worldwide, all members of this group are plant feeders Phytophagous and many are major crop and ornamental pests. Many exhibit modified morphology and or life cycles, including phenomena such as flightless morphs, parthenogenesis, sexual dimorphism, and eusociality. Karen Warren is an Australian author of horror, science fiction, and fantasy short stories and novels. She is the author of the short story collection Through Splintered Walls, The Grinding House, and Dead Sea Fruit. Her short stories have won Australian Shadows Awards, Vitmart Awards, and or Realized Awards. Her 3 novels, published by Angry Robot Books, are Slides, Walking the Tree, and Mystification. Karen was special guest at the 2013 Australian National Science Fiction Convention. The Wave Computer Institute is the institute for training computer education located in Kanal in the Indian state of Uttar Pradesh. It was established by the MUTs, Uttar Pradesh, in 2011. It is involved in training, consulting, product development, entrepreneurship, and human resource development in information technologies. In 2012 it collaborated with ITRC Information Technology Resource Center with a view to harness the resources available in the private sector for training in the computers, with a view to meet the increasing requirement of the trained manpower. It also facilitation center of NIELIT National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology for conducting CCC/BCC courses. Barely Breaking Even BE is a British record label started by two DJs, Peter Adarkwa and Ben Foley. The name BBE comes from the Universal Robot Band's 1982 track Grave Accent, Barely Breaking Even. It has sub-labels, Deep Funk, and Urban Theory. BBE is also notable for its Beat Generation series of LPs. Anne-Marie Sorensen, December 19, 1913, December 1993, was a German singer and film actress. She played the female lead in the 1934 comedy Times in the Moon. She was a Protestant, but due to what was described as her uncertain racial origin, she faced pressure following the Nazi takeover. In 1935 she emigrated from Germany and eventually went to live in Britain, where she lived for the remainder of her life, although her attempt to break into British films failed. Gayline is a Canadian LGBT non-profit organization. It was founded in 1976 by social workers and activists to provide advice and counseling to gay and lesbian people in Montreal. Anaphyriticulator is a moth of the family Notodontidae. It was described by Walker in 1855. It is found in Angola, Eritrea, Ivory Coast, Malawi, Mozambique, and South Africa. Thomas L. Messenborn is an American statistician and economist who was the acting director of the United States Census Bureau since August 12, 2012. The current director, John H. Thompson, was confirmed on August 2, 2013. Previously, Messenborn served as the Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer of the Census Bureau from May 2008 until August 2012. He also served as acting director from January to July 2009. Mesabord earned his bachelor's degree in economics from Boston University in 1968 and his master's from Penn State in 1971. He lives in Lochladder, Maryland, with his wife, Faith. They have 2 daughters and 1 grandchild. Mesabord has worked at the Census Bureau since 1972. He became chief of the Economic Census staff in 1986 and was responsible for the planning and processing of the 1987 United States Census of Agriculture and 1987 United States Economic Census. He became chief of the Economic Census and Surveys Division in October 1991. Directing the planning and processing of the 1992 Census of Agriculture and 1992 Economic Census. During his time as Division Chief, he was chairman of the Statistics 2000 Task Force, a multi-agency group that identified opportunities for reducing business reporting burdens, cutting costs and improving efficiency. He also planned and organized the 1991 International Conference on Classification that led to the development of the North American Industry Classification System. He served as the Assistant Associate Director for Economic Programs from 1994 to 2005, managing 8 divisions, 1,300 employees and an annual budget of more than $230 million. Upon his appointment as Associate Director for Economic Programs in 2005, Mesabord oversaw programs including the Economic Census and the Census of Governments, and more than 100 monthly, quarterly and annual surveys. He served as the advisor to the Census Bureau Director and Deputy Director on Economic Statistics Programs and provided counsel as to the scope, quality, content and methodology of Economic Statistics Programs. In 2011, Mesabord was the recipient of the Julia Ship in Memorial Award for Economic Statistics. He was also awarded the Presidential Rank Award in 2004, the government's highest award for career executives. Two for the Dough, published in 1996, is the second novel by Janet Ivanovich featuring the bounty hunter Stephanie Plum. Like others in the Stephanie Plum series, Two for the Dough was a bestseller, spending 36 weeks on the top 150 list. Tucko made that December 8, 1929, August 17, 1982 was a Slovene painter, best known for his illustrations of children's books and comics. He won the Leipzig Award for his illustrations of Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island Ottoxopoda in 1966. The Nigeria women's national cricket team represents the country of Nigeria in international women's cricket. The team is organized by the Nigeria Cricket Federation, which has been a member of the International Cricket Council (ICC) since 2002. Nigeria made its international debut at the 2011 ICC Africa Women's T20 tournament in Uganda. The team lost their first game against Kenya by 10 wickets, but rebounded to win their next match against Sierra Leone by 6 wickets. They lost their remaining 3 matches against Namibia, Tanzania, and Uganda, however, finishing 5th out of 6 teams overall. Nigeria has not yet played in another Africa-wide tournament, but in August 2015 it appeared in an invitation tournament in Dar es Salaam, which featured the Tanzanian national team and a team from India's Mumbai Cricket Association. The SAS language is a computer programming language used for statistical analysis, created by Anthony James Barnes at North Carolina State University. It can read in data from common spreadsheets and databases and output the results of statistical analyses in tables, graphs, and as RDF, HTML, and PDF documents. The SAS language runs under compilers that can be used on Microsoft Windows, Linux, and various other Unix and mainframe computers. The SAS system and World Programming System are SAS language compilers. The Institute for Market-Oriented Management (IM in German), Institut für Marktorientierte Unternehmensführung in Mannheim, Germany, is an management, marketing and enterprise research institute and a member of the University of Mannheim. Under the leadership of Professor Drive H.C. Molt, Christian Homburg, President of the Institute, and Professor Dr. Sabine Kulster, Vice President of the Institute, IMU employs a staff of about 10. The Institute, founded in 1999, considers itself the forum for dialogue between scientific theory and company practice. Eyewitness Oh Yeah is a Norwegian crime drama from 2014, produced by Norway's Sem Arcade. It was written and directed by Jarl Emsel Larsen. The series was remade for USA Network in 2016 as Eyewitness, and for HBO Europe as Valmuta. Vernon Skelia Cotton, born May 20, 1978, is an American former professional basketball player. He was highly touted as a high school player when he seemed destined to play professionally in the National Basketball Association (NBA). He played 10 years professionally, but never reached the NBA. Growing up in the Los Angeles metropolitan area, Cotton was physically mature beyond his years. He gained national exposure before even playing in high school. The interest level in his prep career was arguably as high as any player ever. Due to disputes over his entrance examination scores with the National Collegiate Athletic Association (NCAA), his college basketball career was delayed 2 years. After a lawsuit with the NCAA was settled, Cotton played one season with Alabama. He decided to forego his final 2 years of college eligibility to enter the 2000 NBA draft, but he went undrafted. Cotton played professionally for 10 years, both domestically as well as in numerous foreign countries. After retiring as a player, he became a basketball coach and trainer for young players. Clito Mall, March 14, 1931. July 28, 2013 was an Italian racing cyclist. He won the 1952 edition of the Giro di Lombardia. Sanjay Piedar is an Indian actress. Sanjay Piedar made her acting debut in the 2010 Hindi film by SI Life Main. For her performance in the film, she was nominated for the Filmfare Award for Best Female Debut, Starscream Award for Most Promising Newcomer, and Stardust Award for Superstar of Tomorrow. Sanjay Piedar did a cameo in Dabonk. She received a very positive review by the famous film critic Kamal for her performance in Dabonk. Dar also received critical acclaim for Global Bob and her brief but very effective performance in Sir Na Diagola's European Tea. Emilophes unicolor is a species of beetle in the family Cerambycidae. It was described by Bates in 1881. It is known from Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil. William Hale Wilbur, September 24, 1888. December 27, 1979, was a United States Army officer and a recipient of the United States military's highest decoration, the Medal of Honor, for his actions in World War I. This is a partial list of meanings of minor planet names. See meanings of minor planet names for a list of all such partial lists. As minor planet discoveries are confirmed, they are given a permanent number by the IAU's Minor Planet Center, and the discoverers can then submit names for them, following the IAU's naming conventions. The list below concerns those minor planets in the specified number range that have received names, and explains the meanings of those names. Besides the minor planet circulars in which the citations are published, a key source is Lux D. Schmadel's Dictionary of Minor Planet Names, among others. Meanings that do not quote the reference links are tentative. Meanings marked with an asterisk are guesswork, and should be checked against the mentioned sources to ensure that the identification is correct. Mineral County Airport FA 9S4 is a county-owned public-use airport located 2 nautical miles 3.7 kilometers southeast of the Central Business District of Superior, the town in Mineral County, Montana, United States. According to the FAA's National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems for 2011 to 2015, it is categorized as a general aviation facility. Versus. The World is a collaborative mixtape by American rappers Lil Uzi Vert and Gucci Mane. It was released on November 23, 2016, by Generation Now and GUWOP. The EP features production by Honorable CNOTE, D. Rich, Manafresh, Zaytoven, DP Beats and Glahan Beats. M.S. Prem Pillai, known as M.S. Prem, is a Malaysian film director of Indian descent. He is well known for directing first Tamil-language zombie movies, Veer Vathial. Before becoming director, Prem worked as editor for Crew Studios. Too Much is a song performed by American contemporary R&B singer Tara Kemp, issued as the third and final single from her eponymous debut album. It was her final song to chart on the Billboard Hot 100, peaking at number 95 in 1991. T. orientalis may refer to Tithiopsera orientalis, a crane-like species in the genus Tithiopsera orientalis, the Moreton bay bug or bay lobster, a slipper lobster species found throughout the waters of Australia's north coast. Unmus orientalis, the Pacific bluefin tuna, the fish species found in the Pacific Ocean. Taenia orientalis, the picture-winged fly species Tipula orientalis, a crane-like species in the genus Tipula talsaindia orientalis, the plant species endemic to Tanzania and Kenya. Tragostemon orientalis, the Abraham jacob, a perennial herb species native to Eastern Europe. Tragopogon orientalis, the plant species in the genus Tragopogon orientalis, the pigeonwood, gunpowder tree or nalida, the flowering tree species found from South Africa to tropical Africa and in warm regions of Asia. Triplophis orientalis, the rate fin fish species Typha orientalis, the raupo, a wetland plant species in the genus Typha. Planet Hulk is a Marvel Comics storyline that ran primarily through issues of The Incredible Hulk, started in 2006. It dealt with the Marvel hero's decision to send the Hulk away, his acclamation to and conquest of the planet where he landed, and his efforts to return to Earth to take his revenge. There was also a special Planet Hulk Gladiator guidebook publication by Anthony Flaminide and the storyline's main writer Greg Pak, similar to the official handbook of the Marvel Universe detailing the characters, races and cultures within the storyline. Elements from the storyline have been adapted into other media, including an animated film of the same name. The Laredo Nuevo Laredo Metropolitan Area /LOCODE USL Party and Imbexandel is one of 6 national metropolitan areas along the United States-Mexican border. The city of Laredo is situated in the American state of Texas on the northern bank of the Rio Grande, and Nuevo Laredo is located in the Mexican state of Tamaulipas in the southern bank of the river. This metropolitan area is also known as the Two Laredos or Laredo Borderplex. The metropolitan area is made up of one county, Webb County in Texas, and 3 municipalities: Nuevo Laredo Municipality in Tamaulipas, Hidalgo Municipality in Coahuila, and Anahuac Municipality in Nuevo Leon in Mexico. 2 urban areas: the Laredo Metropolitan Statistical Area and the Zona Metropolitana Nuevo Laredo Metropolitan Zone. 3 cities and 12 towns make the Laredo Nuevo Laredo Metropolitan Area, which has a total of 636,516 inhabitants according to the INEGI Census of 2010 and the United States Census estimate of 2010. The Laredo Nuevo Laredo is connected by 4 international bridges and an international railway bridge. According to World Gazetteer, this metropolitan area ranked 157th largest in North and South America in 2010 with an estimated population of 775,481. This area ranks 66th in the United States and 23rd in Mexico. Edwin Leventon, 1845, August 21, 1909, was an English cricketer. He was born in Nottingham and died in Hueyton, Withroby. Leventon played cricket locally for Hueyton Cricket Club, and played his first and only match for Lancashire in 1867. Batting in the tail end, he was unable to greatly influence the game with his batting, but took 2 important wickets with the ball. Radista is the 11th album released by DIY home recording pioneer and one-man band Art Moore. It was the first official compact disc issued by Moore. The album is a compilation of previously released tracks from Morse for vinyl issues on New Rose Records, Paris. The Troll Foo Individual Pancakes of 2007 is the 22nd season of the Troll Foo Individual Pancakes, the one-on-one trophy of Escala Recorder, a variant of Legend Pilot. Kings and Queens is an album of early recordings by the Gets, recorded in 1988 and released in 1996 on Broken Kids. The album was originally self-released by the band in 1988 under the name Private Clubs but did not receive an official release until 1996 when released under the Kings and Queens moniker. Several of the tracks that appear on this record were later re-recorded for the Gets' debut album Frenching the Bully 1992. Supermodel 2008 was the third and final season of Supermodel. This season saw significant changes when former host Judith Masco was replaced by Eloise Gonzalez. For the first time, male contestants were allowed to participate in a separate competition from the females, whose winner would eventually be the representative for Spain in the annual Elite Model Look contest as in the two previous years. Various changes and variations of the format proved to be very unpopular with Spanish audience and the show was cut after a total of 8 weeks on air. The last week of the competition saw the back-to-back eliminations of the 7th, 6th, 5th and 4th placers, and the lid final took place that same week on June 28 with the remaining 6 contestants. The winners of the competition were 21-year-old Eva Prieto from Salona and 20-year-old Oliver Baggerman from Tenerife. Stanley Saxenian is a professor and the current dean of the UC Berkeley School of Information, known widely for her work on technology clusters and social networks in Silicon Valley. In her book Regional Advantage, culture and competition in Silicon Valley, and Route 128 1994 Saxonian proposes hypothesis to explain why California Silicon Valley was able to keep up with the fast pace of technological progress during the 1980s, while the vertically integrated firms of the Route 128 Beltway fell behind. She argues that the key was Silicon Valley's decentralized organizational form, non-proprietary standards, and tradition of cooperative exchange, sharing information and outsourcing for component parts, in opposition to hierarchical and independent industrial systems in the East Coast. Her most recent book, The New Argonauts: Regional Advantage in the Global Economy 2006, explores the globalization of the technology workforce that has occurred as the brain drain becomes a brain circulation, with immigrant Indian, Chinese, and Israeli professionals taking the Silicon Valley entrepreneurial model to their home countries while also maintaining connections with the U.S. Fonticula is a genus of cellular slime mold which forms the fruiting body in a volcano shape. As long ago as 1979, it has been known to not have a close relationship with either the Dictyus belita or the Acrisidae, the two well-established groups of cellular slime molds. The 2009 paper finds it to be related to nuclear, which in turn is related to fungi. Fonticula, nuclear, and fungi have been united into the nuclear mycia, which is sister to the hollow. The 2008 Korea professional baseball season is the 27th season in the history of the KBO. The season commenced on March 29. Pritzkamandis hardonicus is a species of frog in the family Cragastoridea. It is endemic to Peru, where it is only known from the region of its type locality near Raya province, in the San Martin region of northern central Peru. Its natural habitats are lower humid montane forests. It is threatened by habitat loss. Parrot may refer to cross parrot, U.S. business leader and presidential candidate H. Ross Perot, Jr., his son Perot Systems, their company, Alfred Perot (1863–1925), French physicist William Bennett Perot (1791–1871), early postmaster of Bermuda Perot de Garbally, author of Divisions Moody. The Bickershaw Festival was a rock festival held in Bickershaw, Wigan, Lancashire, England, between 5 and May 7, 1972. Except for the 1976–79 Deeply Vale festivals, Bickershaw was the only major Northwest multi-day festival with camping. The organizers of the Deeply Vale festivals say it was the Bickershaw Festival that inspired them to put on a Northwest music festival with camping. The Mountain Boy Range is a mountain range in Eureka County, Nevada. Reactive nitrogen species R and S are a family of antimicrobial molecules derived from nitric oxide NO and superoxide O2, produced via the enzymatic activity of inducible nitric oxide synthase 2NOS2 and NADPH oxidase respectively. NOS2 is expressed primarily in macrophages after induction by cytokines and microbial products, notably interferon gamma IFN and lipopolysaccharide LPS. Reactive nitrogen species act together with reactive oxygen species Roscommon to damage cells, causing nitrosative stress. Therefore, these two species are often collectively referred to as Roscommon/R&S. Reactive nitrogen species are also continuously produced in plants as byproducts of aerobic metabolism or in response to stress. The Danega is one of a series of 5 paintings by Titian of Danega. It dates to 1544 and is now in the National Museum of Capo di Monte in Naples. Manihot walkeri, commonly known as Walker's manihot, is a species of flowering plant in the spurge family, Euphorbiaceae, that is native to the lower Rio Grande Valley of Texas in the United States and Tamaulipas in Mexico. The specific name honors amateur botanist Fulmer Ratcliffe Mrs. E. J. Walker, who discovered the type specimen near Mission and La Joya, Texas in 1942. Mike Smith, born July 17, 1987, is an American professional basketball player for the Antwerp Giants of the Belgian League. He was an All-American college player at the East Tennessee State University at Sioux. Polyadrosos Greek. DS is a village and community of the Delphi municipality. Before the 2011 local government reform, it was a part of the municipality of Parnassos, of which it was a municipal district. The 2011 census recorded 1,125 residents in the village and 1,166 residents in the community. The community of Polyadrosos covers an area of 38.672 kilometers 2. Zundel-Kreiser, November 25, 1924. May 7, 2014, was a Haredim Israeli rabbi and the author of Sefer Hashama on the entire Talmud, Shulchan Aruch, 5 Humashim, and the Haggadah Shel Pesach. He was born in Jerusalem to Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch Kreiser. In his youth, he studied at the Etzheim Yeshiva in Jerusalem. He married the daughter of Rabbi Aharon Porush, treasurer of the Etzheim Yeshiva and author of Yithias Helema on the Talmud. Over the years, he served as melamed at various cheder and Talmud drills, including the Misheard Talmud drill and the cheder of Belz in Bnei Brak. He once spent a year establishing the school in Lugano, Switzerland. The last 25 years of his life, he was employed by the Chibun Yeshiva in Jerusalem to answer the students' questions. He died in May 2014 at Sherzl Medical Center. At his funeral, he was eulogized by several rabbis, including Rabbis Shmuel Auerbach and Gamliel Rabinovitz. He was interred on Har Menu Shoti. Lucius H. Harris, born December 18, 1970, is an American former professional basketball player who was selected by the Dallas Mavericks in the second round, 28th overall of the 1993 NBA draft. Harris has played for the Mavericks, Philadelphia 76ers, New Jersey Nets, and Cleveland Cavaliers in 12 NBA seasons. He played in the 2002 and 2003 NBA Finals as a member of the Nets. Harris has played in 800 games and has scored a total of 5,784 points in his NBA career. He was selected as Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the week of December 23 to 29, 2003. He played 7 seasons for the New Jersey Nets before being released during the off-season of 2004 due to the team's salary cap problems. He went on to play for the Cleveland Cavaliers during the 2004-05 season. However, Harris shot 40% from the field and 32% from three-point land while averaging a career-low 4.3 points per game. Following that season, he was released by the Cavaliers in an attempt to get under the salary cap. On February 3, 2007, Harris's number 30 jersey was retired by Long Beach State during halftime of the 49ers game versus the University of the Pacific. Harris was the school's all-time leading scorer, scoring 12 points throughout his career. In addition, Harris was the school's single-season leading scorer, scoring 739 points in the 1992-1993 season. Lucius was also known for his defense. Maurice Brendan Murphy, born 1939 in Sydney, is an Australian film and television director, producer, writer and actor. He is best known for his influential work as a director of TV comedy programs for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, most notably The On the Jack Show, and for his 1980 feature film adaptation of the Australian comic strip Fatty Finn. After a month as a Melbourne University student, Murphy realized that his true calling was in the entertainment world. For the next 3 years, he financed his theatrical pursuits at the Little Theatre in South Yarra by working at the Victorian Railways. In 1960, Murphy joined the Australian Broadcasting Commission (ABC), where he worked his way up to being the director. The ABC was a great training institute at that time, and a place which allowed me much creative freedom. I learned a great deal there, says Murphy of his years at the ABC. His first big break was in 1967 with the big-budget 20-episode variety series, I'm All Right Now, with Red Livermore. In 1973, Murphy became head of entertainment at the ABC. Dewey William Johnson, March 14, 1899, September 18, 1941, was an American lawyer and politician from Minnesota. Johnson was born in Minneapolis and attended the local public schools, followed by the University of Minnesota and William Mitchell College of Law, then the YMCA Law School. After graduation from law school, he began work in the insurance business. He was elected to the Minnesota House of Representatives in 1929 and served until 1935. In 1934, he had been an unsuccessful candidate for election to the 74th Congress. After his 6-year stint in the Minnesota House, Johnson served as Deputy Commissioner of Insurance and as the State Fire Marshal. The second congressional run in 1936 was successful. Johnson served as a member of the Farmer Labor Party in the 75th Congress, January 3, January 1937 through 1939. However, in 1938 he was defeated for re-election by Oscar Youngvale, the Republican, and when he again ran in 1940 against Youngvale he was again defeated. Johnson resumed his insurance practice in Minneapolis and also operated a retail radio sales business. He died in Minneapolis in 1941. The Rincon del Bonet Lake is the largest body of fresh water in Uruguay. It is located in the middle of the country in the south part of Tacuarembó department, with a small part of it reaching into the north part of Durazno department. It is an artificial lake formed by a dam on the course of Rio Negro. It was built in 1945 and has a surface of about 1,240 square kilometers, 480 square miles. There are several rivers named Dostwa River, Clema Dui is a settlement in Kenya's Tana River County. The estimated population is 149, and the settlement lies at an elevation of 538 feet 164 meters. The Migojevic dynasty was a native Croat dynasty that ruled in the Duchy of Croatia, probably from 864 until 892, with interruptions. The dynasty was named after Demigoje, the first member of dynasty known by name. The most famous of the Demigojevics are Demigoje the founder and Branimir. The relation between Demigoje and Branimir is controversial. Some historians think that Branimir was a son of Demagoj. Some think they were in some other family relation. Others think that there were no family relations between them. The men's 68 kilograms is a competition featured at the 2011 World Taekwondo Olympic Qualification Tournament and was held at the Sarhadji Olympic Center in Baku, Azerbaijan on July 1st. The first three ranked athletes qualify their NOCs a place each at the 2012 Olympic Games. Major League Baseball (MLB) is a professional baseball organization, the oldest of the four major professional sports leagues in the United States and Canada. The total of 30 teams now play in the National League NL and American League AL, with 15 teams in each league. The NL and AL operated as separate legal entities from 1876 and 1901 respectively. After cooperating but remaining legally separate entities since 1903, the leagues merged into a single organization led by the Commissioner of Baseball in 2000. The organization also oversees minor league baseball, which comprises about 240 teams affiliated with the major league clubs. With the World Baseball Softball Confederation, MLB manages the International World Baseball Classic Tournament. Baseball's first professional team was founded in Cincinnati in 1869, 30 years after Abner Doubleday supposedly invented the game of baseball. The first few decades of professional baseball were characterized by rivalries between leagues and by players who often jumped from one team poorly to another. The period before 1920 in baseball was known as the dead ball era. Players rarely hit home runs during this time. Baseball survived a conspiracy to fix the 1919 World Series, which came to be known as the Black Sox scandal. The sport rose in popularity in the 1920s and survived potential downturns during the Great Depression and World War I. Shortly after the war, baseball's color barrier was broken by Jackie Robinson. The 1950s and 1960s were a time of expansion for the AL and NL. Then new stadiums and artificial turf surfaces began to change the game in the 1970s and 1980s. Home runs dominated the game during the 1990s, and media reports began to discuss the use of anabolic steroids among major league players in the mid-2000s. In 2006, an investigation produced the Mitchell Report, which implicated many players in the use of performance-enhancing substances, including at least one player from each team. Today, MLB is composed of 30 teams, 29 in the United States and 1 in Canada. Teams play 162 games each season, and 5 teams in each league advance to a 4-round postseason tournament that culminates in the World Series. The best-of-7 championship series between the two league champions that day to 1903. Baseball broadcasts are aired on television, radio, and the internet throughout North America and in several other countries throughout the world. MLB has the highest season attendance of any sports league in the world, with more than 73 million spectators in 2015. Mexico. United States relations refers to the foreign relations between the United Mexican States Estados Unidos Mexicanos and the United States of America. The two countries share a maritime and land border in North America. Several treaties have been concluded between the two nations bilaterally, such as the Galveston Purchase, and multilaterally, such as the North American Free Trade Agreement. Both are members of various international organizations, including the Organization of American States and the United Nations. Since the late 19th century, during the regime of President Porfirio Diaz 1876 to 1911, the two countries have had close diplomatic and economic ties. During Diaz's long presidency, Mexico was open to foreign investment, and U.S. entrepreneurs invested in ranching and agricultural enterprises and mining. The U.S. played an important role in the course of the Mexican Revolution 1910-20 with direct actions of the U.S. government in supporting or repudiating support of the revolutionary factions. The long border between the two countries means that peace and security in that region is important to U.S. national security and international trade. The U.S. is Mexico's biggest trading partner, and Mexico is the U.S.'s third largest trading partner. In 2010, Mexico's exports totaled $309.6 billion, and almost three-quarters of those purchases were made by the United States. They are also closely connected demographically, with over 1 million U.S. citizens living in Mexico, and Mexico being the largest source of immigrants to the United States. Illegal immigration and illegal trade in drugs and in firearms have been causes of differences between the two governments, but also cooperation. While condemning the terrorist attacks of 9/11 and providing considerable relief aid to the U.S. after Hurricane Katrina, the Mexican government, pursuing neutrality in international affairs, opted not to actively join the controversial war on terror and the even more controversial Iraq War, instead being the first nation in history to formally and voluntarily leave the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance in 2002. Though Mexico later joined the U.S. in supporting military intervention in the Libyan Civil War, according to a 2010 Gallup poll, 4.4% of surveyed Mexicans, roughly 6.2 million people, say that they would move permanently to the United States if given the chance, and according to the 2012 U.S. Global Leadership Report, 37% of Mexicans approve of U.S. leadership, with 27% disapproving and 36% uncertain. As of 2013, Mexican students form the ninth largest group of international students studying in the United States, representing 1.7% of all foreigners pursuing higher education in the U.S. The election of Donald Trump, who had provoked the ire of the Mexican government through threats against companies who invest in Mexico instead of the U.S., and his claims that he would construct a border wall and make Mexico pay for it, has raised questions over the future of the relationship between the United States and Mexico. Two human poles comprise the 1954 National Collegiate Athletic Association NCAA football rankings. Unlike most sports, college football's governing body, the NCAA, does not bestow the national championship. Instead, the title is bestowed by one or more different polling agencies. There are two main weekly polls that begin in the preseason, the AP poll and the coaches poll. Julie Fethron ODE, born July 22, 1922, is a retired English ballerina, best known as one of the earliest and all-time youngest members of the Royal Ballet, the leading ballet company based at the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden, London. Julie Fethron was born on July 22, 1922. In 1931, Fethron became the first pupil to receive the scholarship to study under the direction of Nat de Valois at the Big Wells Ballet School. She made her professional stage debut in a pantomime in 1934, aged 12. In 1936, having completed 5 years of study at the ballet school, she joined the Big Wells Ballet, becoming the company's youngest member, aged 14. The following year, in 1937, she danced her first created role, Pet the Dog, in the ballet A Wedding Bouquet, choreographed by Sir Frederick Ashton. Fethron would stay with the company throughout its development into the Royal Ballet, eventually achieving the rank of principal dancer. After retiring from the professional stage, she was appointed as a teacher at the Royal Ballet School in 1964. She was appointed assistant director of the Royal Academy of Dance in 1982, becoming director in 1983. and eventually retired in 1989 with an honorary life fellowship of the organization F. In 1994, the Royal Academy of Dance awarded her the Queen Elizabeth I Coronation Award for Outstanding Services to Ballet. Most recently, she has sponsored the redevelopment of the White Lodge Museum and Ballet Resource Center. Farron was appointed Officer of the Order of the British Empire (OBE) in the 2012 New Year Honors for services to ballet. Anthony Hicks, June 26, 1943, May 26, 2010, was a Welsh musicologist, music critic, editor, and writer. Born in Swansea, Hicks read mathematics at King's College, London during the mid-1960s and worked for roughly a quarter-century as a computer systems analyst at the University of London, retired 1993. Although he was educated in the field of mathematics and computer science, his own personal obsession with Baroque music led him to pursue scholarly music research in his spare time. What began as more or less a hobby developed into a highly distinguished pop rock career as a historian and writer. He became one of the leading 20th century scholars on George Frederick Handel. As a music critic, Hicks wrote for Early Music Review and the Musical Times. For the 2001 edition of the New Rowe Dictionary of Music and Musicians, he penned Handel's biography and several other Handel-related entries. He also authored most of the Handel-related articles in the New Rowe Dictionary of Opera. He became an important advocate for historically informed performances just as the renewed enthusiasm for Baroque music began to take off in the 1960s and 1970s. His research has been used widely in preparing Baroque works for recordings and performance, most notably with the Academy of Ancient Music, with whom he worked closely for several decades. Musicians with whom Hicks collaborated on recordings were Christopher Hogwood, Paul McCreish, Robert King, Trevor Pinnock, Emma Kirkby, John Eliot Gardner, and Alan Curtis, among many other distinguished Baroque performers. He died at the age of 66 in London in 2010 of pulmonary fibrosis. Permanent wilting point (PWP) or wilting point (WP) is defined as the minimal point of soil moisture the plant requires not to wilt. If moisture decreases to this or any lower point, the plant wilts and can no longer recover its turbidity when placed in a saturated atmosphere for 12 hours. The physical definition of the wilting point, symbolically expressed as PWP or WP, is defined as the water content at negative 1,500 joules/kilograms or negative 15 bar of suction pressure or negative hydraulic head. Steve Morabito, born January 30th, 1983 in Muncie, is a Swiss professional road bicycle racer for UCI World Team FDJ. William Joseph Handlin, June 24, 1876, in Los Angeles, California. November 23, 1905, in Los Angeles, California, was a former professional baseball player who was a first baseman in the major leagues in 1903. He would play for the Chicago Cubs. He played college ball at Santa Clara University and St. Mary's College of California. The 2007 Big Pond 400 is the second round of the 2078 Supercar season. It was held on the weekend of the 23rd to March 25th at Barbella Raceway in Wanneroo, north of Perth, Western Australia. The round was significant in that John Boat became the driver with the most round starts in the championship after passing Peter Brock. It was also significant in that it was Paul Radishich's first round after a major crash at Bathurst in 2006. Dip a Southeast Scene Close to You is the first greatest hits album by popular Greek artist Nathis Theodoridou. It was released in December 2008 by Sony EMG Greece. The three-disc album includes 3 new songs composed by Yorgos Theophaniou that showed in her album Missing in Action denied Grammy, 37 hit singles and a DVD containing 20 music videos. Anna Adler, born in Moncton, Canada, is a Canadian poet and writer. From 2000 to 2011, Adler served as Atlantic representative, national coordinator, and president of the Canadian Poetry Association, and was on the board of directors. She served as president on the executive board of the Canadian Poetry Association from 2005 to 2011. She is owner of the Adler Agency and founder of Chocolate River Association. She currently lives in Richbuckto, New Brunswick. She was also an executive member of the National Milton Acorn Festival for 8 years. ShopRite was a chain of catalog stores in Ontario, Canada, that operated from the 1970s to 1982. In a ShopRite catalog store, customers would browse the catalog, select their merchandise, and apply to the store clerk for the item. The chain began with 4 stores in London, Ontario, in the early 1970s and was acquired in 1972 by Hudson's Bay Company (HBC) when it purchased Middlesex Warehouse Sales Limited, the operators of ShopRite catalog stores. HBC, which operates the Bay department store chain and other retailers, expanded the chain to 60 stores within 3 years and built a large distribution center in Brampton. In November 1981, the chain had 65 stores in Ontario when HBC announced that it would close the unprofitable chain on January 30, 1982. ShopRite had been running annual losses of $3 million as a result of waning consumer interest. It was expected that it would cost the Bay $8 million to close the chain, and that about 10% of ShopRite's staff would be offered jobs in the Bay. Wally Evans, president of the Bay at the time, said that in order to make the business viable, it would have to expand outside of Ontario, but that it did not have the money to do so. ShopRite was unable to compete with Consumers Distributing, which had over 400 catalog stores in 1981 and sales of 40% more per store than ShopRite. Consumers closed in 1996. James Clark Curtis, October 28, 1797, St. Albans, Franklin County, Vermont. February 21, 1881, Coshadden, Sullivan County, New York, was an American lawyer and politician from New York. Ramon Sauter, 1798. was an Argentine militia officer, commandant in Rosario, Santa Fe. In game theory, a feudal game is a game that permits the draw or a tie when optimal moves are made by both players. An example of this type of game is the classical form of tic-tac-toe, though it doesn't necessarily apply to variants. It also does not apply to intransitive games, such iterated prisoners, dilemma, or rock, paper, scissors, in which there is no path to a draw or every strategy in a game can be beaten by another strategy. According to the Hebrew Bible, the kingdom of Israel Hebrew, modern Mamleket Yisrael, Tiberian Mamleket Yisrael was one of two successor states to the former United Kingdom of Israel and Judah. Historians often refer to the Kingdom of Israel as the Northern Kingdom or as the Kingdom of Samaria to differentiate it from the Southern Kingdom of Judah. Modern scholarship, incorporating textual criticism and archaeology, has challenged the biblical account that the Northern Kingdom of Israel broke off from a united monarchy with the Southern Kingdom of Judah, suggesting instead that the northern civilization of Israel developed independently of Judah, a comparatively small and rural area, and that it first reached the political, economic, military and architectural sophistication of a kingdom under the Umayyad dynasty around 884 BCE. The Kingdom of Israel existed roughly from 930 BCE until 720 BCE, when it was conquered by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The major cities of the kingdom were Shishim, Tirzah, and Shomron, Samaria. Anna Donna Iuto, born January 28, 1950, is an Italian actress. She has appeared in 48 films and television shows since 1973. She starred in L'Amore Molesto, which was entered into the 1995 Cannes Film Festival. Colorado Springs Day Nursery is a school in Colorado Springs, Colorado. The building is on the National Register of Historic Places. Chantry House can refer to many British buildings which were formerly associated with a chantry, including Chantry House, Bunbury, Chantry House in Bunbury, Cheshire Chantry House, Disley, Cheshire. See listed buildings in Disley Chantry House, Henley-on-Thames, Chantry House in Henley-on-Thames, Sacred Heart Primary School, Teddington-Stoke, Subhampton Priory, Chantry College in Somerset Wheatstone's Chantry House, now part of Newark Houses Museum, Leicester. Cash flow loan is a type of debt financing, in which a bank lends funds, generally for working capital, using expected cash flows that a borrowing company generates as collateral for the loan. To secure repayment, the bank covenants the borrower on such levels and ratios as enterprise value, EBITDA, total interest coverage ratio, total debt/EBITDA, and so on. They will also take a charge over the assets of the business to provide the lender with the ability to take control of the cash flows in the event of default. In contrast, an asset-based loan is lent against companies' assets. Senior stretch loan is a mix of the two. Cash flow loans are usually senior term loans or subordinated debt, being used for funding growth or financing an acquisition. John Reynolds is an American musician, songwriter, and music producer known mostly for his work with Marty Clark and the late 1980s band The Goatmen, Every Damn Day, and children's musician Graydon Clark. He also created and manages Clark's website. Stone into the River is a song by Dutch singer-songwriter Doe Bob and Ardesco. The song was released in the Netherlands on December 19, 2013 as a digital download. The song was released as the third single from his debut studio album Born in a Storm 2013. The song peaked to number 78 on the Dutch singles chart. Dubai Bridge Road Corridor is a trans-African highway network Zimbabwean link between South Africa and Zambia. It is also part of the North-South Corridor project. The North-South Multimodal Transport Corridor is under the African Union PIDA. The Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa PIDA is an all-Africa program to develop vision, policies, and strategies for development of priority trans-regional and continental infrastructure, which includes transport, hence the rehabilitation of regional road corridors. The African Development Bank being the executing agency for the program. The local road corridor has two legs, the Chirunduhuri and the Dubai-Bridge highways. The road has been divided into sections described here as links, and the rehabilitation of the highway is being carried out in various links which would eventually see the whole route done. The links are numbered from north to south, from Chirundu border with Zambia to Dubai Bridge border with South Africa. Dokbakba was a former satire and humor magazine published in Turkey. The name Akbaba means vulture in Turkish, and it refers to the long life of vultures. Laura Hesmans, born May 26, 1997, is a Belgium-born Dutch racing driver currently competing in the TCR International Series. He previously competed in the Seat Leon Euro Cup and Renault Clio Cup and Lugs. Amortizing swap is usually an interest rate swap in which the notional principal for the interest payments declines during the life of the swap, perhaps at a rate tied to the prepayment of a mortgage or to an interest rate benchmark such as the London Interbank Offered Rate Liberty. If the swap allows for uncertain contingent UPS and downs in the notional principal, it is called a roller coaster swap, the opposite of the accreting swap. Urano is a genus of moth in the family Helictidae. Nesopupian fricans is a species of very small, air-breathing land snail, a terrestrial pulmonate gastropod mollusk in the family Rutaginidae, the world snails. This species is endemic to Hawaii in the United States. Telehash is a peer-to-peer data distribution and communication protocol that is designed to be decentralized and secure. The protocol is licensed under the Creative Commons public domain. Telehash implementations were still in development by 2014. As a security-sensitive application, it has yet to receive a third-party security review. Telehash is similar to BitTorrent Sync in that it allows users of the software to share data securely without any central server authority. There are implementations in C, Python, Ruby, Erlang, JavaScript, Go, and Objective-C. Telehash is used in the Locker project, and was planned to be used as a communication and file transfer mechanism in GitNX. It is also used in the IBM Samsung's Adept proof of concept with Bitcoin and Ethereum. The Sunday Fair Act 1448-27 Han 6c5 was an act of the Parliament of England. The words from provided always that to the end were repealed by Section 1 of and Schedule 1-2, the Statute Law Revision Act 1948. The whole chapter was repealed by Section 1 of and Part IV of the Schedule 2, the Statute Law Repeals Act 1969. The repeal of the Sunday Fair Act 1448 by the Statute Law Repeals Act 1969 does not have the effect of requiring any market or fair to be held on a Sunday, Good Friday, Ascension Day, Corpus Christi Day, the Feast of the Assumption of Our Blessed Lady for All Saints Day, and market or fair may continue to be held on any day on which it might lawfully have been held if the Sunday Fair Act 1448 had not been repealed. Faisal bin Fahd bin Abdullah Al Saud is a Saudi Arabian businessman and a member of the House of Saud. Olfactory receptor 52L1 is a protein that in humans is encoded by the OR52L1 gene. Olfactory receptors interact with odorant molecules in the nose to initiate a neural response that triggers the perception of a smell. The olfactory receptor proteins are members of a large family of G-protein coupled receptors GPCR arising from single coding accent genes. Olfactory receptors share the 7-transmembrane domain structure with many neurotransmitter and hormone receptors and are responsible for the recognition and G-protein-mediated transduction of odorant signals. The olfactory receptor gene family is the largest in the genome. The nomenclature assigned to the olfactory receptor genes and proteins for this organism is independent of other organisms. Logan Edwin Bleckley, July 3, 1827, March 6, 1907, was an American lawyer and jurist. Born in 1827 on Screamer Mountain in Rabun County, Georgia, Bleckley became a self-taught lawyer. At age 11, he started working in his father's office clerk of the court in Clayton. He was admitted to the bar in 1846 at age 19. During this period of his life, he authored a state bill that outlawed the imprisonment of women for debt and worked with state legislators to have it passed into law. 2 years later, he became a bookkeeper for the State Railroad office in Atlanta, Georgia. In 1851, he was appointed as a secretary to the governor of Georgia, George W. Towns in Milledgeville, the capital of Georgia at that time, but he left later that year when the new governor, Howell Cobb, took office. Bleckley opened his own practice in Atlanta in 1852 at the age of 24. Bleckley partnered with Basil H. Overby in 1854 to form the firm of Bleckley and Overby. The following year, they added John Brown Gordon, but he left in 1856 to pursue other interests. An interesting note is that all three gentlemen married daughters of General Hugh Harrelson, the former Major General in the state militia, the state congressional representative and a U.S. representative for the state of Georgia. Bleckley married Clara Caroline Harrelson, the general's third daughter. Their son, Harrelson Bleckley, became an architect and designed the University of Georgia Library building built in 1904. In 1857, Bleckley was elected to the office of Solicitor General in his judicial circuit covering 8 counties and served in that capacity for the next 4 years while still maintaining his practice. In 1861, Bleckley briefly joined the Confederate Army but was discharged due to health reasons and returned to his law practice in Atlanta. He was appointed to office of Supreme Court of Georgia reporter in 1864. He resigned that position in 1867 and returned to his private practice. In 1875, he was appointed an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia by his former law partner, John Brown Gordon, the governor of Georgia at the time. He resigned in 1880. When presiding Chief Justice James Jackson died, Bleckley was appointed as the Chief Justice of the court in 1887 and presided until his resignation in 1894. Bleckley died in Clarksville, Georgia on March 6, 1907 and is buried at Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta. Bleckley County is named in his honor. His son, Logan Bleckley Jr. would later be appointed the first clerk of court to the Georgia Court of Appeals. The Cursius of Beroea, the Syrian, lived in a monastery near Antioch, and, for his active defense of the church against Arianism, was made Bishop of Beroea in 378 AD, by Eusebius of Samosata. While a priest, he with Paul, another priest, wrote to Epiphanius of Salamis a letter, in consequence of which the latter composed his Panarion 374 to 376 AD. This letter is prefixed to the work. In 377-378 AD, he was sent to Rome to confuse Apollinaris of Laodicea before Pope Damasus I. He was present at the Ecumenical Council of Constantinople in 381 AD, and on the death of Melitius of Antioch took part in Flavian's ordination to the see of Antioch, by whom he was afterwards sent to the Pope in order to heal the schism between the churches of the West and Antioch. Afterwards, he took part in the persecution against Chrysostom, and again compromised himself by ordaining as successor to Flavian, Porphyrius, a man considered unworthy of the episcopate and also a Meletian. He defended Nestorius against Saint Cyril when the former was charged with heresy, though was not himself present at the Council of Ephesus. At a great age, he labored to reconcile Cyril of Alexandria and the Eastern bishops at a synod held at Beroea in 432 AD. He died 437 AD, at the age of 116 years. 3 of his letters remain in the original Greek, 1 to Cyril, and 2 to Alexander, Bishop of Hierapolis. Hibbert, pages 819, 830, c.41.55, 129, 143. Petrus Hubertus Pierre Massey February 3, 1900, August 3, 1958 was a Dutch footballer who earned 12 caps for the Dutch national side between 1926 and 1928, scoring 3 goals, and participated at the 1928 Summer Olympics. He played club football for Willem II. Misheard bio choose on simplified Chinese. Traditional Chinese. Pinyin. Lin Mu Quan. Pei Hoeg. Misheard Bo Chozan. Born May 22, 1963 is a Singaporean Member of Parliament MP who represents Mountbatten. Misheard first became an MP after the 2006 general elections, where his party, the PAC, was awarded the walkover as Marine Parade GRC was uncontested. Misheard is an old boy of Victoria School and had his junior college education at Temasek Junior College. He is also the Vice President of the Consumers Association of Singapore. Also he is the Marine Parade Town Council Chairman. Misheard received his tertiary education at the National University of Singapore, where he obtained a LL.B. in 1994. He became the founding partner of Tan Misheard and Huang. In 2013, he was appointed as a member of Singapore's Data Protection Advisory Committee. On January 25, 2016 he was assigned as the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament. The Nevada Division of Child and Family Services (DCFS) is a state agency of Nevada, headquartered on the third floor of the 4126 Technology Way building in Carson City. Diana, a tribute to the People's Princess, is a 1998 television film about Diana, Princess of Wales. The European Molecular Biology Laboratory (EMEL) is a molecular biology research institution supported by 22 member states, for prospect and 2 associate member states. The EMEL was created in 1974 and is an intergovernmental organization funded by public research money from its member states. Research at EMEL is conducted by approximately 85 independent groups covering the spectrum of molecular biology. The laboratory operates from 5 sites: the main laboratory in Heidelberg, and outstations in Kingston, the European Bioinformatics Institute (EBI) in England, Grenoble, France, Hamburg, Germany, and Monterrey near Rome. The MBL groups and laboratories perform basic research in molecular biology and molecular medicine, as well as training for scientists, students, and visitors. The organization aids in the development of services, new instruments and methods, and technology in its member states. Israel is the only Asian state that has full membership. The phrase "a simple matter of software" has been in common use within the software industry since at least the early 1980s. It is often used as an ironic comment on both the growing importance of software in all human activity and the real difficulty we have in creating good quality software. However, it is also used without irony to indicate that straightforward software development is all that is required to resolve some issue. This usage is often invoked when the speaker wants to contrast the implied ease of software changes with the suggested greater difficulty of making the hardware change or a change to an industry standard. This non-ironic usage is more often invoked by senior management and hardware engineers than it is by software engineers. Henson Glacier 64 degrees 6S 60 degrees 11W is a glacier flowing northward from the Detroit Plateau in Great Land, Antarctica, and merging with Wright Ice Piedmont about 2 nautical miles 4 kilometers southwest of Hargrave Hill. It was mapped from air photos taken by Hunting Aero Surveys Limited 1955-57 and was named by the UK Antarctic Place Names Committee for William S. Henson, the English designer of a powered model airplane 1842-43, which led to widespread aeronautical research and development. Punges is a commune in the Hautes-Pyrénées department in southwestern France. Neal is an unincorporated community in eastern Greenwood County, Kansas, United States. It lies along U.S. Route 54 east of the city of Eureka, the county seat of Greenwood County. Its elevation is 961 feet 293 meters and it is located at 37 degrees 53 and 96 degrees for 49 W 37.83 for 1990, negative 96.080 to 724. Although Neal is unincorporated, it has a post office with the zip code of 66,863. The first post office in Neal was established in 1882. Neal was named for a minor official of the Missouri Pacific Railroad. The Circle de l'Union Intralise, also known as the Circle Intralise, is a private social and dining club established in 1917. The clubhouse is the Hotel Perinet de Jars at 33 Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré in Paris, France. It adjoins the British Embassy and an annex of the Embassy of Japan. The club's second president was Ferdinand Foch, Marshal of France. The club includes royalty and political figures among its international members. Soo Hyun, born May 23, 1996, is a South Korea-born Australian professional golfer and a member of the 2013 Golf Australia national squad. She became the number 1 ranked amateur in the world in October 2013. Born in Busan, South Korea, Soo has played golf since the age of 9. In 2009, at 12, she was the youngest player to ever qualify for the Women's Australian Open. She finished tied for second at the 2013 Australian Ladies Masters, a tournament on the ALPG Tour and Ladies European Tour. Oh turned professional in the fall of 2014. She made it to the final stage of the 2014 LPGA qualifying school, but failed to earn an LPGA Tour card, leaving her with eligibility on the Satellite Symmetry Tour. She finished second in her professional debut at the 2015 Boats Victorian Open, then a week later won her second start as a professional, the 2015 Valvicari CB Ladies Masters in Australia. The win earned her a 2-year exemption on the Ladies European Tour. Szczepanski feminine Szczepanska, plural Szczepanski, is a Polish surname. It may refer to Aneta Szczepanska, Polish judoka Bernard Szczepanski, Polish wrestler Henryk Szczepanski, Polish footballer January Szczepanski, Polish boxer January Szczepanski, Polish sociologist Joseph Szczepanski, Polish poet Krzysztof Szczepanski, Polish connoisseur Piotr Szczepanski, Polish connoisseur Robert Szczepanski, Polish strongman Wisław Szczepanski, Polish politician Philip John Stephen Dad 1880, August 2, 1916 was a British illustrator. Dad was born in Poplar. He was born into an artistic family on his father's side. His uncle was the artist Richard Dad. On his mother's side, his maternal grandfather was the engraver John Way, and his aunt was the illustrator Kate Way. Dad studied at the Slade School of Fine Art 1900 to 1903, and he became the staff artist at the Sphere magazine. He illustrated the 1904 book William Tell Told Again by P.G. Wodehouse, accompanied by verses written by John W. Houghton. His work was included in several public exhibitions before 1914, at the Royal Academy, Brook Street Art Gallery, the Royal Society of Painters in Watercolors, the Royal Institute of Oil Painters, and the Walker Art Gallery in Liverpool. After the outbreak of the First World War, he enlisted in December 1915 as a private in the 16th County of London Battalion, the London Regiment Queen's Westminster Rifles. He served on the Western Front in France. On August 12, 1916, Dad's illustration of a British gas sentry ringing the medieval church bell to alert troops of a German gas attack appeared on the cover of the Sphere. The illustration had been published posthumously. Dad was killed in France on August 2, 1916. He is buried in the Harrowville British Cemetery near Paris. Patrick Waddle, born April 25, 1980 in Moko, Demhoko, is a Congolese football striker currently playing for Diables Wars. He is a member of the Congo national football team. Leonard Angelo Ovala, September 25, 1908, December 4, 1983, was a Moravian Lutheran church leader. Sampitishlik is a whipped meringue dessert with egg yolk crust, originating in the Balkans. Thomas Stourton, 14th Baron Stourton, 1667 to 1744, was a younger son of William Stourton. Thomas succeeded his brother Edward in 1720. As Thomas died without children, he was succeeded by his nephew Charles in 1744. The statue of January Neruda is an outdoor 1970 sculpture by January Simotik and Karol Lopka, installed at Petrin, Malostradin in Prague, Czech Republic. Michael Bradwell, February 12, 1831. February 14, 1894, was a publisher and political activist. She attempted to become the first woman to be admitted to the Illinois bar, but was denied admission by the Illinois Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court. The Illinois Supreme Court finally granted her a law license in Illinois in 1890, and the United States Supreme Court 2 years later, shortly before her death. Charles Domery, c. 1778, after 1800, later also known as Charles Domers, was a Polish soldier serving in the Russian and French armies, noted for his unusually large appetite. Serving in the Russian army against France during the War of the First Coalition, he found that the rations of the Russians were insufficient and deserted to the French army in return for food. Although generally healthy, he was voraciously hungry during his time in the French service, and ate any available food. While stationed near Paris, he was recorded as having eaten 174 cats in a year, and although he disliked vegetables, he would eat 4 to 5 pounds (1.8 to 2.3 kilograms) of grass each day if he could not find other food. During service on the French ship Phuket, he attempted to eat the severed leg of a crew member hit by cannon fired, before other members of the crew wrestled it from him. In February 1799, the Phuket was captured by British forces and the crew, including Domery, were interned in Liverpool, where he shocked his captors with his voracious appetite. Despite being put on 10 times the usual rations, he ate the prison cat and at least 20 rats, and would often eat the prison candles. In one experiment, Over the course of a day he ate 16 pounds, 7.3 kilograms of raw cow's udder, raw beef and tallow candles and 4 bottles of porter, all of which he ate and drank without defecating, urinating, or vomiting. Almost everything known about Domri comes from a 1799 account by Dr. J. Johnston in the Medical and Physical Journal, based largely upon information provided by Dr. Thomas Cochran. Najm al-Din Mahmud ibn Ilyas al-Shirazi, Persian, died 1330, was a Persian physician from Shiraz in Persia. His major composition was a large Arabic medical compendium, Kitab al-Ha'if al-Tabdo'i, a comprehensive book on the art of curing, whose title often caused confusion with the better-known Kitab al-Ha'if, a comprehensive book written for centuries earlier by Rhazes. The treatise cites by name many earlier medical authorities, including Hippocrates and Thalen, as well as Arabic writers. Little else is known of his life. Magazine.com is an English-language, web-only multimedia publication, billing itself as the go-to destination for the discerning male. Taro uses state-of-the-art technology to examine contemporary society with a humorous outlook on the best and worst of modern culture. Taro has established itself as a showcase for diverse subjects, including sports, style, drinks, cars, gadgets, gear, and women. Computational RAM is random access memory with processing elements integrated on the same chip. This enables RAM to be used as a FIMD computer. It also can be used to more efficiently use memory bandwidth within a memory chip. Perhaps the most influential implementations of computational RAM came from the Berkeley IRAM project. Vector IRAM VIRAM combines RAM with a vector processor integrated on the same chip. Reconfigurable architectured RAM is RAM with reconfigurable computing FPGA logic elements integrated on the same chip. Simple scalar simulations show that RAM in a system with a conventional processor can give orders of magnitude better performance on some problems than traditional RAM in a system with the same processor. Some embarrassingly parallel computational problems are already limited by the von Neumann bottleneck between the CPU and the RAM. Some researchers expect that, for the same total cost, the machine built from computational RAM will run orders of magnitude faster than the traditional general-purpose computer on these kinds of problems. As of 2011, the DRAM process few layers, optimized for high capacitance, and the CPU process optimized for high frequency, typically twice as many VDL layers as DRAM, since each additional layer reduces yield and increases manufacturing cost. Such chips are relatively expensive per square millimeter compared to DRAM, is distinct enough that there are three approaches to computational RAM, starting with a CPU-optimized process and a device that uses lots of embedded RAM. Add an additional process step, making it even more expensive per square millimeter to allow replacing the embedded RAM with embedded RAM, giving tilde 3x area savings on the RAM areas and so lowering net cost per chip. Starting with a system with a separate CPU chip and RAM chip S, add small amounts of coprocessor computational ability to the RAM, working within the limits of the RAM process and adding only small amounts of area to the RAM, to do things that would otherwise be slowed down by the narrow bottleneck between CPU and RAM. Zero fill selected areas of memory. Copy large blocks of data from one location to another. Find where anywhere a given byte occurs in some block of data, etc. The resulting system, the unchanged CPU chip and smart RAM chip S, is at least as fast as the original system, and potentially slightly lower in cost. The cost of the small amount of extra area is expected to be more than paid back in savings in expensive test time, since there is now enough computational capability on a smart RAM for a wafer full of RAM to do most testing internally in parallel, rather than the traditional approach of fully testing one RAM chip at a time with an expensive external automatic test equipment. Starting with a DRAM-optimized process, tweak the process to make it slightly more like the CPU process and build a relatively low frequency, but low power and very high bandwidth general-purpose CPU within the limits of that process. Some CPUs designed to be built on a DRAM process technology rather than a CPU or logic process technology specifically optimized for CPUs include the Berkeley IRAM project, TOMI technology, and the AT&T DESP one. Because the memory bus to off-chip memory has many times the capacitance of an on-chip memory bus, the system with separate DRAM and CPU chips can have several times the energy consumption of an IRAM system with the same computer performance. Because computational DRAM is expected to run hotter than traditional DRAM, and increased chip temperatures result in faster charge leakage from the DRAM storage cells. Computational DRAM is expected to require more frequent DRAM refresh. The Lock Haven Formation is a draconian map bedrock unit in Pennsylvania, in the Appalachian Mountains of the United States. Charles Henry was the head coach for the Gonzaga University men's basketball team for the 1943-44 season. While at Gonzaga, he acquired the record of 22-4.8 for 6. The 2013-14 San Francisco Dons men's basketball team represented the University of San Francisco during the 2013-14 college basketball season. It was head coach Rex Walters' sixth season at San Francisco. The Dons played their home games at the War Memorial Gymnasium and were members of the West Coast Conference. They finished the season 21-12, 13-5 in WCC play to finish in a tie for second place. They advanced to the semifinals of the WCC tournament where they lost to BYU. They were invited to the National Invitation Tournament where they lost in the first round to LSU. Anna Eriksson, born June 10, 1988, is a Swedish Social Democratic politician who was leader of the Swedish Social Democratic Youth League (SSU) from 2014 to 2015. Born in Valbo in East Central Sweden, she has been a member of SSU since she was 15. She served as General Secretary of SSU from 2011 to October 2014 when she replaced Gabriel Wikström as leader, following his appointment as Minister for Public Health, Healthcare and Sports in the Law of the Cabinet. Eriksson serves as one of 10 vice presidents of the Young European Socialists for the period 2013 to 2015. In the 2014 European Parliament election in Sweden, she was in the 7th spot on the Swedish Social Democratic Party list. The party obtained 5 seats. Eriksson has studied psychology at Karolinska Institutet but not finished the studies. She lives in Stockholm. Byrdsia yachimotoi is a moth of the Noctuidae family. It is found in Taiwan. Henry Keene, November 15, 1726. January 8, 1776, was an English architect, notable for designing buildings in the Gothic Revival and Neoclassical style. Josiah Dober is an American historian of ancient Greece and classical political theorist. He is Tfagopoulos Koulalakis Professor in honor of Constantine Mitsotakis, and Professor of Classics and Political Science at Stanford University. His teaching and research links ancient Greek history and philosophy with modern political theory and practice. Karl Heinrich Braun, November 23, 1792, March 18, 1870, was a German political economist. Apes, Pigs and Spacemen, aka AP&S, are a British rock band formed in Derby in 1993. Dry Ophrys is fern species native to South China and Papua New Guinea. Bonita Pierce is a fictional character in the long-running S4C soap Football Wycombe, portrayed by Mia Caron. The character first appeared on screen in 2001. Bonita is the mother of Darren Gower, Hutterone, Dwayne Richards, Paul Morgan / Daryl Shute and Ira Pierce, as well as the stepmother to Kevin Powell, Ewan Hikes Roberts and Gabriela Gonzalez through her marriage to Mike Pierce Garrett Lewis. Since her on-screen debut in 2001, the character has been involved in many high-profile storylines, including the deaths of two of her children, Dwayne and Ira, the Bury Arms of which she was landlady, burning down in 2008, an affair with Colin Evans, Jonathan Nafeed, that led to the breakup of her marriage with Mike Pierce and discovering that her partner Mark Thomas and Aaron Hughes had abused his son Gethin Thomas Simon Watts as a child. Frank Mosley, November 21, 1868. 1940, was an English professional footballer who played as a centre forward. He played in the Football League for Small Heath and Bury. For Small Heath, Mosley scored 64 goals in 103 appearances in all competitions, and was leading scorer in 3 successive seasons, from 1893 to 94, when he was also overall top scorer in the second division, to 1895 to 96. Costanzo is an Italian given name, translated from the Latin name Constantius. It is also used as an, originally patronymic, surname. As a surname, it may be preceded by die or die, meaning of with or without space. It may refer to TACL. The Tandem Advanced Command Language is the scripting programming language used in tandem computers. TACL is the shell. Games and DDP free translation. Ladies in the Making is the Dutch version of UK reality show Late at 2 Lady. 2 seasons have been made since 2007 for broadcast on RTL. Vikrbanat is a village and municipality in Semily district in the Liberec region of the Czech Republic. HMC's Charlottetown was a river-class frigate that served with the Royal Canadian Navy Garcia during the Second World War. She was the second vessel of the name, HMC's Charlottetown having been a Flower-class corvette that had been sunk earlier in the war. They are unique for being the only 2 ships to have shared the same pennant number, K244. She was named for Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Charlottetown was ordered in June 1942 as part of the 1942 to 1943 River-class building program. She was laid down on January 26, 1943 by GT Davy Shipbuilding Limited at Lausanne and launched on September 16 of that year. She was commissioned into the RCN at Quebec City on April 28, 1944. She visited her namesake city of Charlottetown on May 22 en route to Halifax. The 467th Bombardment Group is an inactive United States Army Air Forces unit. Its last assignment was to the Strategic Air Command, being stationed at Clovis Army Airfield, New Mexico. It was inactivated on August 4, 1946. During World War II, the group was an 8th Air Force B-24 Liberator unit in England assigned to RAF Heath. The group set unsurpassed record for bombing accuracy on April 15, 1945, holding the record for bombing accuracy in the 8th Air Force. They destroyed a German battery at Pointe-Grave, on the west coast of France, and scored the 100% strike. The group commander, Colonel Albert J. Shower, was the only group commander to stay with the same group from beginning to the end of the war. Returned to the United States in July 1945, converted to B-29 Superfortresses and trained for deployment to the Pacific Theater. Deployment to Okinawa canceled with the end of the Pacific War in August 1945. After training completed, assigned to Clovis AAF, New Mexico, and was one of the original 10 USAF bombardment groups assigned to Strategic Air Command on March 21, 1946. The group was inactivated on August 4, 1946 due to the Air Force's policy of retaining only low-numbered groups on active duty after the war, and its B-29 aircraft, personnel and equipment were reassigned to the senior 301st Bombardment Group at Smoky Hill Army Airfield, Kansas. Peirce is a surname. Notable people with the surname include Attorney Peirce, 1869–1960, champion English racehorse trainer Dudley Peirce, 1625–1699, Anglo-Irish landlord Henry Peirce, 1885–1918, English cricketer Henry Stratford Peirce, died 1833, Irish writer Isabella Augusta Peirce, best known as Lady Gregory, 1852–1932, Anglo-Irish playwright, poet, translator and chatelaine Leanne Peirce, born 1988, South African rower Sarah Peirce, fluid, 1899, Irish women's rights activist William Peirce, ca. 1728–1802, Irish volunteer. Party Going is the third studio album by American indie pop group Future Bible Heroes. Future Bible Heroes member and lead songwriter Stephen Merrick was inspired by the B-52's 1981 album Party Mix to create Party Going, conceived as a party album that only just happens to be largely about drunk suicide, aging, death, loss, and despair. The Elizon's group was an archaeological group culture during the first part of the Middle Neolithic period in western Slovakia, Ispies, Transdanubia, adjacent Austria, southern Moravia, and southern and southeastern Poland. It arose from the linear pottery culture. The group is named after finds made in Pułki Pecek, now part of the village of Sykonica, which was part of Elizarsk in 1986 to 1992. The excavation archite was deposited in Elizarsk when discovered. State Route 157 SR 157 is a 39.1-mile-long 62.9 kilometers state highway that travels south to north through portions of Chautauqua, Walker, and Dade counties in the northwestern part of the U.S. state of Georgia. WBLH/W283cc 92.5 and 104.5 FM. Called Tunes is a mix-formatted radio station in Black River, New York. The station's license is currently held by Radioactive, LLC controlled by Randy Michaels. However, under a local marketing agreement, WBLH is operated by Intrepid Broadcasting. Intrepid ultimately plans to buy the station outright. The station first went on the air in July 2008 and had a format much more diverse than their format now. Anything from 1930s music onward to television theme songs were played. In August 2008 the station assumed its current format. The station now features many genres of music and often uses the catchphrase, Tunes 92.5, we play it all. Personalities include Adam Cornell, Pam Summers and Johnny Keaton Tunstall. Vre is a commune in the Moselle department in Grand Est in northeastern France. The Bristol Omnibus Company was the dominant bus operator in Bristol, and was one of the oldest bus companies in the United Kingdom. It ran buses over a wide area of Gloucestershire, Somerset, Wiltshire and neighbouring counties. Passer Pigger is a 1965 Danish comedy film directed by Sven Methling and starring Helle Rønner. Swiss Chalet is a Canadian chain of casual dining restaurants founded in 1954 in Toronto. As of 2008, there are over 200 Swiss Chalet restaurants in Canada. Swiss Chalet is among the holdings of Carrot Operations, which also owns the fast food chain Hardee's. Swiss Chalet and Hardee's franchises share many locations. Swiss Chalet franchises include a variety of points of sale. Swiss Chalet locations generally include a dining room, a take-out counter, and delivery. Some feature drive-through windows while other locations in certain urban areas are only take-out counters and are more akin to fast food restaurants. The brand also has an online food ordering system. Carrot Operations retails signature Swiss Chalet sauce, gravy, and marinades as powdered mixes in Canadian supermarkets. There was only one Swiss Chalet in Puerto Rico, until it later closed in 2011. The Ministry of Transport and works as a cabinet position in Jamaica responsible for regulating and developing Jamaica's transport system. The ministry is also responsible for construction. The current minister is Michael Henry. Incretins are a group of metabolic hormones that stimulate a decrease in blood glucose levels. Incretins are released after eating and augment the secretion of insulin released from pancreatic beta cells from the islets of Langerhans via blood glucose-dependent mechanism. They also slow the rate of absorption of nutrients into the bloodstream by reducing gastric emptying and may directly reduce food intake. They also inhibit glucagon release from the alpha cells from the islets of Langerhans. The two main candidate molecules that fulfill criteria for an incretin are the intestinal peptides glucagon-like peptide 1 GLP-1 and gastric inhibitory peptide, also known as glucose-dependent insulinotropic polypeptide or GIP. Both GLP-1 and GIP are rapidly inactivated by the enzyme dipeptidylpeptidase 4-DPP. For both GLP-1 and GIP are members of the glucagon peptide superfamily. Many factors stimulate insulin secretion, but the main one is blood glucose. Incretins, especially GIP and GLP-1, secreted, respectively, by K and L cells in the gut are also important. Rank and Dale's Pharmacology 2015. GLP-1 7-36 amide is not very useful for treatment of type 2 diabetes mellitus, since it must be administered by continuous subcutaneous infusion. Several long-lasting analogs having insulinotropic activity have been developed, and 3 exonotide biotop and liraglutide victose plus exonotide extended release by Jerome have been approved for use in the U.S. The main disadvantage of these GLP-1 analogs is they must be administered by subcutaneous injection. Another approach is to inhibit the enzyme that inactivates GLP-1 and DPP-4. Several DPP-4 inhibitors that can be taken orally as tablets have been developed. In mathematics, the Cantor double is a Jordan-super algebra structure on the sum of two copies of one's own algebra. It is named after Isaiah Cantor, who introduced it in Cantor 1990. Waterford Railway Station is located on the North Coast Line in New South Wales, Australia. It serves the town of Waterford, opening on April 12, 1915 when the line was extended from Terrier. It was the terminus of the line until it was extended to Kempsey on December 3, 1917. The present station building was erected in 1990. Antiochus modulata is a moth of the Depressariidae family. It is found in Brazil, Guyana, and French Guiana. The wingspan is about 17 millimeters. The forewings are brownish with the base narrowly suffused with dark fuscose, and beyond this an ochre spot beneath the coaster, surrounded with dark fuscose. That 1/4 of the coaster is a dark brown spot becoming blackish on the coaster, where the regular dark fuscose line runs to a triangular dark fuscose blotch in the middle of the dorsum. There is a dark brown elongate triangular blotch extending on the coaster from 2/5 to 3/4, posteriorly limited by the blackish line edge posteriorly with whitish suffusion, rather regularly curved outwards on the upper half, abruptly situate in the middle, then running straight to the cornus. Between the and the dorsal blotch is a yellowish spot edged above with blackish, and there is also a transverse dark busco spot on the end of the cell, surrounded with some whose whitish suffusion. Beneath this an indistinct dark busco line runs from the apex of the coastal blotch to the dorsal blotch, and there are some whitish yellowish suffusion joining the white margin of the coastal blotch towards the apex of the wing. There is a series of blackish partially connected marks around the posterior part of the coastal instrument, anteriorly whitish edged. The hindwings are blackish gray. The 2007 Australian Performance Car Championship was a CAMP-sanctioned national motor racing championship organized by GD Performance Racing I Limited. It was the third championship to be contested under the Australian Performance Car Championship name, with similar titles having been contested in both 2003 and 2004 as the Australian GT Performance Car Championship. The 2007 championship was won by Garrett Young, driving Mitsubishi Lancer EVOVI-IDARS. Thomas C. Atkinson, born 1824, date of death unknown, was a Union Navy sailor in the American Civil War and a recipient of the U.S. military's highest decoration, the Medal of Honor, for his actions at the Battle of Mobile Bay. Isorine spinosus, also known as the zucchini catfish, is a species of Loricariidae endemic to western Ecuador. This species grows to a length of 56.5 cm, 22.2 in TL. Mario Aldo Montano, born May 1, 1948, is an Italian fencer. He won gold and silver medals in the team saber at 3 different Olympic Games. Vivian Jacques, born 1977, is a Brazilian handball player. She was born in Rio de Janeiro. She competed at the 2000 Summer Olympics in Sydney, where the Brazilian team placed 8th, and also the 2004 Summer Olympics in Athens and at the 2008 Summer Olympics in Beijing. Charles J. Suck was an 18th century composer, oboist, and flautist who was active in London during the 1780s. The European magazine described him as proficient on both the oboe and the German flute. He is particularly remembered for his trio number 1 in C major. Georgina de Albuquerque, born Georgina de Mora on Broadby Tobit, Sao Paulo 1885, Rio de Janeiro, 1962, was an impressionist painter in Brazil. She was known for her interest in female subjects. Her husband Lucilio was a noted painter in his own right, and the two are strongly associated with each other. Martin Gruber, born May 29, 1983, in Salzburg, is an Austrian drummer and multi-percussionist. In 2007, he was awarded the Leonard Bernstein Award of the Schleswig-Holstein Music Festival, and in 2010 won the WBR Preis des Jahres Musicals Deutschland, a prize of the Stiftung WBR Foundation. He was one of the presenters of the Eurovision Young Musicians 2012, held in Vienna. 3 years later, he performed again in Vienna as an interval act in the Eurovision Song Contest 2015. Anthony Dean, born April 22, 1991, is an Australian BMX cyclist. He competed in the men's BMX at the 2016 Summer Olympics. Dean presently lives in San Diego. In January 2016, he fractured his collarbone during training. Dragi Sedano, Macedonian, Pod C.O., born February 13, 1961 in Skopje, is a retired Macedonian football player who played for FK Koverdak, Hajduk Split, FK Vardar and Ethnikos Asteras. Petrophila laurentialis is a moth in the Crampidae family. It was described by Schaus in 1924. It is found in the North Saharan Desert. In medicine, hyperspermia is a condition in which the male has an abnormally large ejaculate or semen volume. Males with hyperspermia usually have higher sex drive than males that do not. It is the opposite of hypospermia, and is generally defined in humans when the ejaculate is over 5.5 milliliters. Average output of hyperspermia males range from 5 to 50 milliliters per ejaculation, and it can be produced over multiple ejaculations in a single sexual session. 3% of males are able to have multiple ejaculations over any given time. Calidera submetopta is a species of beetle in the family Cerebricidae. It was described by Blair in 1933. The 1995 Southwest Conference baseball tournament was the league's annual postseason tournament used to determine the Southwest Conference's SWC automatic bid to the 1996 NCAA Division I baseball tournament. The tournament was held from May 18 through May 21 at Golson Field on the main campus of Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. The number 1 seed Texas Tech Red Raiders went 3-1 to win the team's first SWC tournament under head coach Larry Hayes. University rowing in the United Kingdom began when it was introduced to Oxford in the late 18th century. The first known race at a university took place at Oxford in 1815 between Brasenose and Jesus, and the first inter-university boat race between Oxford and Cambridge was rowed on June 10, 1829. Today, many universities have a boat club, and at some collegiate universities, Oxford, Cambridge, Durham, and London, each college has its own club as well as a main university club. In contrast to the Oxford/Cambridge/Durham colleges, London colleges are members of British universities and colleges sport in their own right, and thus compete in inter-university competitions. In Scotland, the rowing clubs of Glasgow University and Edinburgh University initiated an annual race in 1877, making this competition the second oldest in the United Kingdom. Competitive university rowing in Northern Ireland began in the 1930s with the formation of Queen's University Belfast Boat Club in 1931, whose first inter-varsity races were a triangular tournament against Glasgow and UCD in 1934-35, and who entered the Wiley Cup, which had been running between Irish universities since 1922. From 1937 to 38, the Welsh boat race began in 2006. A 2016 article identified 6 university clubs which dominate rowing among higher education institutions: Oxford Brookes, Imperial College, London, Newcastle, Durham and Reading. With the exception of Reading, these are all designated by British Rowing as high-performance programs, the scheme that also involves Edinburgh as well as 3 non-university clubs. Richard Person, December 25, 1759, September 25, 1808, was an English classical scholar. He was the discoverer of Person's law. The Greek typeface Person was based on his handwriting. Lock on Main BK 1 in Million was an Indian television series, which premiered on Star Plus in August 2012. The program depicts real-life stories narrated by Pooja Gore. The opening theme is composed and sung by Sukhwinder Singh, whilst the lyrics have been written by Guldar. Acrobaces eva is a species of snout moth in the genus Acrobaces, found on Sumatra. It was described by Rosler and encyclopedia in 1981. Mr. Proudfoot Shows a Light is a 1941 British World War II public information propaganda short film, directed by Herbert Mason and produced by Edward Black for 20th Century Fox. The film had a number of well-known actors of the period, featuring British film and stage actors, Sidney Howard and Wally Watson. Mr. Proudfoot Shows a Light was commissioned by the Ministry of Information and was designed to emphasize, in a humorous manner, the need for absolute adherence to wartime blackout regulations. A secondary consideration of the production was to present information in a way that would relieve the stress of civilians coping with nightly bombing raids in the Blitz. Gibson Lake is an indoor hike lake in the municipality of South Frontenac, Frontenac County in eastern Ontario, Canada. It lies within Frontenac Provincial Park. In Mahayana Buddhism, the icy Chantika is a deluded person who can't never attain liberation and nirvana. The era of steamboats on the Arrow Lakes and adjoining reaches of the Columbia River is long gone, but was an important part of the history of the West Kootenay and Columbia country regions of British Columbia. The Arrow Lakes are formed by the Columbia River in southeastern British Columbia. Steamboats were employed on both sides of the border in the upper reaches of the Columbia, linking port towns on either side of the border, and sometimes boats would be built in one country and operated in the other. Tributaries of the Columbia include the Kootenay River, which rises in Canada, then flows south into the United States, then bends north again back into Canada, where it widens into Kootenay Lake. As with the Arrow Lakes, steamboats once operated on the Kootenay River and Kootenay Lake. Mount Moon at 70 degrees 13's 65 degrees 7'E is a mountain just south of Mount Dart and 1 nautical mile to kilometers west of Mount Cardale in the Athos range of the Prince Charles Mountains in Antarctica. It was plotted from Australian National Antarctic Research Expedition's spare photos taken in 1965, and was named by the Antarctic Names Committee of Australia for P.J. Moonat, the radio operator at Mawson Station in 1967 and 1969, and a member of the Prince Charles Mountains Survey Party in 1969. Ponce de Leon / PNTs de Leon / Ponce de Leon, then is a town in Holmes County, Florida, United States. The population was 598 at the 2010 census, up from 457 at the 2000 census. From 2000 to 2010, the Ponce de Leon town population growth percentage was 30.9%. Moradpur block is a revenue block in the Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu, India. It has a total of 43 panchayat villages. It hosts the railway station, which is both an important link between the east of Chennai and west of Salem and Coimbatore, and in Dharmapuri district. Moradpur is also famous for the Singaradvilan temple. Moradpur is very important area in Dharmapuri. It has good educational background and many educational trusts were opened, namely Kondumatra HR Second School in Moradpur. Enterprise is the soundtrack for the first season of Star Trek, Enterprise. It features the opening title song, Where My Heart Will Take Me, sung by Russell Watson, alongside instrumental compositions by Dennis McCarthy. Blood Feathers are an American rock band from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They were formed in 2005 by Ben Dickey and Drew Mills. The current band consists of Dickey vocals, guitar, piano and Mills vocals, guitar, Clay Simmons bass guitar, Patrick Marshall drums, Sam Murphy guitar and Tracy Stanton saxophone, percussion, keyboard. Mark Church is a commentator for BBC London 94.9, reporting on all Surrey County Cricket Club's matches. He has been commentating on Surrey CCC matches since 2001. Since 2007 he has worked on Surrey TV, providing highlights, interviews and other features regarding Surrey CCC and other cricket in general. Church has also provided commentary for BBC London in other sports, including the London Broncos Rugby League team, and the Old London Racers, formerly of the Elite Ice Hockey League. Andrea Malatesta, November 30, 1373, September 28, 1416, was an Italian condottiero, a member of the Malatesta family of Romagna. He is also known as Malatesta di Cesena, the city he had inherited in 1385 from his father, Gioliotto, together with Servia and Bertinoro. In 1388 he was also recognized Lord of Fossombrone. In 1397 he fought for the Bolognesi, who sent him with 200 knights to support the Florentines against Gian Galeazzo Visconti, Duke of Milan. He pushed back Alberico di Barbiano's troops, and then moved to the defense of Mantua. He was however defeated by Jacopo Deccoli de Bern, who captured the city. The following year he sided with Braccio di Montoni, who was leading the party of exiles from Perugia, in the attempt to retake Mantua, which was now under Biorgo di Michelotti. Biorgo hired him for some operations in the Val Nocera. In 1398 Malatesta was made senator of Rome by Pope Boniface X, a position he held for some 1 year, driving some attacks on the Colonna family's lands. In 1399, as the Ghibelline party in the city had organized a plot against him, he confiscated their lands, including Verrocchio. In 1402, together with his brother Pandolfo, he went into the service of Galeazzo Maria Visconti, fighting in the expedition against Bologna and in the victorious Battle of Casallecchio. After the Duke's death, he was hired again by the Pope, and in 1403 he was able to expel the Visconti from Bologna, capturing the large booty in the following campaigns in the neighborhood. In 1404 he fought against Alberico di Barbiano, and in 1406 he seized Forlì. In 1408 Malatesta was hired by Giovanni Maria Visconti of Milan, with the task of countering Stefano Cane in the territory of Pavia. Back in Cesena, he allied with Niccolo I Giustici of Ferrara against the Lord of Parma, Ottobano Terzi, taking part in the latter's defeat at Medina by Museo Attendolo. Returned to Cesena. In 1413 he warred against Antipope John XXIII, who was backed by the aggressive new king of Naples, Ladislaus. After a failed attempt to conquer Bologna, he sided with Ladislaus in his capture of Rome. He shortly took part in the siege of Spoleto, which he quit to help Sforzar against Paolo Orsini. After other minor operations, Malatesta was hired by Perugia, which named him Capitano General, against Braccio di Montoni. However, He fell ill and was replaced by his brother Carlo Malatesta. He died in September 1416. His daughter Perisina was the second wife of Niccolo I Ideschi, Marquis of Ferrara. Stormar Idrettslag is a Norwegian multi-sports club based in Hamar. It has sections for ice hockey, team handball, association football and figure skating. Student of the Game is the sixth studio album by American hip-hop recording artist Norwegian. The album was released on April 16, 2013, under Platinum's business conglomerate and D1 Music. The album features guest appearances from French Montana, 2 Chainz, Lil Wayne, Pusha T, Pharrell, Pete Rock, Havoc, Jeremiah H., Mick Jones, Large Professor, Swizz Beatz, Freak One, Tech the 9 Northeast, Busta Rhymes and Scarface among others. Cordium, an enterprise software company, was formed by 9 major airlines and 3 aerospace manufacturers to provide supply chain solutions for the aviation industry. The company was created from the merger of Airline Initiative, their new code, and manufacturer-owned misheardpedia.com. Headquartered in Washington, D.C., United States, then Tysons Corner, Virginia, then Arlington, Virginia, provided the aviation industry with e-business solutions comprising supply chain management, e-procurement and engineering services. The founding owners of the company were Air France, American Airlines, Buffett Udrich, British Airways, Continental Airlines, Delta Airlines, Honeywell International, Iberia Airlines, Sabre Group, United Airlines, United Parcel Service and United Technologies. The company ceased business operations in February 2003, following the downturn in the aviation industry. More specifically, because American Airlines was unwilling to renegotiate the value of its percentage holdings to allow for a financial restructuring and additional investment from the other partner airlines. Belgarski is a village in Tel Aviv municipality, Lovich province, northern Bulgaria. The 63rd General Assembly of Prince Edward Island is the 63rd sitting of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island and the 37th since Confederation in 1873. The Assembly was elected on May 28, 2007 with the result of a change of government and a landslide for Robert G. H. Ives and the Liberals. Hooverville is an unincorporated community in the village of Richfield and the town of Erin in Washington County, Wisconsin, United States. The community was named after the previous parish St. Hubert's, now joined with St. Gabriel. Clusterbush may refer to clusterbush grow out of the river of North Rhine, Westphalia, Germany, tributary of the grow out clusterbush Swarthbach, the river of North Rhine, Westphalia, Germany, tributary of the Swarthbach clusterbush Therabay, the river of Lower Saxony, Germany, tributary of the Octum clusterbush Danube, the river of Bavaria, Germany, tributary of the Danube. The University of Arts of Cuba/Institute of Superior d'Art Callao was established on September 1, 1976, by the Cuban government as a school for the arts. Its original structure had three schools: music, visual arts, and performing arts. At present, the ISAM has four schools, the previous three and one for arts and audiovisual communication media. There are also four teaching schools in the provinces, one in Camarillo, two in Baldwin, and one in Santiago de Cuba. ISA offers pre-degree and post-degree courses, as well as a wide spectrum of brief and extension courses, including preparation for Cuban and foreign professors for a degree of Doctorate on Sciences in Art. Pre-degree education has increased to 5 careers: music, visual arts, theater arts, dance arts and audiovisual communication media. In 1996, the ISA established the National Award of Artistic Teaching, conceived for recognizing the life work devoted to art teaching. Clee was an English girl group whose members met on the television show Pop Stars, The Rivals, in 2002. Chloe Morgan, Nate Staines, Lindsey Brown, Emma Beard, and Amy Kersley decided to form a band after they were voted off the series. The name Clee is an acronym of the first letter of each member's forename. The 1914-15 Galgate Trotters men's basketball team represented Galgate University during the 1914-15 college men's basketball season. The head coach was Walt Hammond, coaching the Raiders in his second season. The team had finished with a final record of 11-4. The team captain was Herb Bensoni. L'Assomption is a provincial electoral district in the Lanaudière region of Quebec, Canada, that elects members to the National Assembly of Quebec. It includes the city of L'Assomption and parts of the cities of Repentigny and Torreón, as well as a few other municipalities. It was created for the 1867 election, and an electoral district of that name existed earlier in the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Canada and the Legislative Assembly of Lower Canada. In the change from the 2001 to the 2011 electoral map, it lost Seine-Sulpice and part of the city of Repentigny to the newly created Repentigny electoral district, but it gained Charlotte, Maine, and a different part of the city of Repentigny from Madison. It also gained the city of Tiffin, and the parish of Lapindia, as well as the part of the city of Assumption that it did not already have from Rousseau. It also gained part of the city of Treboni from Treboni electoral district. Guy the Archie Arnoldiana mutiny. Bench or bench is a species of Guy the Archie in the family Fabaceae, native to tropical western Africa from the Gabon, Republic of the Congo, Western Democratic Republic of the Congo, and northernmost Angola, Cabinda. Other common names include Zabir. It is a tree growing to 20 to 30 m tall, with a trunk 40 to 80 centimeters diameter. The wood is valuable, durable and moderately resistant to wood-boring insects, including termites. It is used for joinery, furniture, flooring, and decorative paneling. The Semi-Aesthetic is the second album released by the Semi-Aesthetic and is a re-release of their 2006 debut album, Building Homes from What We've Known. The album contains remastered and remixed versions of all of the tracks from their debut album plus 3 additional tracks. The Semi-Aesthetic was released on July 10, 2007. Boumet Fog District is a district of Hendifla Province, Algeria. New Beginnings High School is a secondary school located in Indianapolis, Indiana, which educates students in grades 9 to 12. It is an alternative public high school for students who are struggling at their home schools and need a fresh start. Students who attend New Beginnings are identified as high risk, usually having been expelled or otherwise removed for disciplinary reasons from the regular Indianapolis public school system. As of 2006, the school principal is Mr. Greg Allen. Other alternative schools in the area include Roberts Academy and Horizon Middle School. Bitshot Railway Station is a railway station located in the town of Bitshot, Sindh, Pakistan. Dr. Williams' pink pills for pale people was a late 19th to early 20th century patent medicine containing ferrous sulfate and magnesium sulfate. It was produced by Dr. Williams Medicine Company, the trading arm of G.T. Fulford and Company. It was claimed to cure chorea, referenced frequently in newspaper headlines as saying vitus dance, as well as locomotor ataxia, partial paralytic phi sciatica, neuralgia rheumatism, nervous headache, the after effects of la grippe, palpitation of the heart, pale and sallow complexions, and all forms of weakness in male or female. Shoot Out the Lights is the sixth and final album by British husband and white rock duo Richard and Linda Thompson. It was produced by Joe Boy and released in 1982 on his Hannibal label. A critically acclaimed work, all uses Mark Deckman noted that Shoot Out the Lights has often been cited as Richard Thompson's greatest work, and it's difficult for anyone who has heard his body of work to argue the point. This article is about a pianist Duke. See also King Misco I Lambert, Misco I the Fat Polish, Misco I OTC 1220. October 22, 1246 was a Duke of Autun race aborts from 1230 until his death, and Duke of Cauchy during 1234 to 1239 with his brother as co-ruler. He was the eldest son of Duke Casimir I of Autun by his wife Viola, probably a Bulgarian lady. Marie Paul van Eyck, born June 22, 1951, is a Belgian fencer. She competed in the women's individual foil event at the 1976 Summer Olympics. Her daughter, Emma Hymas, was also an Olympic athlete representing Canada in diving. The credence table is a small side table in the sanctuary of a Christian church which is used in the celebration of the Eucharist. Latin credens, bentis, believer. The credence table is usually placed near the wall on the apixal south side of the sanctuary, and may be covered with a fine linen cloth. It is sometimes tended by an acolyte or altar server, and contains on it the implements that are used in the Eucharistic celebration, which may include the bread and wine prior to their consecration, the bowl, perforated spoon, ewer and towel for the lavabo, and the ablutions after Holy Communion, etc. The wafers for the communion of the faithful may be stored in a ciborium, or host box, sometimes erroneously referred to as a pyx. The wine and water for the chalice will be in cruets. The chalice and paten, covered with their cloths and veil, see chalice cloths for details, may be placed on the credence from the beginning of the service until the offertory, at which time they are moved to the altar. Hadrian Berthius, born October 12, 1977 in Montevideo, is an Uruguayan goalkeeper currently playing for Mar Missiones in the Uruguayan Primera Division. The Riviera Capot is a river of Martinique. The Great Unknown, written by Hales Roll Martinez. Recorded by award-winning Filipino singer-actress Sarah Geronimo. It was released as the second single from Geronimo's platinum album of the same title. The song features the band Hale. The accompanying music video peaked at #1 on both Mix Philippines and MTV Pinoy charts. The song won Favorite Collaboration at the 2017 edition of Miss Music Awards. Kayakaka is a genus of flowering plants in the Rubiaceae family. It currently holds 23 species that are native to Florida, Texas, Mexico, Central America, much of South America, the West Indies, and the Galapagos. The type species for the genus is Kayakaka alb. It ranges from Florida to Paraguay and is cultivated as an ornamental. Universität Markt is a stop on the Bahnstadtbahn in Bonn, Germany. It is located directly beneath the Hauptbahnhof and runs parallel to the main building of the University of Bonn. The eastern entrance to the stop, which opens out onto Stockenstrasse, is unusual in that it uses a series of long ramps for access instead of the usual combination of stairs and escalators. USS Ensign SP-1051 was a United States Navy patrol vessel in commission from 1917 to 1919. Ensign was built as a private motorboat of the same name in 1914. In 1917, the U.S. Navy acquired her under a free lease from her owner for use as a section patrol boat during World War I. She was commissioned on September 17, 1917 as USS Ensign SP-1051 with boatswain's mate W.C. Mills, USNRF, in command. Assigned to the 3rd Naval District, Ensign performed submarine net patrol duties in New York Harbor until May 1918, when was transferred to the 9th Naval District for service on the Great Lakes. Arriving at Detroit, Michigan, on June 14, 1918, she patrolled until late in 1918, when the Edwell freezing over of the lakes brought the 1918 Great Lakes shipping season to an end. The Navy returned Ensign to her owner on January 30, 1919. Caballeros del Rio Spanish pronunciation. Caballeros Caballeros del Rio is a municipality located in the province of Leon, Castile and Leon, Spain. According to the 2010 census the municipality has a population of 481 inhabitants. Ronald Patrick Chico Markey, August 17, 1939, August 24, 2015 was a Canadian ice hockey forward. Maki played his entire National Hockey League (NHL) career with the Chicago Blackhawks, starting in the 1960-61 NHL season, and ultimately retiring after the 1975-76 season. He won one Stanley Cup with Chicago in 1961. He was the older brother of former NHL player Wayne Maki, who died of brain cancer in 1974. Robert Allinson (1735–1773) was a British architect from York. He designed Pencarrow House in Cornwall, a Palladian mansion built for the Molesworth family in 1765–75. Kakel is a German surname meaning tile. Notable people with the surname include Chris Kakel, born 1955, Australian former professional tennis player; Joseph Kakel, 1913–1983, Polish Boy Scoutmaster and politician; Marie Kakel, butcher, 1909–2008, American school teacher and last surviving resident member of the German Seventh-day Baptists religious community of the Ephrata Cloister. The 2013 season for Beaconsfield LDCM began in January at the Tour Down Under. As a UCI Pro Team, they were automatically invited and obligated to send a squad to every event in the UCI World Tour. The Ultimate Hits Collection is a compilation album by American pop singer Johnny Mathis that was released in 1998 by Columbia Records. In addition to offering several hit singles, the collection includes the first release of Brasil Equatorial do Brasil, a song that was originally recorded for his 1986 collaboration with Henry Mancini, The Hollywood Musicals, but not included in the final track selection. Pyrrhonism was a school of skepticism founded by Pyrrho in the 4th century BCE. It is best known through the surviving works of Sextus Empiricus, writing in the late 2nd century or early 3rd century CE. Bob Hewitt and Drew McMillan won the title, defeating Clark Gregner and the Hodes 6-3, 6-2 in the final. Jules Isaac, November 18, 1877, Brent, September 6, 1963. Aix-en-Provence was a well-known and highly respected Jewish historian in France with an impressive career in the world of education by the time World War II began. Internationally, Isaac was most well known for his tireless work after the war in the field of Jewish-Christian relations, culminating in his decisive key role in the origin of the groundbreaking Declaration Nostra Aetate during the Second Vatican Council. In the 1950s, Isaac had an international reputation for his work in Christian and Jewish relations. Hayes Ridge is a future neighborhood in southwest Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Subdivision and development of the neighborhood will be guided by the future Hayes Ridge Neighborhood Area Structure Plan (NASP) once adopted by Edmonton City Council. The neighborhood is named after Dr. Helen Hayes. Hayes Ridge is located within the Heritage Valley area and was the original Heritage Valley Neighborhood 11 within Heritage Valley Servicing Concept Design Brief (SCDB). It is bounded by the future Glenriding Ravine neighborhood to the west and northwest across Whiteman Creek, Anthony Kennedy Drive to the northeast, the future Paisley and Grayton Hill neighborhoods to the east, and the Chapelle neighborhood to the south. Hymenopsis hoopsii, formerly Dugoldia hoopsii, is a species of flowering plant in the daisy family known by the common names howl's claws and orange sneezeweed. It is native to the western United States, where it grows in habitats of moderate elevation, such as mountain meadows in the Rocky Mountains, Sierra Nevada, Southern Cascades, and other ranges. It has been found from Arizona, New Mexico, and Central California north as far as Montana and Oregon. Hymenopsis hoopsii is an erect perennial herb approaching 1 meter 40 inches in height, with smooth-edged leaves, oval on the lower stem and lance-shaped toward the top. The inflorescence bears several flower heads on erect peduncles, each lined with a base of hairy, pointed phyllaries. The flower head has a center of 1003 to 5 tiny disc florets fringed with 14 to 26 orange or yellow ray florets, each ray up to 3.5 centimeters 1.4 inches long. The fruit is an achene with a pappus of scales. The 1971 Oxford-Cambridge Rugby Union Tour of Argentina and Brazil was a series of matches played between July and September 1971 by a selection of British players of Oxford University AFC and Cambridge University RUFC. The mixed selection, formed also of many international players of British national team, student at Oxford and Cambridge universities, was arranged for this tour, the fourth after the historical 1948, 1956 and 1965 tours. The university team lost both the test matches against the Pumas. The year 1898 in architecture involved some significant architectural events and new buildings. The Downer houses are two sets of Second Empire Road houses that are back-to-back at 55 Adams Street and 19200 Central Street, Somerville, Massachusetts. Built c. 1880, they are among the first buildings of their type built in the city. The two groups were separately listed on the National Register of Historic Places on September 18, 1989 as Downer Houses Central Street and Downer Houses Adams Street. Ildar Ulimovich Rakhmatalin, born March 6, 1986, is a Russian racing driver currently competing in the Russian Circuit Racing Series. He previously competed in the TCR International Series and FIA European Rallycross Championship. Sir Balin Lee Savage, brother of Sir Balin from Northumberland, is a minor character mentioned in various Arthurian legends. His story is retold, along with his brothers, in the Ballad of Balin and Balin, Book II in Maloresly More d Arthur and by Alfred, Lord Tennyson in Idylls of the King. After Balin fought with Sir Lancer of Ireland and killed him in turn, causing Lancer's lover Columby to take her own life, which makes him destined to make the dolorous stroke, he went on to find his brother Balin, who was also in disfavor of King Arthur. Merlin foretold of a curse that was laid on the brothers by a damsel after Balin drew a magical sword from the damsel's guilt and failed to return it, thereby laying a fatal curse on him and the man he loves most. Balin, joined by his brother, decide to attack King Rents in order to regain their lost honor for King Arthur. The brothers succeeded in ambushing Rents en route to sleep with the Lady de Vance and brought the king before Arthur. Rensis' capture resulted in the forming of an alliance of 12 rebel kings, including King Rensis' brother, King Nero. The kings, most notably Nero and Lot, were captured or killed by Arthur with the help of Balin and Balin. After the battle, Balin comes across a cursed knight, guarding an island castle, who challenges all knights who approach. Balin slays the cursed knight at the gate, whereby falling under the same curse that holds him to protect the castle from any passers-by. Sir Balin eventually comes across the castle, and is told that he must joust with the guarding knight in order to continue his passage. Neither brother, however, recognizes that his opponent is his brother, Balin being in disguising red armor with an unrecognizable shield, Balin having been persuaded just before the battle to swap his own shield. The brothers end up fighting to the death, with Balin dying a few hours prior to Balin's own end. The brothers were buried together on the island by Merlin, who also left the infamous sword on the island later to be found by Galahad. In the H. White's The Sword in the Stone, Balin and Balin are the names of two hawks that the war meets in the muse. Balin is helpful and kindly, while Balin is more eager to see the war have a hard time. Bake Plateau National Park is a national park in the Bake Plateau, southeastern Gabon, covering 2,034 kilometers to 785 square miles. Due to its purported universal cultural and natural significance, it was added onto the UNESCO World Heritage tentative list on October 28, 2005. Franklin Hodge Glass, Sr. June 7, 1858. January 10, 1934 was an American Democratic politician, newspaper publisher and editor, and United States Senator designate from Alabama. State Route 149 SR 149 is a 23.7-mile-long, 38.1 kilometers state highway that runs south-north through rural portions of Telfair and Wheeler counties in the central part of the U.S. state of Georgia. The current license plate of the Darcy were issued in 2009. The signs are based on the layout of the Euro mark, but soft with 480-112 millimeters, something from European standard size 520-110 millimeters from. They show in the left margin the national flag of the Darcy and the distinguishing sign of CGO. The combination consisting of 4 numbers followed by 2 letters on the right side are located in a separate box, 2 digits indicating the detailed origin of the vehicle. In addition, located on the front windshield of the vehicle, the so-called third mark in the form of the 8453mm large stickers. It repeats the combination of signs and displays the chassis number of the vehicle. The number plates are produced by an offshoot of the German Duck AG and have various security features to make counterfeiting. For example, locale on all letters, the hologram foil labeled authentic. Similar measures are also found in the also produced by a license of Egypt and Kyrgyzstan. The license plates of the Democratic Republic of Congo, black and white, bear the Congolese flag. The symbol CGO, 4 figures, 2 letters and 2 numbers. This model has been applied since April 2009 and is built exclusively by a Congo, a subsidiary of the German company Hutch Movers, for a 10-year contract. Yusuf Barat Persian is a German-Afghan footballer who currently plays with XGL Tanasenjan/Ilshausen/Ista. Brasilsat B1 is a Brazilian communications satellite launched on August 10, 1994, by an Ariane rocket Model 44L at Guyana Space Center, which is located in Kourou, French Guiana. Persian, also romanized as Kut, is a village in Adbalfair's rural district in the Central District of Rampormas County, Khuzestan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 139 in 28 families. The corpo della nobiltà Italiana English body of the Italian nobility, sometimes indicated with the acronym CNI, is a private association established in 1957 in order to protect heraldic and nobility rights of Italian nobles after the Republican Constitution in force since 1948 ended the public recognition and safeguard of nobility titles, including the condition of noble without title. Susana Suzy Morris Chavez, born January 26, 1979, is a retired Mexican women's international footballer who played as a defender. She was a member of the Mexico women's national football team for 6 years. Born in the United States, Mora qualified to represent Mexico internationally through her parents. She was part of the team at the 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup. Clay Serby is a retired Canadian politician in Saskatchewan. He previously served as the province's deputy premier and minister of regional economic and cooperative development. On September 7, 2007, he announced that he would not be running in the 2007 provincial election. 1-2. Polidori Pina, born June 29, 1990, is a Kazakh stani race walker. She competed in the women's 20 kilometers walk event at the 2016 Summer Olympics. The diplomatic history of Australia covers the events of Australian foreign relations. Peace Orchestra Reset is a remix album of the Peace Orchestra, featuring remixes by artists such as Cotton Project and TRVB Trio. released by Studio exclamation point K7 in 2002. Lois Toulson, born September 26, 1999, Huddersfield, UK, is a British diver. She competed in the women's synchronized 10-meter platform event at the 2016 Summer Olympics, having made her first senior international appearance at the 2015 European Championships. She also competed in the first European Games where she claimed gold. She closed her season with individual gold and silver medals at FINA Grand Prix events in Singapore and Malaysia. Campo de Almert is a football stadium in Zatirba in the autonomous community of Land of Valencia. It has a capacity of 9,000 to 1,000, of which are seats. It is the home ground of the Olympic de Zatirba, who play in the Valencian Regional Preferente. The pitch dimensions are 103 m x 63 m. The site has been a football field since the late 1920s or early 1930s and is the only home ground Olympic have used. Until 1960, the ground was very basic, consisting of a simple uncovered tribune on the east side of the ground and a single step around the pitch. In season 1960/61, leading player Richard was transferred to Sporting Gijón, and it is said that this money was used to build the popular terrace at the north end of the ground. Simple improvements to the terracing occurred during the 1980s, but the next major development was the building of a new covered main stand in 2000. Plastic seats and an electronic scoreboard were added in 2002, and artificial turf was installed in October 2005. The Klondike Open is a darts tournament that has been held since 1958 in Edmonton, Alberta. The tournament is currently ranked by Darts Alberta, National Darts Federation of Canada, World Darts Federation, and British Darts Organization. The organizing body is the Edmonton City Dart League, which has been in existence since 1946. Barbara Hafer, born August 1, 1943, is an American politician from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Initially a member of the Republican Party, she served as a member of the Allegheny County Board of Commissioners from 1984 to 1989, as the Auditor General of Pennsylvania from 1989 to 1997, and as the Treasurer of Pennsylvania from 1997 to 2005. Hafer explored the run for governor of Pennsylvania in 2002, but declined to run after the party rallied around Attorney General Mike Fisher. She went on to endorse Democratic nominee Ed Rendell and joined the Democratic Party in 2003. After leaving office in 2005, she considered running for several offices, but never did so. Worried About It Later is the second single to be taken from the Futurehead's second album, News and Tributes. It performed poorly in the charts, only reaching the chart position of number 52 in the UK singles chart. This was the last single released from the album because of the band's parting from record label 679. Schloss Lauterbach is a stately house in the village of Lauterbach, part of the municipality of Bergkirchen, Bavaria, Germany. Frederick James Tucker, Baron Tucker, P.C. May 22, 1888, November 17, 1975, was a British judge. Tucker was born in Pietermaritzburg and was educated at Winchester and at New College, Oxford. He was called to the Barnard Temple in 1914 and was commissioned into the Army as a lieutenant during World War I. After the war, he became the pupil of Rainer Goddard, later Lord Goddard, and joined his chambers. He was made King's Counsel in 1933. He was Recorder of Southampton in 1936 to 37, and became Justice of the King's Bench Division of the High Court between 1937 and 1945, receiving the customary knighthood upon his appointment. In 1945, Tucker presided over the trial of William Joyce, Lord Haw, for treason at the Central Criminal Court. Invested as a Privy Councillor on October 30, 1945, Tucker was Lord Justice of Appeal from 1945 to 1950, became an honorary Fellow New College, Oxford, in 1946. He was appointed Lord of Appeal in ordinary September 29, 1950, and was created a life peer with the title Baron Tucker of Great Bootham in the county of Surrey. In 1961, he retired as Lord of Appeal. Acroleophyes hetmeri is a moth of the Acroleopidae family. It is found from Connecticut and New Hampshire in the east, south to Tennessee, Alabama and Mississippi, and west to Illinois. The length of the forewings, 5 to 5.6 mm. Larvae have been reared on Smilax tamnoides. They skeletonize the underside of a leaf of their host plant from within a black, frank-covered silken tube, placed alongside the leaf vein. The larvae are pale green with a pale brownish yellow head. The Pantaloons are an English touring theatre company specializing in open-air productions of the plays of William Shakespeare. Their work draws from a wide variety of popular theatre traditions, and is often performed for free in public spaces. Jenny Ranch also. Jenny Ranch is an unincorporated community in Fresno County, California. It lies at an elevation of 407 feet, 124 meters. Kisasikli is a village in the district of Fik, Adana province, Turkey. The Pengo Hungarian pronunciation, PNGO, sometimes written as Pengo or Pango in English, was the currency of Hungary between January 1, 1927, when it replaced the koruna, and July 31, 1946, when it was replaced by the forint. The Pengo was subdivided into 100 filler. Although the introduction of the pengo was part of a post-World War I stabilization program, the currency survived for only 20 years and experienced the most serious hyperinflation ever recorded. Richard Kisaibote, born November 25, 1988, is a Ghanaian professional footballer who currently plays as a left back for TP Mazembe and the Ghana national team. Sales is a commune in the Doubs department in the Bourgogne-Franche-Comté region in eastern France. Chakonadhara is a census town in Horhat district in the state of Assam, India. Edward Sucher (1891–1947) was a renowned Polish chemist and engineer. He was rector of Lwów University of Technology from 1938 to 1939 and vice-rector of Wrocław University of Technology from 1945 to 1947. CSHA Canadian Centre for Climate Modelling and Analysis is part of the Climate Research Division of Environment Canada and is located at the University of Victoria, British Columbia. Its purpose is to develop and apply climate model to improve understanding of climate change and make quantitative projections of future climate in Canada and globally. Its seasonal forecasting system provides climate forecasts over Canada on time scales of months to years. Lars Jorgensen, born September 1, 1970, is an American former competition swimmer who represented the United States at the 1988 Summer Olympics in Seoul, South Korea. Jorgensen competed in the preliminary heats of the men's 1,500-meter freestyle, and finished with the 23rd best time overall 15:39.51. He is the brother of fellow Olympic swimmer Gam Jorgensen. In 1998 he set the swim course record for that leg of the Ironman World Championships in Kailua, Hawaii. As of 2015 the record still stands. Jamki is a village in the administrative district of Gminpoworo, within Prysuka County, Masovian Voivodeship, in east-central Poland. It lies approximately 12 kilometers 7 miles northeast of Prysuka and 89 kilometers 55 miles south of Warsaw. The village has a population of 40. Incheon is a part of Namsan, South Korea. It is a small town GUN located on the rail line between Namsan proper and Daejeon. It holds an annual Juju festival. Hanman University is located in Incheon. The 6 teams in this group played against each other on a home and away basis. The group winner Denmark qualified for the 17th FIFA World Cup held in South Korea and Japan. The runner-up Czech Republic advanced to the UEFA playoff and played against Belgium. A capillary hemangioma, also known as an infantile hemangioma, strawberry hemangioma, and strawberry needles is the most common variant of hemangioma, which appears as a raised, red, lumpy area of flesh anywhere on the body, though 83% occur on the head or neck area. These marks occur in about 10% of all births, and usually appear between 1 and 4 weeks after birth. It may grow rapidly, before stopping and slowly fading. Some are gone by the age of 2, about 60% by 5 years, and 90 to 95% by 9 years. Capillary hemangioma is a vascular anomaly. Capillary hemangiomas occur 5 times more often in female infants than in males, and mostly in Caucasian populations. Additionally, low birth weight infants have a 26% chance of developing a hemangioma. It is the most common tumor of orbit and periorbital areas in childhood. It may occur in the skin, subcutaneous tissues and mucous membranes of oral cavities and lips, as well as in the liver, spleen and kidneys. While this birthmark may be alarming in appearance, physicians generally counsel that it be left to disappear on its own, unless it is in the way of vision or blocking the nostrils. The 1914 Penn State Nittany Lions football team represented the Pennsylvania State University in the 1914 college football season. The team was coached by Bill Hollenbach and played its home games in New Beaver Field in University Park, Pennsylvania. The Black House is the third studio album by black metal band Creek. Darkland Records released the vinyl version with a bonus track, Coronation, and a poster limited to 500 blue copies. The corporate veil in the United Kingdom is a metaphorical reference used in UK company law for the concept that the rights and duties of a corporation are, as a general principle, the responsibility of that company alone. Just as a natural person cannot be held legally accountable for the conduct or obligations of another person, unless they have expressly or implicitly assumed responsibility, guaranteed or indemnified the other person. As a general principle, shareholders, directors and employees cannot be bound by the rights and duties of a corporation. This concept has traditionally been likened to a veil of separation between the legal entity of a corporation and the real people who invest their money and labor into a company's operations. The corporate veil in the UK is, however, capable of being lifted so that the people who run a company are treated as being liable for its debts, or can benefit from its rights, in a very limited number of circumstances defined by the courts. It generally only happens when there is wrongdoing by the people/person in control. This matters mostly when a company has gone insolvent, because unpaid creditors will wish to recover their money if they can prove wrongdoing by the people in control. Accardo is an Italian surname. Notable people with the surname include Jeremy Accardo, born 1981, American baseball player; Salvatore Accardo, born 1941, Italian violin virtuoso and conductor; Tony Accardo, 1906 to 1992, Italian-American mobster. Dennis the Menace and Gnasher, previously titled Dennis and Gnasher, and originally titled Dennis the Menace, is a long-running comic strip in the British children's comic The Beano, published by D.C. Thomson, of Dundee, Scotland. The comic stars the boy named Dennis the Menace and his Abyssinian wire-haired tri-count Gnasher. The strip first appeared in issue 452, dated March 17, 1951, and is the longest-running strip in the comic. The idea and name of the character emerged when the comic's editor heard a British music hall song with the chorus "I'm Dennis the Menace from Venice." From issue 1678 onwards, dated September 14, 1974, Dennis the Menace replaced by Fo the Bear on the front cover, and has been there ever since. Note: the UK version is dated March 17 but went on sale on March 12. Coincidentally, on March 12, 1951, another comic strip named Dennis the Menace debuted in the U.S. The two strips should not be confused. As a result of this, the US series has initially been retitled Dennis for UK audiences, while the British characters' appearances are often titled Dennis and Gnasher outside the UK. Dennis is the archetypal badly behaved schoolboy. The main recurring storyline throughout the years features his campaign of terror against a gang of softies, effeminate, well-behaved boys, particularly Walter. Walter finds himself in unfavorable circumstances on many occasions, although he sometimes gets the last laugh. Dennis the Menace and Gnasher was first drawn by David Law 1951–1970, then David Sutherland 1970–1998. David Parkins took over in 1998, but due to his other work commitments, Nigel Parkinson and Jimmy Hansen have drawn the lion's share of the strips for some years, and Parkins has not drawn Dennis since 2006. More recently, Tom Patterson has drawn some second Dennis strips for the comic's rear pages. Barry Appleby did the artwork for the Be No Superstars series, which, towards the end of its run, resorted mostly to strips based on the TV series. In 2011, he took over as Dennis's main artist. Upon the November revamp of the Be No, Nigel Parkinson took over as Dennis' artist as Barry Appleby had moved back to drawing new episodes of Roger the Dodger. During this revamp, Dennis was returned to his previous appearance and personality. Nigel Ochterlowny began writing for Dennis a month after and made Dennis and the other characters have wider personalities. Nigel Ochterlowny has proven to be a very popular writer since taking over Dennis. Dennis and Gnasher have remained mascots of the Be No. The women's 10-meter platform was one of 8 diving events included in the Diving at the 2004 Summer Olympics program. The competition was split into 3 phases. Preliminary round August 21st. Each diver performed 5 dives out of a group consisting of a front dive, a back dive, the reverse dive, an inward dive, a twisting dive and an arm stand dive. There were no limitations in degree of difficulty. The 18 divers with the highest total score advanced to the semi-final. Semi-final August 22nd. Each diver performed 4 dives out of a group consisting of a front dive, the back dive, the reverse dive, an inward dive, a twisting dive and an arm stand dive, all limited in difficulty degree. The 12 divers with the highest combined score from the semi-final and preliminary dives advanced to the final. August 22nd. Each diver performed 5 dives out of a group consisting of a front dive, the back dive, the reverse dive, an inward dive, a twisting dive and an arm stand dive. The final ranking was determined by the combined score from the final and semi-final dives. Jose Carlos Castillo, born August 8, 1992, is a Guatemalan football forward who plays for Chiapas in the Liga MX. Shut It is a song by The Damned, released as a single in September 1996 on Cleopatra Records. The song was released to promote the Knob of This Earth album, recorded by a new lineup which featured long-term members Dave Vanian and Rat Scabies, and new members Chris Dolly Moore guitar, Calendly Shaw guitar and Moose bass. The single was only released in the U.S. in 1997, just 1 year after the release of the single. Shut It was remixed by Paul Raven and released as Shut It Paul Raven Remix on Cleopatra's Industrial Mix Machine compilation. Matthew Watson may refer to Matthew Watson, footballer born 1976, former Essendon player. Matthew Watson, footballer born 1992, former Carlton player. Matthew Watson, political economist, professor of political economy. Matt Watson, born 1978, American baseball player. Matt Watson, footballer born 1985, US-based soccer player. Matt Watson, footballer born 1936, Scottish football player. Kilmarnock FC. Matt Watson, cricketer born 1987, English cricketer. Matt Watson, entrepreneur born 1981, American entrepreneur. Aerolaphia therascripta is a species of beetle in the family Cerebricidae. It was described by Breuning in 1969. In a state behind operation, a country places secret operatives for organizations in its own territory for use in the event that an enemy occupy that territory. If this occurs, the operatives would then form the basis of a resistance movement or act as spies from behind enemy lines. Small-scale operations may cover discrete areas, but larger stay-behind operations envisage reacting to the conquest of entire countries. Stay-behind operations of significant size existed during World War I. The United Kingdom put in place the auxiliary units. Partisans in Axis occupied Soviet territory in the early 1940s operated with a state-behind element. During the Cold War, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) and the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) sponsored stay-behind networks in many European countries, intending to activate them in the event of that country being taken over by the Warsaw Pact or if a Communist Party came to power in a democratic election. According to Martin Packard, they were financed, armed, and trained in covert resistance activities, including assassination, political provocation and disinformation. Many hidden weapons caches were found in Italy, Austria, Germany, the Netherlands and other countries, at the disposition of these secret armies. The most famous of these NATO operations was Operation Gladio, acknowledged by Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti on October 24, 1990. The United Kingdom's territorial army regiments of SAS and Admirable Artillery Company provided such stay-behind parties in the UK's sector of West Germany. Sam Alpert Lock Sabha constituency Obia is one of the 21 Lok Sabha parliamentary constituencies in Odisha state in eastern India. This constituency covers the whole Sam Alpert district and parts of Tiligar and Angle districts. Chirwana T-Arvina Vijay is a village in the administrative district of Gmin within Kasian County, Greater Poland Voivodeship, in west-central Poland. It lies approximately 3 kilometers 2 miles southwest of Kasian, 18 kilometers 11 miles southeast of Kasian, and 51 km 32 miles south of the regional capital Poznan. The lightweight web browser is a web browser that sacrifices some of the features of a mainstream web browser in order to reduce the consumption of system resources and especially to minimize the memory footprint. The tables below compare 19 lightweight web browsers. Several of them use a common layout engine, but each has a unique combination of features and a potential edge. The minimal user interface and serve, for example, does not have tabs, whereas a Cambrero can be driven with VI-like keyboard commands. 4 of the browsers compared links, W3M, links, and the links are designed for text mode and can function in a terminal emulator. Links has both a text-based user interface and a graphical user interface. W3M is, in addition to being a web browser, also a terminal pager. The Afon is a river in Powys, Wales. Afon is Welsh for river. It is a headwater tributary of the River Severn, which it joins at Llanidloes opposite a confluence with the Afon Clywedog. Its principal tributary is the Afon Brochen. The total length of the Bulas and Brochen is 19.6 kilometers. Other tributaries include Namsidros, the Ridica Widal Brook and Namtdine Wide. Vincent Flats, born July 5, 1994, is a Liechtensteiner international footballer who plays for FC Köln Fingen, having previously played for FC Vaduz and Swiss club Young Boys as a midfielder. St. Clair is a neighborhood in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the United States. The neighborhood was the last remnant of Lower St. Clair Township to be annexed by the city of Pittsburgh in 1920. Most of the St. Clair neighborhood was composed of St. Clair Village, the 556-unit public housing project owned by the Housing Authority of the City of Pittsburgh and built in the early 1950s. As of 2010, The housing complex was completely demolished, with the housing authority retaining the ground for possible future development of townhouses. There are no stores or other commercial businesses in St. Clair. It is a strictly residential community. There is, however, one church, lighthouse, cathedral, serving the community, as well as various social service agencies at work in St. Clair for the largely poor population. The Byrds were an American rock band that were formed in Los Angeles, California in 1964. Although the band only enjoyed the huge commercial success of contemporaries like the Beatles or the Beach Boys for a short period of time, 1965 to 1966, they were pivotal in originating the musical styles of folk rock, psychedelic rock, rock, and country rock. The band underwent several lined-up changes throughout its existence, with frontman Roger McGuinn remaining the sole consistent member of the group until their disbandment in 1973. The Byrds' discography was originally released on the vinyl format as full-length LPs, shorter EPs, and singles. Since the 1960s, the band's back catalog has also been released on reel-to-reel tape, audio cassette, 8-track tape, CD, minidisc, and, most recently, as digital downloads. Between 1965 and 1968, the Byrds' albums were released in both mono and stereo variations, with Sweetheart of the Rodeo being the first album to be released exclusively in stereo in the U.S. Sweetheart of the Rodeo and its follow-up Dr. Byrds and Mr. Hyde were both issued in mono and stereo configurations in the UK. The bulk of the band's releases were issued on Columbia Records for its subsidiaries, with a notable exception being their final studio album from 1973. This final album, titled Byrds, and its accompanying singles Full Circle, Things Will Be Better, and Cowgirl in the Sand were all released on Asylum Records. In addition, the band released a single under the pseudonym of the Beefeaters in October 1964 on Elektra Records, Pi Records in the UK before they had signed a recording contract with Columbia. The Byrds' albums began to appear on compact discs sporadically during the late 1980s and early 1990s, both on Columbia and on reissued labels like Edsel and PGO. Starting in 1996, all 11 of the band's Columbia studio albums were reissued on Columbia/Legacy in remastered editions with bonus tracks. This article lists all of the band's US and UK studio albums, live albums, official compilations, BPS, and singles. Releases originating from or exclusive to other international territories are not included. The British Rail Class 43 diesel hydraulic locomotives were built by the North British Locomotive Company NDL from 1960 to 1962. Conquistador Conqueror was the Portuguese entry in the Eurovision Song Contest 1989, performed in Portuguese by Vinci. The song reminisces about the former Portuguese colonial possessions worldwide. Lead singer Tier takes a role of the Portuguese state and sings that she has been to Brazil, Praia, Bissau, Angola, Mozambique, Goa, Macau and Timor, the last a reference to East Timor. The song was performed 9,000 a night, following the Norway's Britsnag with Vegners Narhead and preceding Sweden's Tommy Nilsson with Endak. At the close of voting, it had received 39 points, placing 16th in the field of 22. It was succeeded as Portuguese representative of the 1990 contest by Nuka with Hot Semper Alcadum. Sardawa is a village development committee of the Badly district of the Dhauladiri zone, situated in western Nepal. At the 1991 Nepal census, it had a population of 2,516 and 495 houses. Sardawa is situated in the southern part of Badly district. It is surrounded by Kusmishara, Damek, Pine Dante Pete, Frankani, Jively, Arjwal and Dynamar village development committees. It has one of the oldest high schools of Badly district. It has been a higher secondary school to not higher secondary school situated at Ward Number 6, Sardawa since 2006. Sardawa has 5 elementary schools in Malakha, Sisnur, Talimati, Damtamati, Garamati and Gan. People from Brahman, Chetri, Fakari, Makar, Sarki and Komi races live in Sardawa. All follow the Hindu religion. The population depends on rice, wheat, millet and corn production. 4 villages of Sardawa, Malakha, Sisnur, Ekrat, Tamata and Sardawa have been electrified from the full coal hydro project 25 kilowatts 1 Talimati from Talimati micro hydro and the rest from solar batteries. Part of Sardawa and Garamati and Damtamati are getting electricity from a hydro project in the neighboring Damek VDC. 2 branches of the motorway have been extended from Kusmishar through Sardawa. ID is written by Oviskar Sharma. Sardawa 5 Badlin. The 1951-52 Boston Celtics season was the sixth season of the Boston Celtics in the National Basketball Association (NBA). CIMHSM was a radio station which operated on 94.1 HD/FM in September Isles, Quebec, Canada. Broadcasting began in August 1980. The station was owned by Radio FM du Nord. Jose Alberto Torres Abro, born June 17, 1980 in Chicago, known professionally as Poemo, is an American Puerto Rican descent reggaeton recording artist. He was raised in Humacao, Puerto Rico. Before becoming a professional artist, he used to work as a handyman on Puerto Rico's Gulf del March Beach Resort. Arkansas Highway 117. They are 117. Highway 117 is a north-south state highway in Lawrence County, Arkansas. The route of 16.54 miles, 26.62 kilometers runs from a junction of Highway 25 and Highway 230 in Strawberry North across U.S. Route 63/412 U.S. 63/412 to 3rd Street in Black Rock. The Shadow de la Cella, also named Shadow de la Celestine Cloud or the Petty Shadow, is located in the commune of La Celestine Cloud in the French department of White France, southwest suburbs of Paris, 6 kilometers north of Versailles. It is owned by the Ministère des Affaires étrangères, the French Foreign Office. Varies. Grotto announced sharing is an underground cave in the village of Zergris, Gozo, Malta. It was discovered by local resident Anthony Ferry in 1923 or 1924 while digging a well under a private house. Varies. Grotto is not far from another underground feature, News Cave. The grotto is larger than News Cave. It contains various calcified formations, including stalactites and stalagmites. some of which resemble a tortoise, a vulture, giraffes or elephant's ears. Some other formations which develop as a result of the calcification of tree roots can also be seen. The entrance to the cave is down the tandem spiral staircase, built into the original well shaft. The cave was extended during World War I when the family used it as an air raid shelter. Today, the cave is illuminated by electric lights and is open to the public with tours being given by the owners of the house. Shown Dahl Remark, born September 9, 1959, is a Belgian former swimmer. She competed in for events at the 1976 Summer Olympics. Habib Maiga, born January 1, 1996, is the Ivorian footballer who currently plays for Saint Etienne in the Ligue 1. Blakiston is a road transport and warehousing company founded in Geelong, Victoria, Australia in 1889. New Woodstock is a hamlet in the town of Casonovia, Madison County, New York, United States. The zip code is 13,122. Bob, I watched the pen name Ottoman Turkish. Mullahs of the Ottoman Turkish poet Mahmud Abd el-Baki 1526, 1600. Considered one of the greatest contributors to Turkish literature, Baki came to be known as Sultan of Swat or Sultan of Poets. Francisco's fight is the name commonly given to an alleged skirmish between the detachment of Tarleton's raiders and Peter Francisco, a Continental Army soldier with a long service record, during the American Revolutionary War in July 1781. The skirmish, which is only known to be documented by Francisco, resulted in the death of at least one man and the wounding of several others. Later historical accounts of the skirmish embellished the story with details not present in the documentary record. Henry Churchill King, 1858 to 1934, was an American Congregationalist theologian, educator, and author. At Oberlin College from 1884, he taught in mathematics, philosophy, and theology. From 1902 to 1927, he was president of the college. With a tenure of 25 years, he holds the distinction of being Oberlin's longest-serving president. In 1919, he served on the King-Crane Commission, whose recommendations on the fair and just disposition of non-Turkish areas of the Ottoman Empire, Swamp of Burmese, pronounced Camp Prime DIFC 1430. The International Renewable Energy Agency (IRENA) is an intergovernmental organization to promote the Jerry Wemple. Arthur Gerard Wemple is an American poet. Wemple was born in 1960. Monument to Duke Therabisi is a monument in Belgrade, Serbia, featuring the sculpture of the 5.14 was an Italian long-range maritime strategic reconnaissance float. Bruce J. Gethard, born 1949, over 50, is an American former Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) special agent who served as Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The son of Bob Gethard, also an FBI agent and special agent in charge. He was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and attended Western Illinois University and Sam Houston University, earning a master's degree in criminology from the latter. He joined the FBI as a special agent in 1974. Prior to his service as Deputy Director, he had served as special agent in charge of the Phoenix Division and San Francisco divisions of the agency. In May 2002, he was appointed by Director Robert Miller as Executive Assistant Director for Criminal Investigations. He served in the position until August 2002 when he was appointed Deputy Director. Gethard retired from the FBI as Deputy Director in 2004. Following his retirement from the FBI, he was hired by MGM Mirage in November 2004 as Senior Vice President of Global Security, overseeing security at MGM Mirage Properties. He was awarded the FBI Medal of Valor in 1976. The FBI's highest honor for heroism, for actions taken as a special agent during a plane hijacking at the Denver airport on April 18, 1976. Gethard and a partner, who had been stationed on a plane in which they hijacked had taken hostages, opened fire on the hijacker, killing him in the process and saving the hostages. Pyracanthium is a spider species found in France. Richard Day, along February 6, 1926. January 27, 1991 was an American first baseman in Major League Baseball with the Pittsburgh Pirates, St. Louis Browns, Chicago Cubs, San Francisco Giants, New York Yankees, and the Washington Senators between 1951 and 1963. He batted and threw left-handed. The native of Springfield, Missouri, long turned down an offer from the Green Bay Packers to play football, opting instead to play baseball. Andrea Dotti, 1256, Fin Borgo San Sicolo, Tuscany, Italy. August 31, 1315 in Borgo San Sicolo was an Italian survived creature. Built in gray stone, 1913, 2001. Nabel was an Australian botanist who specialized in bright algae. She was an author, collector, and researcher of Australian mosses, the subject on which she lectured and wrote. Stone had graduated from the University of Melbourne by 1933 with a degree in science, but did not begin her work on bright algae until around 20 years later. In 1953 she published a description of a new species, Physis gym in the Carpus, and continued to contribute to moss taxonomy. She is noted for keen observation and attention to often small and overlooked moss species, and for her contributions to their taxonomy. Stone is credited with significantly increasing knowledge of mosses in Australia, especially those in Queensland. Showtime is a type of performance like feet, flash, pole dancing done as a busking routine using handholds installed inside New York City subway cars. Showtime includes acrobatic flips, hat and shoe tricks, and pull tricks. Estimates have placed the number of Showtime dancers in the low hundreds. Light feet, the type of dance that emerged from Harlem and the Bronx, succeeds breakdancing flash benoing emerging in the 1980s. It is often done to 100 BPM tracks. Some hip-hop dancers on the subway have looked down on common life feet moves used by other buskers. In March 2014, New York City Police Commissioner Bill Braff announced that the New York City Police Department would, under the broken windows theory philosophy, prosecute quality of life crimes against Showtime and Subway dancers for breaking the MTA's policy against performing and panhandling on the trains, citing that performances have been on the upswing since 2008. Performers have been arrested for reckless endangerment. In January 2015, the top launched a publicity campaign, Courtesy Counts, Manners Make a Better Ride, including the anti-Showtime slogan, "Polls are for your safety, not your latest routine," alongside their advertisement against man-spreading, pole hogging, and public nail clipping. One Collective, Watchful We Are Family for Life Entertainment has been repeatedly profiled by media, including one of its members appearing on Season 8 of America's Got Talent. Mesocaries is a genus of moths belonging to the Tortriaceae family. Volkswagen was a Norwegian black metal band that was active from 1996 to 2007. The name Norwegian is a reference to the resurrection of Jesus. Volkswagen played atmospheric, epic black metal with keyboards and folk melodies. Their self-titled EP was produced by Steinar Staff of Dim Bordir and gained worldwide appreciation. Despite releasing only an EP, Volkswagen's influence on the unblack metal scene was significant because they were one of the key bands to change the dominating anti-Satanism lyrical theme led by the genre founder Horde to a more philosophical and emotional direction. Volkswagen were co-headliners with Antigus at Swedish End Time Festival in 2007. The Latin American Poker Tour LAPD started in May 2008, is a major poker tour in Latin America. The LAPD is sponsored by poker stars, like its counterparts. The European Poker Tour 2004, Asia Pacific Poker Tour 2007, and North American Poker Tour 2010. Memoirs of a Cavalier 1720 is a work of historical fiction by Daniel Defoe, set during the 30 Years' War and the English Civil Wars. The full title, which bore no date, was Memoirs of a Cavalier, or a military journal of the wars in Germany and the wars in England, from the years 1632 to 1648. Written 60 years ago, by an English gentleman, who served first in the army of Gustavus Adolphus, the glorious King of Sweden, till his death, and after that in the royal army of King Charles I, from the beginning of the rebellion to the end of the war. Mount Yeramoto Date is located in the Hidaka Mountains, Hokkaido, Japan. Rodney Servo, born June 15, 1990, is a Danuatun footballer who plays as a midfielder for Fujiwara. He made his debut for the national team in November 2015 in their 2-1 victory against Fiji. Sant Laurent Propaga is a Benedictine monastery in Catalonia, Spain. The Romanesque building is located near Guardiola de Bergadà in Comarca Bergadà. The Thomas Kilman conflict mode instrument TKI is a conflict-style inventory, which is a tool developed to measure an individual's response to conflict situations. Oakdale High School is a high school located in the Oakdale Joint Unified School District in Oakdale, California, United States. The mascot is the Mustang. The school serves students in grades 9 through 12. LM 4902 Seagull Oregon 60033 Seagull, and it was renumbered under British Railways, was one of 35 Doncaster-built LM Class A Ford Fleet Pacific steam locomotives. It entered service on June 28, 1938 and was withdrawn on December 29, 1962. Like her famous sister misheard, Seagull was one of only 4 of the A4 Pacifics built with a double chimney and double coil shaft blast pipe from new, the rest of the class acquiring it in the late 1950s. 4902 Seagull was based at King's Cross and ran on the London Metro line. When British Railways were nationalised and the LM-A4s were renumbered, 60,033 Seagull and 2 of her sisters E22 misheard and 60,030 for Lord Carrington were used for the 1948 locomotive exchange trials. Seagull was used on the XGWR main line between London and Devonshire. Though Seagull didn't perform as well as the GWR locomotives which had been designed for that stretch, she performed better in misheard and better than the SR and LMS competition. 60,033 Seagull was withdrawn from King's Cross Top Shed on December 29, 1962. She was broken up for scrap at Doncaster Works on January 23, 1963. Joanna-Jesh Transport Corporation (JJT) is one of the largest city bus companies in the Philippines. Dubbed the Twin Sisters because of the company name fused together, it plies routes from Food Terminal Incorporated FDI Complex, Taguig City to Native City. Batam Kalakute Persian, also romanized as Batam Kalakute, also known as Batam Kala and Batam Kalukute, is a village in Acucaris Rural District, Nobaran District, Sabay County, Marquez Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 273, in 91 families. The River Orwell flows through the county of Suffolk in England. Its source river, above the tidal limit at Stoke Bridge, is known as the River Chipping. It broadens into an estuary at Ipswich, where the Ipswich dock has operated since the 7th century, and then flows into the North Sea at Felixstowe after joining with the River Stour at Chilly. The large Orwell Bridge carries the A14 trunk road over the estuary to the south of Ipswich. George Arthur Palmer, June 5, 1897. June 1, 1962 was an English cricketer active in first-class cricket in 1928, making 9 appearances as a right-arm fast-to-medium bowler for Warwickshire. Palmer made his debut in first-class cricket when he was selected to play for Warwickshire in the county championship against Glamorgan at Edgbaston. He made 8 more appearances in that season, playing his final match for Warwickshire against Leicestershire. He bowled with little success in his 9 first-class matches, taking 8 wickets at an expensive average of 56.25, with best figures of 2 over 21. As a batsman, he scored 87 runs in 10 innings, with a high score of 20. He died at Higham on the Hill in Leicestershire on June 1, 1962. Brendan O'Neill may refer to Brendan O'Neill, businessman, born 1948, British business executive. Brendan O'Neill, journalist, British journalist. Brendan O'Neill, musician, born 1951, Belfast, Irish musician, drummer of the late Rory Gallagher Band and now 9 Below Zero. Brendan O'Neill, writer, producer, Birmingham, UK-based screenwriter and film producer. Massage is a form of touch that is used in partner massage. It involves using the fur glove to touch one's partner in an attempt to arouse. In therapeutic usage, professional boundaries do not permit that the therapist giver be emotionally involved in a massage. Fur massage mitts are sometimes recommended by professionals as a sensual toy rather than sexual toy. Use of fur gloves for massage is considered a safe sex practice by the Institute for Advanced Study of Human Sexuality. Couples employ fur massage to focus their attention on the importance of touch and to sensitize specific areas of the skin. Couples use fur massage to stimulate the lymphatic system by exciting the skin. While traditional massage requires strong tissue rubs and technical expertise, fur massage stirs the imagination and highlights the erotic nature of touch. Special mitts are available. General LP Ballot RWP, RSP, VSV, USP. VSV was the 16th commander of the Sri Lankan Army. He was appointed on August 25, 2000 until June 30, 2004. He was succeeded by Shanthakadagodaya. Proulea is a species of moth of the Tortricidae family. It is found in Bolivia. The California State Integrated Regional Water Management (IRWM) planning is the process that promotes bringing together and prioritizing water-related efforts in the region in a systematic way to ensure sustainable water uses, reliable water supplies, better water quality, environmental stewardship, efficient urban development, protection of agriculture, and a strong economy. IRWM incorporates the physical, environmental, societal, economic, legal, and jurisdictional aspects of water management into regional solutions through open and collaborative stakeholder processes to promote sustainable water use. Administered by the California Department of Water Resources and California State Water Resources Control Board through bond-funded grant programs. IRWM encourages the development of integrated regional strategies for management of water resources by providing funding through competitive grants. Al-Butayha Arabic was a Palestinian Arab village in the Safad subdistrict. It was depopulated during the 1947–1948 Civil War in Mandatory Palestine on May 4, 1948 by the Palmishas 1st Battalion during Operation Magtate. It was located 13 kilometers southeast of Safad, quarter of a mile east of the Jordan River, a little northeast of the northern tip of the Sea of Galilee. Many of the inhabitants were forced into Syria. In 1945, the village had a population of 650. John Christian Dahl, born March 27, 1981, is a Norwegian cross-country skier who has competed since 2001. His best World Cup finish was second in 3 times between 2003 and 2008, all in the sprint event. Dahl is third in the 2008-09 World Cup sprint standings, entering the 5th Nordic World Ski Championships 2009 in Liberec, Czech Republic. On March 2, 2014, He won the annual long-distance cross-country ski race Vasaloppet in Mora, Sweden, as the fourth ever Norwegian skier to win. On March 6, 2016, he won it the second time with a time of 4 hours 8 minutes and 0 seconds, and on March 5, 2017, for the third time with a time 3 hours 57 minutes and 18 seconds. On April 10, 2016, he also won the men's edition of Norgesmesterskapet. Sattlerite angustispina is a moth in the Calichidae family. It was described by Pitkin and Sattler in 1991. It is found in the Pyrenees of France. The length of the forewings is 8.1 to 9 mm for males and 5.3 to 6.2 mm for females. The forewings lack the dark stripe along the fold and usually have irregular dark transverse bands. Adults are on wing from July to August. Melody Spivak is an American actress who has voiced English-language adaptations of Japanese anime shows. Pence is a small unincorporated community in Jordan Township, Warren County, in the U.S. state of Indiana. Milticristiplum delineata is a moth of the family Arabidae. It was described by Hampson in 1900. It is found on Sulawesi. Vinton Sings. Vinton is a 9-track collection of songs recorded by Bobby Vinton, all written or co-written by Vinton himself. It was released in late 1970. It contains 5 previously recorded songs and 4 new songs. The song Christy was written for Vinton's daughter Kristen, his second child. Misheardpedia.com is an online platform and suite of mobile apps that enables users to order from local restaurants and stores or on-demand delivery. The company currently has more than 1 million users and an online marketplace of more than 12,000 restaurants, wine and liquor stores, grocery stores, and laundry/dry cleaning providers. Headquartered in New York, Delivery.com offers service in cities across the United States, including Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. In 2014, Delivery.com expanded into Hong Kong as well. Leju is a commune in the Jura department in France, Cône in eastern France. Nuran Islands are a group of 2 islands in the archipelago of Bahrain, with a distance of 9 kilometers (5.6 miles) west of the capital, Manama, on Bahrain Island. HUTO or Hugo may refer to the Hugo and Band case. Archaeological sites in Iran. HUTO, the IHCO Code of Toro Airport, located in Uganda, the heart of the universe, a fictional energy source in the Marvel universe. The following radio stations broadcast on FM frequency 107.3 MHz. The Madam Chinese. Continue. Madam Saddle Dam is a concrete gravity barrage dam on the Dajia River in Heping District, Taichung, Taiwan. The dam is the final stage in a cascade of hydroelectric power plants along the Dajia River and is located below the Tianlong Dam. Built from 1992 to 1998, the dam is 16.3 meters (53 feet) high and 229.5 meters (753 feet) long, storing up to 965,000 meters (782 acre) for its reservoir. The service spillway of the dam consists of 9 gates with a combined capacity of 6,380 meters (3/s 225,000 cubic feet/s). The damp supplies water through a funnel to a 133.47 megawatt power station near Shin with two 66.735 megawatt turbines, generating 410.2 million kilowatt hours per year. Nijina Abdurrahman, born July 7, 1994, is his best tennis player. Abdurrahman has won 3 singles and A doubles titles on the ITF Tour in her career. On September 15, 2014, she reached her best singles ranking world number 145. On November 7, 2011, she peaked at world number 192 in the doubles rankings. Playing for Uzbekistan at the Federal Cup, Abdurrahman has a win-loss record of 10-12. Base is a multidimensional database management system (MDBMs) that provides a multidimensional database platform on which to build analytic applications. Base, whose name derives from spreadsheet database, with the E being added to make it easier to spell / pronounce, began as a product of Arbor Software, which merged with Hyperion Software in 1998. Oracle Corporation acquired Hyperion Solutions Corporation in 2007. As of 2009, it markets S-Base as Oracle S-Base. Until late 2005, IBM also marketed the product as Decibel's OLAP server. The database researcher E.F. Codd coined the term online analytical processing OLAP of the white hat that set out 12 rules for analytic systems in allusion to his earlier famous set of 12 rules defining the relational model. This white hat, published by Computer World, was somewhat explicit in its reference to S-Base features, and when it was later discovered that Codd had been sponsored by Arbor Software, Computer World withdrew the paper. In contrast to online transaction processing, OLAP defines a database technology optimized for processing human queries rather than transactions. The results of this orientation were that multidimensional databases oriented their performance requirements around a different set of benchmarks, analytic performance benchmark, APB1 than that of RDBMS, Transaction Processing Performance Council (TPC). Hyperion renamed many of its products in 2005, giving S-Base an official name of Hyperion System 90 Plus Analytic Services, but the new name was largely ignored by practitioners. The S-Base brand was later returned to the official product name for marketing purposes, but the server software still carried the Analytic Services title until it was incorporated into Oracle's Business Intelligence product suite. In August 2005, Information Age magazine named S-Base as one of the 10 most influential technology innovations of the previous 10 years, along with Netscape, the BlackBerry, Google, virtualization, voice over IP, VoIP, Linux, XML, the Pentium processor, and ADSL. Editor Kenny Murkiver said, Hyperion and Xbase was a multidimensional database technology that put online analytical processing on the business intelligence map. It has spurred the creation of scores of rival OLAP products and billions of OLAP cubes. Graham, BC Serbian, is a village in the municipality of Sokolac, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Armalet Persian, also Romanized as Armalet, is a village in rural district in the central district of Rabe County, German province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 65 in 14 families. The Token River is a tributary of the Van River in Romania. Jamil Kassouz, born in 1946, is a retired civil servant who worked for the French Council of State and the writer of social and philosophical works. He is the son of the Algerian politician Mohamed El Kassouz. The Cornoli were Celtic people of Iron Age and Roman Britain, who lived principally in the modern English counties of Cheshire, Shropshire, North Staffordshire, North Herefordshire, and eastern parts of the Welsh counties of Flintshire, Powys, and Wrexham. Their capital in pre-Roman times was probably the hill fort on the Ricon. Ptolemy's 2nd century geography names two of their towns, Davia Victrix, Chester, and Dyrrhoconium, or Nodion Proxeter, which became their capital under Roman rule. Their territory was bordered by the Brigantes to the north, the Corial Tovi to the east, the Dobunni to the south, and the Dacia and Ordovicius to the west. The people who inhabited the very north of the British mainland, modern Caithness and Cornwall, were also known by the same name, but according to mainstream or academic opinion, were quite separate and unrelated peoples. See List of Celtic tribes. The International School, Hokkaido City, American Academy IFHCMC. American Academy is an international school for middle and high school children ages 11 to 18 years old in Hokkaido City, Vietnam. IFHCMC. American Academy is one of 3 schools in Vietnam under the schools group Cognita, along with the International School Hokkaido City and International School Saigon Pearl. The Musone, Latin. Misco is a river in the March region of Italy. The source of the river is east of Maglica and south of Monte San Vicino in the province of Macerata. The river flows northeast near Cairo, Sicoli and Stafilo before crossing into the province of Pilatrano. The river then flows southeast and is joined by a tributary south of Ofimoti before curving northeast near Grado. Finally, the river empties into the Adriatic Sea north of Porto Recanati and south of Numana. The John J. Moran Medium Security Facility is a medium security state men's prison in Cranston, Providence County, Rhode Island, owned and operated by the Rhode Island Department of Corrections. The facility opened in 1992 and has an operational capacity of 1,006 prisoners. Chapgola Urdu is a village situated in the district of Gujarat, Pakistan. Penzberg is a city in the Wilhelmshaven district in Bavaria, Germany. It is located about 50 kilometers south of Munich and had a population of 16,262 in 2010. The historical mining town, Penzberg today is known for its pharmaceutical industries. John Nicholas may refer to John Nicholas Academic English Academic Administrator at the University of Oxford. John Nicholas Congressman 1764 to 1819, American politician. John Nicholas Footballer 1879 to 1929, British footballer. John Nicholas Blues musician. John Nicholas Judge of the Federal Court of Australia. John Nicholas Devise MP 1691 to 1746, Member of Parliament. MP for Devizes 1713 to 1715. John Spangler Nicholas 1895 to 1963, biologist. Sir John Nicholas 1624 to 1705, MP for Ripon 1661 to 1679. For Wilton, also elected for Wilton and Westloo in 1661. John Nicholas, the super awesome and super handsome lecturer at University in Jakarta, Indonesia. The toucan barbels are the small bird genus Sagmornice. This was often included in the paraphyletic barbels, but recently usually considered a distinct family Sagmornithidae. Alternatively, all barbels might be moved to the toucan family Rhamphastidae as a subfamily Sagmornithidae. It contains only two species, the toucan barbel S. rhamphastineus and the prong-billed barbel S. francii. Dana C. Chandler, Jr., also known as a Conjuro, born April 7, 1941, is a Black Power artist, activist and professor emeritus at Simmons College. Gian Christian is an Australian-born film and television producer, actor, writer, director and composer. He's known most recently for his work on the animated television series Get Ace. Christian is currently the CEO and co-founding partner of film, television and theatrical production company Galaxy Pop. At Galaxy Pop, Christian co-created and produced the television series Rock IT with his longtime collaborator and show-running partner Dinama Forson. The duo also created, wrote, directed and produced Network 10 animated series Get Ace, for which Christian also supplies the voice of a number of characters. Christian produced the Australian premiere production of the Broadway musical The Addams Family, which was nominated for a Helpmint Award. Christian was an inaugural judge of the AACTA Awards. The community of Latin American and Caribbean states Spanish, Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, CELAC, Portuguese, Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, French, Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos et Caribbeans, Dutch, Gemeenschap van Latijns Amerikaans en Caribisch Staten is a regional block of Latin American and Caribbean states thought out on February 23, 2010, at the Rio Group Caribbean Community Unity Summit, and created on December 3, 2011, in Caracas, Venezuela, with the signature of the Declaration of Caracas. It consists of 33 sovereign countries in the Americas representing roughly 600 million people. Due to the focus of the organization on Latin American and Caribbean countries, other countries and territories in the Americas, Canada and the United States, as well as the overseas territories in the Americas of France, overseas departments and territories of France, the Netherlands, Dutch Caribbean, Denmark, Greenland and the United Kingdom. British overseas territories are not included. CELAC is an example of a decade-long push for deeper integration within Latin America. CELAC was created to deepen Latin American integration and by some to reduce the significant influence of the United States on the politics and economics of Latin America. It is seen as an alternative to the Organization of American States OAS, the regional body that was founded by the United States and 21 other Latin American nations originally as a countermeasure to potential Soviet influence in the region. CELAC is the successor of the Rio Group and the Latin American and Caribbean Summit on Integration and Development (CALC). In July 2010, CELAC selected President of Venezuela Hugo Chavez and President of Chile Sebastián Piñera as co-chairs of the forum to draft statutes for the organization. Zlatorac municipality, Bulgarian, is a small municipality in Veliko Tarnovo province, central North Bulgaria, located in the area of the so-called pre-Balkan north of Staroplanina mountain. It is named after its administrative center, the town of Zlatorac. The municipality embraces a territory of 232.67 kilometers superscript with a population of 4,636 inhabitants, as of December 2009. The highest point in the area is Kolata Peak with 901 meters above the sea level. Gurpal Ravanksuli is a genealogical record of Nepalese monarchs. The arboreal splayfoot salamander or arboreal flat-footed salamander Iraptorotraton arboreus is a species of salamander in the family Plethodontidae. It is endemic to Mexico where it is found near its type locality near Tianguistengo in the Hidalgo as well as Mesa de Necaxa in the Puebla state, both in the eastern Mexico. Its natural habitats humid pine oak and cloud forests. It lives in bromeliads. It is threatened by habitat loss, deforestation and fragmentation. Diamond in the Back is a single released from the album Chicken and Beer by Ludacris. It is based on William Devon's Be Thankful for What You Got and samples it heavily in the Southern chopped and screwed format. It is produced by DJ Paul and Juicy J of 3-6 Mafia. This was Ludacris's first single to not hit the Billboard Hot 100's Top 40 and the Billboard Hot R&B/Hip Hop Singles and Tracks' Top 20. The 1985 UCI Track Cycling World Championships were the world championship for track cycling. They took place in Bassano del Grappa, Italy in 1985. 14 events were contested, 12 for men, 5 for professionals, 7 for amateurs and 2 for women. In the Kicking Horse Canyon, the Trans-Canada Highway traverses the Kicking Horse River over the new Park Bridge as it travels between Yoho National Park to Golden, British Columbia. This new bridge and the associated 10-mile hill section that was completed in 2007 provides an upgrade to the old roadway. Phytophthora causes bud rot of palms, fruit rot or kohl roga of coconut and areca nut. These are among the most serious diseases caused by fungi and molds in South India. It occurs almost every year in Malnad, Mysore, North and South Kamara, Malabar and other areas. Similar diseases of palms are also known to occur in Sri Lanka, Mauritius and Sumatra. The causative organism was first identified as Phytophthora by Butler in 1917. A Time for Miracles is a 1980 American made-for-television biographical drama film chronicling the life story of America's first native-born saint, Elizabeth and Bailey Seton. It was produced by ABC Circle Films for the American Broadcasting Company and telecast December 21, 1980 as a Christmas special. The film was created by Beverly Dean and directed by Michael O'Herlihy. The script was written by Henry Denker with collaboration with Sister Mary Hilaire and filmed in Georgia. A Time for Miracles starred Ryan Hope and Star Trek Voyager actress Kate Mulgrew as Elizabeth Seton. John Forsythe and Lorne Greene also starred. Gorzadolny GDLN is a village in the administrative district of Gmin-Watowice, within Watowice County, Lesser Poland Voivodeship, in southern Poland. It lies approximately 2 kilometers 1 mile west of Watowice and 39 kilometers 24 miles southwest of the regional capital Krakow. The village has a population of 458. The village of Gorzyn was first mentioned in 1390 and was differentiated into two parts after the 16th century, since the 19th century known respectively as Gorzyn Dolny and Gorzyn Gorny. Leptostylus pygilis is a species of beetle in the Cerambycidae, or longhorn beetle, family. It was described by Bates in 1872. The 2014 Cota sulfurante iron, also known as the 2014 Cota Idano Branco di Araggio in this edition, in posthumous tribute, was the second season of the Cota sulfurante iron, a domestic cup in Rio Grande do Sul football, which is a knockout cup competition. The tournament began on August 2 and ended on November 16 with the final second leg. In this year, 7 clubs of the southern half of the state participate in the Cota sulfurante iron, which varies in number of participants according to the interest of clubs in the first, second and third divisions of the Campeonato Gaúcho. This time, one of the 2 greatest clubs in the state, the Grêmio, will compete in the Cota sulfurante iron, to not let unequal the Cota Metropolitana, with 2 big clubs in the same competition. The current holders are Pelotas, having won the title in the last edition, being the first champion in history. However, decided to not play the competition this year. Glyphypteryx is a genus of sedge moths. It was described by H.V. Benner in 1825. Dotto, or occasionally Dayton's 3, CD Nerdhalizabinti Torrenti IMP, JSM, SAT, PMP, AAP Joe, IPA, CDN Operatializabinti Derub, and born January 11, 1979, is a Malaysian singer and businesswoman. Since her debut, she has won a number of international singing competitions. She was crowned as Voice of Asia in 2002 after winning the Grand Prix champion title at the Voice of Asia singing competition, which was held in Almaty, Kazakhstan. A few years earlier, in 1999, she won the Gold Award in Asia, a new singer competition at Shanghai Asia Music Festival, held in Shanghai, People's Republic of China. Also, in the same year, she won 2 awards from South Pacific International Song and Singing Competition 1999, held in Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. To date, she has garnered more than 200 local awards as well as international awards. She rose to fame as a multiple platinum selling artist. since her winning of Malaysia's reality show Bintang HMI 1995 when she was only 16, where she was given offers in form of singing contracts from 4 different international recording companies. Her first single from her debut album, Jerat Persentan, won the 11th Anugerah Water Lagu and another 2 awards for Best Performance and Best Ballad. The album itself, as of 2005, has been sold to a total of more than 800,000 units in Malaysia alone. In her career, she has recorded and sung in multiple languages, including Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Jawa, English, Mandarin, Arabic, Urdu and Japanese. She has won an unprecedented number of music awards in Malaysia and its environs: 42 Anugerah Industri Music Awards, 25 Anugerah Bintang Popular Awards, 27 Anugerah Planet Music Awards, 19 Anugerah Water Lagu Awards, 4 MTV Asia Awards, 3 World Music Awards, 2 Anugerah Music Indonesian Music Awards, and the holder of 2 records in the Malaysia Book of Records. Backed with 16 studio albums, she is one of the most popular artists in the Malay Archipelago and Nusantara region, and she has been voted for regional most popular artist 10 times in a row, beating other fellow artists from Malaysia, Indonesia and Singapore in the Anugerah Planet Music since 2001. Currently, she has been listed as one of Malaysia's richest, most influential, most award-winning, most single-produced artists. She's also one of Malaysia's best-selling artists, for in 2000, her album sales alone contributed to 10% of Malaysia's total album sales. To date, she has sold more than 4.9 million in record sales. In 1998, she was chosen amongst few Malaysian artists to perform during the closing ceremony of 1998 Commonwealth Games in front of Queen Elizabeth II and her consort, Prince Philip, among other dignitaries and officials from 70 countries, including those from the Commonwealth of Nations. In 2005, she became the first Southeast Asian singer and third Asian singer to perform the solo concert at the Royal Albert Hall while being backed by the London Symphony Orchestra. In 2005 also, she was listed second by MTV Asia in Asia's Best Musical Artist and Channel V's Biggest Asian Artist. In 2008, she was named as one of Asia's Idol by the News Network. Her success in the Asian region has gained her honorific titles, including Voice of Asia and Asia Celine Dion. Dragon's First Return is a 1995 novel by R.A. Salvatore. It is the third book in his Spear-Wheeled Tales series of fantasy novels. Chester County Training School, the first high school for African American students since 1870. The Tennessee state constitution had prohibited racially mixed public schools in Chester County, Tennessee, opened in 1932. A. Vincent served as its first principal. This school was located on U.S. Highway 45 north in Henderson, Tennessee. The first graduating class, 1936, consisted of 7 members. In 1963, the school's name was changed to Vincent High after J.A. Vincent. In 1969, it was merged with Chester County High School as a result of desegregation. George Weissmont, July 12, 1919, July 24, 2009, was an American businessman and former chairman and CEO of Philip Morris, now Altria. Jack Beaumont, born September 12, 1994, is a Scottish professional footballer, currently playing as a midfielder for Scottish Junior Football Association, East Region side Plymouth Arrows. The House of Taka, Cameroon. Gumutaka is an archaeological site located near San Jose Village, on the island of Ticony and United States Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, in the Marianas Archipelago. The site is the location of a series of prehistoric latte stone pillars which were quarried about 4,000 feet 1,200 meters south of the site, only one of which is left standing erect due to past earthquakes. The name is derived from a mythological chief named Taka, who is said to have erected the pillars as a foundation for his own house. These are the squads for the countries that played in the 1979 Copa America. The first round was played in 3 groups of 3 teams, with Peru receiving the bye to the semi-finals. John Andrew W. Drysdale, born May 31, 1926, sat Winnipeg, Manitoba, was a progressive Conservative Party member of the House of Commons of Canada. He was a barrister and lawyer by career. He graduated from the University of British Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1949, then a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1952. He was first elected at the Burnaby-Richmond riding in the 1958 general election, after an unsuccessful attempt to win the seat there in the 1957 election. After serving his only term, the 24th Canadian Parliament, Drysdale was defeated in the 1962 election by Bob Pretty of the New Democratic Party. Collie Gate is an area within Craiglie and also the road in Craiglie in Hale-Sohan, England. Collie Gate is the name of the road between Windmill Hill and Greenways, part of the A458 road connecting Hale-Sohan with Stourbridge. Kunwar Hindi is an Indian/Nepali title denoting the prince. It was traditionally associated with the feudal Rajputs, such as the son of the Ranawardh Akbar Brihadak. The following are notable uses of the name Kunwar. Easy EDA is a web-based EDA tool suite that enables hardware engineers to design, simulate, share, publicly and privately, and discuss schematics, simulations and printed circuit boards. Other features include the creation of a bill of materials, journal and pick and place files and documentary outputs in PDF, PNG and SVG formats. Easy EDA allows the creation and editing of schematic diagrams, SPICE, simulation of mixed analog and digital circuits, and the creation and editing of printed circuit board layouts and, optionally, the manufacture of printed circuit boards. Subscription-free membership is offered for public plus a limited number of private projects. The number of private projects can be increased by contributing high-quality public projects, schematic symbols, and PCB footprints and flash or by paying a monthly subscription. Registered users can download Gerber files from the tool free of charge but for a fee. Easy EDA offers the PCB fabrication service. This service is also able to accept Gerber file inputs from third-party tools. The women's 500-meter races of the 2014 215 IFU Speed Skating World Cup 3, arranged in Sportforum Hohenschönhausen, in Berlin, Germany, were held on the weekend of 5 to 7 December 2014. Race 1 was won by Lee Sang-hwa of South Korea, while Heather Richardson of the United States came second, and Marta Born of the Netherlands came third. Brittany, both of the United States, won Division B of Race 1, and was thus, under the rules, automatically promoted to Division of 4 Race 2. In Race 2, the top two were the same as in Race 1, Lee and Richardson, while Nato Koira of Japan took the bronze. Jang Miles of South Korea won Division B of Race 2. Hurricane is the third studio album by American R&B recording artist Eric Bennett, released June 21, 2005, on Friday Records, with distributing by Reprise Records. It is a follow-up to his second album A Day in the Life 1999 and follows the shelving of his Better and Better project for Warner Brothers Records, recorded at various recording studios. The album was written and produced by Bennett with several other producers, including Walter A. Fanasian, Michael Carney, Hot David, David Foster, George Nash, Jr., and DeMonte Posey. Water resources management in El Salvador is characterized by difficulties in addressing severe water pollution throughout much of the country's surface waters due to untreated discharges of agricultural, domestic and industrial runoff. The river that drains the capital city of San Salvador is considered to be polluted beyond the capability of most treatment procedures. El Salvador has ample groundwater and partly relies on these supplies for domestic purposes. Deforestation has ravaged the country to the point that very little primary forest remains. This has led to substantial difficulties in managing storm water when hurricanes and tropical storms make landfall. Torrential rain leads to deadly floods and mudslides that have claimed many lives in El Salvador. The growing urban population coupled with high levels of water losses in urban centers is also challenging water institutions that are not well coordinated. This leads to inefficient water resources management. Fordyce may refer to Governaea utriculata is a species of orchid. It is widespread across much of Latin America and the West Indies, from Mexico and Puerto Rico south to Argentina. Fighter Squadron 80 or BN-80 was an aviation unit of the United States Navy. Originally established on February 1, 1944, it was disestablished on September 16, 1946. It was the first U.S. Navy squadron to be designated BN-80. The 1987 Cricket World Cup, also known as Reliance World Cup, was the fourth edition of the ICC Cricket World Cup tournament. It was held from October 8 to November 8, 1987, in India and Pakistan, the first held outside England on 21 different venues. The total of 27 matches were played in 1987 Cricket World Cup, including 2 semifinals and a final match. Suck It and See is the fourth studio album by the English indie rock band Arctic Monkeys, released in June 2011 on Domino. The album was produced by the band's longtime collaborator James Bohr at Sound City Studios, Los Angeles, with both him and drummer Matt Helder's promising to deliver a more instant poppy and vintage sound in comparison to the band's darker, polarizing previous album, Humbug. Grandmasters is a collaborative album by DJ Muggs and GZA. The album was released on October 25, 2005 on Los Angeles Records. The album is the first in the DJ Muggs Versus series, followed by his 2007 collaboration with Sick Jackin', Legend of the Mask and the Assassin. 2008 Edge Paint Language with Planet Asia and 2010's Kill Devil Hills together with Ill Bill. Grandmaster serves as GZA's fifth studio album. It features Wu-Tang Clan members and affiliates such as Reek One, Arzia, Master Tequila and Prodigal Son, as well as Cypress Hill member Scent Dog. All of its tracks are produced by DJ Muggs. It has a theme of chess, as can be seen by the track names. Introductions featuring chess strategy, including instruction for a chest opening using algebraic notation, are within the album. The album was also released in instrumentals and remix versions, the latter containing the bonus DVD featuring world tour and studio footage. Alexander Harper, February 5, 1786. December 1, 1860 was a U.S. representative from Ohio. Born near Belfast, Ireland, Harper emigrated to the United States and settled in Zanesville, Ohio. He pursued preparatory studies, studied law, was admitted to the bar in 1813, and commenced practice in Zanesville. He served as member of the Ohio House of Representatives in 1820 and 1821. He served as President Judge of the Court of Common Pleas 1822 to 1836. Harper was elected as a Whig to the 25th Congress March 4, 1837, March 3, 1839. He was later elected to the 28th and 29th Congresses March 4, 1843, March 3, 1847. He served as chairman of the Committee on Expenditures in the Post Office Department 28th Congress and was on the Committee on Patents 28th Congress. Harper was again elected to the 32nd Congress March 4, 1851, March 3, 1853. He resumed the practice of law. He died in Zanesville on December 1, 1860, and was interred in Greenwood Cemetery. Dublin North was a parliamentary constituency represented in Dale, the lower house of the Irish Parliament, reached from 1923 to 1937 and from 1981 to 2016. The method of election was the single transferable vote form of proportional representation, PRS. Vittorio Francesco Stancarelli, 1678, 1709, was a professor of mathematics at the University of Bologna who undertook research into the measurement of sounds and into optics and hydrostatics. Benetton di Treviso, Italian pronunciation. Benetton Targi di Treviso, or Italian pronunciation. Benetton Rugby di Treviso is an Italian professional rugby union team based in Treviso. Veneto competed in the Guinness Pro 12 and European Rugby Champions Cup. Treviso was founded in 1932 and has won 15 Italian national championships. The Treviso rugby team has been owned by the Benetton Clothing Company since 1979. Treviso has competed in the Pro 12 since 2010 and had previously competed in the Italian Domestic Championship. Treviso have supplied a large number of players to the Italian national team, such as Alessandro Zanni and Leonardo Gagliardini. Several notable foreign players have played for Treviso, including Rugby World Cup winners Craig Green, John Kerner, and Michael Lina. The president of Treviso Rugby is Amarino Zada. Jean Fonfon, March 3, 1759, Bassett, Leith Ben Villady, France, November 22, 1843, in Lyon, more commonly known by her name in religion Mother Street. John Fonfon, CSJ, was a French religious sister who served as superior general of the Sisters of Saint Joseph of Lyon, and is regarded as the second foundress of her religious congregation. Rocío, Spanish pronunciation. GAS so jokes, thank God, is one of the 18 departamentos into which Honduras is divided. The departmental capital is Puerto Lemra. Until 1975 it was Brush Lagoon. Once a part of the Mosquito Coast, it was formed in 1957 from all of Mosquito Territory and parts of Dolan and Coat departments, with the boundary running along 85 degrees W from Cape Cameron south. The department is rather remote and inaccessible by land, though local airlines fly to the main cities. Rocío department covers a total surface area of 16,997 kilometers superscript 2 and, in 2015, had an estimated population of 94,450. Though it is the second largest department in the country, it is sparsely populated and contains extensive pine savannas, swamps, and rime forests. However, the expansion of the agricultural frontier is a perennial threat to the natural bounty of the department. I'd Rather Be Rich is a 1964 romantic comedy film with musical aspects directed by Jack Smite, produced by Ross Hunter and starring Sandra Dee. The film focuses on a dying man who wishes to meet his granddaughter's fiancé, but he is unavailable, so the woman persuades another man to substitute for him. Then the grandfather recovers. The film is a remake of the 1941 film hit started with Eve, with the genders reversed. The 1964-65 Scottish Second Division was won by Stirling and who, along with second place Hamilton Academical, were promoted to the First Division. Brecon City finished bottom. The Belgian military organization of resistance, French organization Militaire Belgique de Resistance for OPR, was a group within the Belgian resistance in German-occupied Belgium during World War I. It remained the reasonably small organization throughout the war, comprising the total of 3,112 men and women. The acronym of the group was deliberately chosen as a homophone of the French word tomber, meaning shadow. The traditional clothing of Albanian vegjet, traditional shiptare, vegjet, kotore, vegjet, popularly costume kotore includes more than 200 different varieties of the clothing in all Albanian and the Albanian-speaking territories and communities, including the Arbourites in Italy, Arvanites in Greece, and Artbasai in Croatia. Albania's recorded history of clothing goes back to classical times. It is one of the factors that has differentiated this nation from other European countries, dating back to the Illyrian period. Almost every cultural and geographical region in Albania has its own specific variety of costume that varies in detail, material, color, shape, and form. Albanian folk dress is often decorated with symbolic elements of Illyrian antique pagan origin, like suns, eagles, moons, stars, and snakes. Fabrics are traditionally made by weaving clothes using looms. To this day, some conservative old men and women, mainly from the north, wear traditional clothing in their daily lives. Instead, older women from the South usually wear all black outfits. Elizabeth H. Schuler is an American labor activist and, since September 16, 2009, Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. She is the first woman and, as of 2009, the youngest person to hold the position of Secretary-Treasurer. She is the highest-ranking woman in the Labor Federation's history. Her election also marks the first time that two of the three officer positions in the AFL-CIO were held by women. Waghagana is a village in Sri Lanka. It is located within Central Province. This is a list of notable events in Latin music, i.e. Spanish and Portuguese-speaking music from Latin America, Europe, and the United States that took place in 1995. Santa Clara is a town in Franklin County, New York, United States. The population was 345 at the 2010 census. The name was derived from the wife of an early town businessman, John Hurd. The town is in the southwest part of the county, southwest of the village of Malone and west of the village of Saranac Lake. The town is within the Adirondack Park. It includes 58 ponds of the same religious canoe area, presently the only canoe wilderness area in the park, as well as most of 4,700-acre 19 kilometers to Upper Saranac Lake. Allemagny is a former French automaker. It is remembered because of the prototype vehicle that was exhibited at various venues in France during 1947 and 1948. Marcel Allemagny was an engineer who by 1947 had developed a curious prototype for a small four-wheeled car inspired by a car of the future project dreamt up in 1934 by Gabriel Voisin. Allemagny pursued the idea further with a push-my-pulley-style vehicle having visually identical front ends and no rear end. Two of the four wheels shared the axle in the middle of the vehicle, which was powered by a small four-cylinder water-cooled 569cc engine from the Simca 5, mounted transversely. At each end was a single wheel which steered, giving the vehicle a turning circle of just 4.25 meters, 14 feet. The driver and his passengers each sat with their backs to the engine, and therefore also to each other, giving the passengers the view through the back window. Despite the look of the car, the gearbox was conventionally configured so that driving always took place from the same end. The vehicle was 3420 millimeters long and 1600 millimeters wide. With for people on board the top speed of 85 kilometers/53 miles per hour was quoted. In 1948 the prototype was presented to the FIA Society of Automobile Engineers, but no further development took place, and the prototype would be preserved by Amedeo Gordini. Arnold Troy killed Patrick August 5, 1920. December 12, 2005 was a Louisiana educator, coach, and businessman who was the president of Northwestern State University in Natchitoches from 1966 to 1978. Bellevue is a village in the southern state of Karnataka, India. It is located in the Gamangala taluk of Mandya district in Karnataka. Jean Cuvier, 1885 to 1973, was a French stage and film actress. She was married to the painter Charles Ear, and was the mother of the film director Francois Ear. Super Typhoon Bar, known in the Philippines as Typhoon Bunny, was a powerful and destructive typhoon that occurred during the 1999 Pacific typhoon season. It was the only super typhoon of that year. The natural phenomenon reached super typhoon status on September 22nd, when it grew to comprise winds containing a force of 260 kilometers per hour, 160 miles per hour. Super Typhoon Bar claimed at least to live on the island of Okinawa and brought over 710 millimeters, 28 in rain to the island. Cape Air Base was badly damaged by the typhoon, with over $5 million of damage sustained by the base. Heavy flooding and landslides led to a death toll of 30 and over 1,000 injuries in Japan. Over 800,000 homes lost power, whilst 80,000 were damaged in the aftermath of the storm. The worst damage occurred in Kumamoto Prefecture on the island of Kyushu, where 16 people died and over 45,000 homes were damaged. Beatwari is a railway station, junction and terminus about 5 kilometers Nagpur railway station in Maharashtra state of India. A few trains also terminate at this station. It is also a narrow-gauge line railway junction. The station code is ITR and is managed by Southeast Central Railway. One of the long-distance trains which starts from and terminates at Beatwari instead of Nagpur is Beatwari-Totnagar passenger. Beatwari is among the 5 small stations which fall within the extended city limits of Nagpur, along with Anai, Kalamna, Kamptee and Capri. One of the few existing narrow-gauge lines of the Satpura narrow-gauge lines. The name for Hindwara-Itwari line terminates here. Further, the area around Itwari railway station is also known as Itwari locality of Nagpur. Lodi Chuli, December 10, 1920. June 7, 2015 was an American engineer who has been credited with inventing the first operational amplifier circuit with differential inputs. 1943 a topology which allowed much greater versatility in application circuits and remains in wide use today. Baby IF version, also romanized as Avriye, also known as Avriye Sadap, is a village in southeast Eidabas Rural District, Shagir District, Shush County, Khuzestan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 991, in 133 families. In general, Colonia's Spanish pronunciation, Colonias, are neighborhoods in Mexican cities, which have no jurisdictional autonomy or representation. It is plausible that the name, which literally means colony, arose in the late 19th, early 20th centuries, when one of the first urban developments outside Mexico City's core was inhabited by a French colony in the city. Usually colonias are assigned a specific postal code. Nonetheless, in recent urban developments, gated communities are also defined as colonias and share the postal code with adjacent neighborhoods. In spite of this, the name of the colonia must be specified when writing an address in large urban areas in Mexico. It is similar to the barangays of the Philippines. Blancarca is a village in Croatia. It is off of the D5 highway, located between the towns of Grubisnope and Hrvitica. has soulmate referred to. The 1935 Women's Western Open was a golf competition held at Sunset Ridge Country Club, the sixth edition of the event. Opal Hill won the championship in match play competition by defeating Mrs. S.L. Reinhardt in the final match, 9-7. The LG GD910 is a 3G watch phone that has a touch screen and video calling capabilities. Manufacturer LG Electronics claims it is the first market-ready example of such a device. Udia indistinct is a moth in the Crabidae family. It was described by Butler in 1883. It is found in Chile. The wingspan is about 20 millimeters. The forewings are pale straminitus, with the blackish discoidal spots. The upper portion of the discal line is represented by a straight transverse series of black dots running from the fourth black coastal spot to the second median branch. The lower portion is only represented by a few black scales between the end of the cell and the inner margin, and the subbuttal line is very oblique and represented by 4 black dots. The marginal dots are small. The hindwings have an imperfect discal gray stripe parallel to the outer margin, followed by a submarginal series of rather large gray spots and a marginal series of black dots. New Milford is a borough in Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, United States. The population was 868 at the 2010 census. Children living in New Milford are served by the schools in the Blue Ridge School District, including Blue Ridge High School. The Myroshevka Russian Prime. The Myroshevka is a village English, alone, Russian, prime of Klavensky district in the Lipetsk Oblast, Russia. It stands on the right bank of the Don River. Through the village passes Highway Clarnoy, Omino Negachivka. Centerville is a town in the rural northeastern corner of Franklin County, North Carolina, United States. The population was 89 at the 2010 census, the loss of 10 persons from the previous count of 99 at the 2000 census. There is no post office in Centerville, and thus no zip code. It simply uses that of Lewisburg, which is located 12 miles 19 kilometers west. Downtown Centerville is centered on the crossroads, which is the intersection of NC 561 and NC 58, and consists of two small old-fashioned country stores, one each on two of that intersections for corners. To sell gasoline, Arnold's a country store, and one of those also sells diesel and kerosene, the country store. All to sell basic general store items, such as toilet paper, soap, household cleaning products, canned and boxed food, etc., as well as common convenience store items such as sodas, snack foods, cigarettes, beer, etc. There's also a Dollar General, a muffler shop, and a medical clinic. Centerville has its own church, Centerville Baptist Church, a member of the Southern Baptist Convention and volunteer fire department. There is no police department, so Centerville, like the surrounding unincorporated area, is patrolled by the Franklin County Sheriff. As is common in the rural stretches of eastern North Carolina, many of the houses in and around Centerville are quite old and in poor states of repair, and agriculture is the main use of land. Tobacco, soybeans, corn, and hay are the main crops. Centerville includes many antique buildings from its heyday, including the now defunct Syrupta Church, the former Methodist church located at the intersection of NC 561 and Centerville Laurel Mill Road. At 0.28 square miles, 0.73 kilometers to Centerville is among the smallest incorporated cities in North Carolina. Nearby cities and towns of larger size include Lewisburg, 12 miles west on NC 561. Population 3,111. Warrenton, 17.5 miles north on NC 58. Population 811, and Castalia, 10 miles south on NC 58. Population 340. Berry School and Vine Hill are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Pastor is a Filipino-American racing driver. He was the first Filipino-American to participate in the NASCAR Western Europe Series race circuit. He was named Philippine Driver of the Year in 2010 and has won the 2012 Global Time Attack race held in Buttonwillow, California. Pastor was also dubbed as the Don of Racing. Maybe Tomorrow was a hit single recorded by American soul family quintet the Jackson 5 in 1971. The ballad was originally supposed to have been sung possibly in a different production by Sammy Davis, Jr., but for various reasons, the entertainer could not get on the schedule to do the song, and the song was then given to the Jackson 5. It peaked at number 3 on the Billboard Hot R&B Singles chart, and at number 20 on the Billboard Hot 100. It is the first single by the Jackson 5 not to reach the top 5 of the pop charts. Maybe Tomorrow was included on the Jackson 5's album of the same title, and was later sampled by rapper Ghostface Killah on his 1996 song All That I Got Is You. The song was released again in 2009 via a Carl Sturken and Evan Rogers remix, with an orchestral arrangement by Rob Mounsey, from a compilation album The Remix Suite. Roman Bossa February 29, 1848, February 6, 1897 was a Filipino patriot who was the second supremo or leader of the Katipunan, the secret society which sparked the Philippine Revolution against Spanish rule in 1896. Bossa was born to Mariano Bossa and Barodia Esteban in San Roque, Cavite, where he also completed his primary schooling. It is not known where, or if, he completed his studies, but he was employed in the Comandancia de Marina in Manila, where he eventually rose to a position of responsibility. While working in Manila, Bossa lived in a boarding house where he met one of the founders of the Katipunan, Lady Flagoda, who was then a law student at the University of Santa Thomas. On November 9, 1892, he was initiated into the secret society under the name Liwanag Brightness. With the connivance of a crewman of a ship which made weekly trips between Manila and Hong Kong, he smuggled into the country copies of La Solidaridad and the novels of José Rizal, which were banned by the Spanish colonial government. In 1893, he was elected president of the secret society and introduced some changes in its operations, particularly the formation of a women's auxiliary section. But he refused re-election the following year because of a difference with Katipunan founder Andres Bonifacio. Their difference stemmed from Bossa's refusal to induct his son Lucio into the Katipunan and Bonifacio's handling of the society's funds. after the Catacuna was uncovered in July 1896. Bossa was arrested for sedition and treason in September 1896. After being convicted by a Spanish military court, he was executed by musketry on February 6, 1897, along with Hipólito de la Cruz, Teodoro Plata, Vicente Molina, Hermenegildo de los Reyes, José Trinidad, Pedro Nicodemus, Feliciano del Rosario, Gervasio Sampson, and Aurelio Dominguez. Death by Dialogue is a 1988 horror film co-written and directed by Thomas Dewey and distributed by Troma Entertainment. Alien Massacre is a retitling of two low-budget films, one science fiction, the other horror, by stage magician David L. Hewitt. The retitling appears to have been the unauthorized work of Regal Video, Incorporated of New York, New York. The cover, released on both films, proclaims blood flows like water, and shows a woman in helmet and epaulets and apparently nothing else standing in a barren landscape with her arm, bleeding profusely, modestly covering her chest. The Wizard of Mars 1965, also known as Horrors of the Red Planet Drive Terrors Gallery of Horrors 1966, an anthology film also known as The Bloodsuckers Gallery of Horrors, Gallery of Horror, Return from the Past, and even The Witch's Clock, which is the title of the first segment. In spite of the title, the film does not feature any aliens. The package description described neither film, but rather described an attack on a scientist and his daughter aboard their space vessel. Neither film depicts the parent-child relationship. Orientry is the second album released by UK/R&B/hip-hop collective Big Brovous. After the album was delayed in May 2006, the band finally released a follow-up to The Flow on April 9, 2007. Following the first single, Yours Fatally, and the second single happened around the third single from the album, Big Brovous was received as a staggered download-only single release in February and March 2007. The album release also contained the Booty Love hit Boogie Tonight as a bonus track. Track 15 Boogie Tonight is a remix by DJ Teddy O and is now also available on the maxi CD for Booty Love Shine. The Miracle on Manchester is the nickname given to a National Hockey League (NHL) playoff game between the Los Angeles Kings and Edmonton Oilers that took place on April 10, 1982 in the league's 65th season. The game, the third in the best-of-5 postseason series, was played at the Forum, the Kings' home arena at the time, which was situated on Manchester Boulevard, hence the nickname in the Los Angeles suburb of Inglewood. The Kings completed the largest comeback in NHL playoff history, going from being down 5-0 to win the game 6-5 in overtime. Combined with upset wins in games 1 and 5, the Kings eliminated the heavily favored Wayne Gretzky-led Oilers in a 3-2 series victory to reach the second round. In mathematics and statistics, the continuity theorem may refer to one of the following results: the Levy continuity theorem on random variables, the Kolmogorov continuity theorem on stochastic processes, the number of people who are currently displaced inside Iraq is estimated to be 3 million, almost 1 out of every 10 Iraqis. This figure is cumulative and represents both those displaced before and after the 2003 US-led invasion. The displacement in Iraq is chronic and complex. Since the 1960s, Iraq has produced the largest population of internally displaced persons, diabetes, and refugees of any state in the Middle East with the exception of Afghanistan. Under the BAS-6 regime, An estimated 1.2 million people were internally displaced as a result of factors that include the Iran-Iraq war and policies of forced displacement that were intended to quell resistance and consolidate the control of territory, particularly in the Kurdish northern and Shiite southern areas. In the period directly following the 2003 invasion, population displacement was largely the result of US-led military operations against insurgents, especially in Sunni areas. Such displacements were generally temporary. Internal displacement increased dramatically after the February 2006 bombing of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Samarra. Rising sectarian violence contributed to the displacement of approximately 1.5 million Iraqis between 2006 and 2009, bringing the total displaced population to around 2.7 million. Since August 2014 and the expansion of ISIS in Iraq, the number of internally displaced Iraqis has risen from 1.7 to 3 million, peaking at 3.4 million in March 2016. Persistent insecurity and other factors have prevented many Iraqis from returning to their homes, but people are slowly beginning to return. Estimates rely heavily on the number of people who have registered as IDPs with the government or with assistance organizations. Registration remains voluntary, however, and requires documentation that displaced persons may lack. Atomic Flocksucker, born April 26, 1940, is a Croatian retired track and field athlete who competed for Yugoslavia. He won a gold medal in shot put at the 1967 Mediterranean Games. Atomic Flocksucker also won the Yugoslavian Championship in shot put twice, 1967 and 1968. Atomic Flocksucker's father of Baber Sucker, arguably the best Croatian footballer of all time. Brian Charles John Sebnor, March 17, 1937. April 29, 2015, was a Labour Party politician in the United Kingdom. He was a member of Parliament from 1974 until 1979, and from 1983 until 2005, a left-winger. He defected to the Liberal Democrats shortly before he stood down at the 2005 general election. The 1986 Independent Spirit Awards, honoring the best in independent filmmaking for 1986, were announced on March 28, 1987. The ceremony was held at Rosalie's 385 North Restaurant in Los Angeles. It was hosted by Buck Henry. Jalalabad, Persian, also romanized as Jalalabad, also known as Jalalabad, is a village in Salpati rural district in the central district of Najibabad County, Isfahan province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 1,973 in 536 families. Kos is a small borough Estonian, Halvik in Voru parish, Voru county, in southeastern Estonia. It has a population of 615. Gerulio is the Italian and Spanish form of Getulus. Frito Gerulio Aurelio is a Brazilian football manager. Luis Fernando del Rincon, Morelos, Mexico. August 18, 1969 is a Mexican television presenter who is well known throughout Latin America and by the Latino community in the U.S. He has worked at both Telemundo and Univision, and since 2010 has been employed by CNN Español, based in Atlanta, Georgia. He hosts that network's primetime newscast Panorama USA and also serves as main anchor and producer of Conclusions. Originally widely branded as a pretty boy who was offered acting jobs on telenovelas, Del Rincon later did hard-hitting journalism about drug trafficking and other subjects that resulted in death threats. In 2014, Del Rincon was accused by Nicolas Maduro, president of Venezuela, of broadcasting reports that encouraged civil unrest in that country. Del Rincon has twice been named by the magazine People en Español as the best Spanish-speaking news anchor in the U.S. She and Sunder may refer to She and Sunder film 1932 Indian film starring Shaghu Modak. She and Sunder Lab, Indian poet. She and Sunder Rao, Indian volleyball player. She and Sunder Sirla, Indian freedom fighter. She and Sunder protagonist in books written by Madhu Babu. She and Sunder lead investigator of the collapse of the World Trade Center. Northcote is a surname originating as a toponymic surname in England. It may be traced as far back to Devon in the year 1103 at Northcote Manor, and may be translated in Old English as not north plus cod cottage shelter. Stuart Stew, Cambridge, born September 6, 1969 in Barking, Essex, UK, is a British computer game designer and artist, and former member of British software developer Sensible Software. Sorbiathines is a species of beetle in the family Cerebricidae. It was described by Brew in 1964. William Anselmi is an Italian-born academic and writer. His work has focused on Italian poetry, neo-avant-garde, experimentalismo, Italian-Canadian literature and culture, narratives of displacement, the body organic/technological, the image versus the word, media, television, cinema, Italian alternative music, environments of technological communication. Dutch Art Fold March 18, 2004 is a British thoroughbred racehorse and sire. He was rated the best British two-year-old of 2006 when he was unbeaten in 4 races including the Norfolk Stakes, Pre-Morney and Middle Park Stakes. In the following year he failed to win but finished second in the July Cup and Prix d'August and third in the 2000 Guineas. Since retiring to stud in 2008 he has had considerable success as a breeding stallion. The arrow-toothed grenadier ventriposapatherodon is a species of rat-tail. This is a deep-water fish found at depths of up to 950 meters. It was originally recorded from the waters around Hawaii but has recently also been recorded near Taiwan, which suggests it has a far wider distribution than previously thought. This species reaches a length of 31 centimeters. As suggested by the common name, it has distinctive dentition. The outer row of premaxillary teeth enlarged and recurved with arrow-shaped points. It can also be distinguished by a distinctive black pattern on the head and a uniformly dark first dorsal fin. Same-sex marriage has been legally recognized in Rhode Island since August 1, 2013. The state had authorized the limited form of domestic partnerships from 2000 to 2011, and the formation of civil unions from 2011 until the state began recognizing same-sex marriages in 2013. How Mill Railway Station was a station which served the tiny village of the House, southwest of Brampton, England. The station was closed in 1959, just 4 years before the beaching tax. The house was on one side of the station, almost a mile away, while the mill was on the other side. The mill is a sawmill and house where the family lived who owned the mill. A level crossing was in place in the early 1940s. The 1987 Texas Tech Red Raiders football team represented Texas Tech University in the Southwest Conference (SWC) during the 1987 NCAA Division I-8 football season. In their first season under head coach Spike Dykes, the Red Raiders compiled the 6-1 record for 3-1 against SWC opponents, finished in fourth place in the conference, and outscored opponents by a combined total of 315 to 266. The team played its home games at Clifford B. and Aubrey Jones Stadium in Lubbock, Texas. The Melbourne University Law Review is a triannual law journal published by a student group at Melbourne Law School covering all areas of law. It is one of two student-run law journals at the University of Melbourne, the other being the Melbourne Journal of International Law. Students who have completed at least one semester of law are eligible to apply for membership of the editorial board. Applicants are assessed on the basis of their performance in a practical exercise, academic aptitude, proofreading skills, editing skills, and enthusiasm. The 2017 editors-in-chief are Jordan Colley, Chestnut Tyre Bray, and Marcus Roberts. Occasionally, The review produces a symposium issue devoted to a particular aspect of law. Past symposium issues have focused on the centenary of the Federation of Australia, contemporary human rights in Australia, and toward law. The review's alumni include 2 High Court Justices, 3 Solicitors General, 5 Federal Court Judges, and at least 6 Supreme Court Judges. Zamslag is a town in the Dutch province of Zeeland. It is a part of the municipality of Ternooien and lies about 30 kilometers southeast of Vlissingen. The statistical area Zamslag, which also can include the surrounding countryside, has a population of around 120. The Dedication Orchestra is a jazz ensemble formed as a tribute to the exiled South African musicians who formed the chord of the Blue Notes and the Brotherhood of Breath. It features Alan Skidmore, Raghu Palpathy, Django Bates, Kenny Wheeler, Eldon Dean, Al Coxill, Seven Parker, Paul Rutherford, and many others, including Keith Tippett on piano, Louis Moholo on drums, and with Julie Tippett and Maggie Nichols on vocals. Chin is a name used in older English books for a port in the Chinese province. Depending on the author, it may refer to one of the two different places. Quantao, by later authors the 19th century, Zhao, by earlier authors 16th to 17th century, especially as translation of Spanish Portuguese Chin shows. Alfred Aldenson, born January 2nd, 1942, is a former American football wide receiver who played collegiately at Florida A&M University and professionally for 8 seasons for the Denver Broncos of the American Football League AFL and the National Football League Broncos and Minnesota Vikings. He was drafted by the Broncos in the 6th round of the 1964 AFL draft and by the Philadelphia Eagles in the 6th round of the 1964 NFL draft, but chose to sign with Denver. Hugo Deci, who born December 24, 1987, better known as Hugo Outsol, is a French YouTuber and Internet personality. Hugo met Norman Thabod at college, and they formed Lee Bell Crowd in March 2008. The comedic group posted comical videos on Dailymotion. For months later, Mark Yarcy, Daily the friend from university, joined the team. In 2014, he founded with six other young comedians who's Mr. V. A collective of comedians who post their videos on YouTube and also plays on stage. Mason died C600 over 610 was the Bishop of Merida and Metropolitan of the province of Lusitania from about 570 certainly by 573 until his death. He is famous for exercising de facto rule of the city of Merida during his tenure as bishop and for funding the first confirmed hospital in Spain. He was a Visigoth and originally an Arian, but converted to Roman Catholicism probably in the middle of the 6th century, though some have supposed as late as 579. His biographer says he was indeed the God, but was wholly devoted to God with very ready heart, i.e. Catholic. He entered the church young and served from an early period in the Basilica of Saint Eulalia at Merida, which had been rebuilt in her honor by Bishop Daedalus about 560. Mason is said to have had such a close relationship with Eulalia that by his prayers and her intercession the plague ravaging all Lusitania was lifted, though no writings of his survive. Mason was probably educated in a manner similar to man's classical learning, such as the contemporary and Sibyl, with whom he shared an exile for a time. Alert.me is a UK smart tech company that provides energy and home monitoring hardware and services. Alert.me produces hardware and software to enable users to monitor and control their home energy use. In 2015, the company was acquired by British Gas Trading Limited for £65 million. In April 2016, the limited company was renamed to Centrica Connected Home Limited. Alert.me uses non-intrusive load monitoring to extrapolate trends from customer data, which is then used to make energy-saving recommendations. The Painted Desert is a United States desert of badlands within the Four Corners area running from near the east end of the Grand Canyon National Park southeast into the Petrified Forest National Park. It is most easily accessed in the north portion of the Petrified Forest National Park. The Painted Desert is known for its brilliant and varied colors that not only include the more common red rock, but even shape of lavender. The Painted Desert was named by an expedition under Francisco Vázquez de Coronado on his 1540 quest to find the seven cities of Cibola, which he located some 40 miles east of the Petrified Forest National Park. Finding the cities were not made of gold, Coronado sent an expedition to find the Colorado River to resupply him. Passing through the wonderland of colors, they named the area the Fear Token Top of the Painted Desert. Much of the Painted Desert within the Petrified Forest National Park is protected as the Petrified Forest National Wilderness area where motorized travel is limited. But the park offers both easy and longer hikes into the colored hills. The Painted Desert continues north into the Navajo Nation where off-road travel is by permit. Henry Clay Kobloch, also spelled not block, November 25, 1839, May 19, 1903 was the 19th Lieutenant Governor of Louisiana from 1885 to 1889, serving under Governor Zima Kennedy. The Ghanaian man is a pejorative bear-knowing English term used in Ireland for a shady, small-time wheeler businessman or politician who is always looking to make a quick profit, often at someone else's expense or through the acceptance of bribes. Its origin is the Irish word gain, meaning monetary interest. The term referred originally to a moneylender and became associated with those shopkeepers and merchants who exploited starving during Irish famine by selling much needed food and goods on credit at ruinous interest rates. George John James Hamilton Gordon, fifth Earl of Aberdeen, September 28, 1816, March 22, 1864, styled Lord Heavy before 1860, was a British peer and Liberal Party politician. Dr. Palpu College of Arts and Science is a self-financing arts and science college situated in Pangode, Trivandrum District, Kerala State, India. Affiliation University of Kerala. The college offers the following courses: Bob English Language and Literature, Become Finance, Become Insurance and Banking, Bob Journalism, Math, Communication and Video Production, BSc Physics, BSc Geology also offers an English and Com. Symbiola roshana is a species of sea snail, the marine gastropod mollusk in the family the volutes. Aya Rose, your motto tower, is a small atoll in the west of the Tuamotu group in French Polynesia. It is one of the smallest of the Tuamotu atolls. Aya Rose lies 42 kilometers to the northeast of Raki Atoll. The shape of Tyro Atoll is roughly a polygon 3.7 kilometers across. It has a deep sandy lagoon without any passes to the ocean. Tyro Atoll currently has a population of 4 inhabitants. It is the private property of W. A. Robinson. The 1915 Pittsburgh Rebels season was a season in American baseball. The Rebels finished in third place in the Federal League, just one half game behind the Chicago Whales and St. Louis Terriers. Mokalka Mtsaka is a village in the administrative district of Jiminmani, within famous county, Lublin Voivodeship, in eastern Poland. Vizot Amogalat is a village in the Bolshevik municipality, Kustendal province, southwestern Bulgaria. David Hausmann, born April 5, 1979, is a German fencer. He competed in the team foil events at the 2000 Summer Olympics. USS Blues D-265 was an Everett-class destroyer escort of the United States Navy during World War I. She was sent off into the Pacific Ocean to protect convoys and other ships from Japanese submarines and fighter aircraft. She performed escort and anti-submarine operations in dangerous battle areas and returned home with 3 battle stars. She was launched on April 6, 1943 by Boston Navy Yard, sponsored on her commissioning day by Mrs. H.B. Clues, mother of Ensign Clues, and commissioned on August 10, 1943. Commander W.S. Howard in command. And Amu is a village in the western province in Sri Lanka. The nearest town, Pile is 3.4 kilometers away. Aurora Robinson Berry-Nieu, born September 23, 1994, is an American actress. She starred in the 2015 live-action movie of the 1980s animated television series, Gem, as Anna. Teffi K5 Kretotman, Turkish, was the pseudonym of me-named Teffi. December 24, 1867, August 19, 1915, an Ottoman poet, who is considered the founder of the modern school of Turkish poetry. Desmond Patrick Costello, January 31, 1912. February 23, 1964, was a New Zealand linguist, soldier, diplomat, university professor who was accused of being an agent for the Soviet GRU and of having sparked the first in a series of spy scandals in the 1960s which brought down the Macmillan government in the UK. He was born in Auckland, New Zealand. Eminent New Zealand author Sir James McNeish researched and wrote a biography of Paddy Costello entitled The Sixth Man, The Extraordinary Life of Paddy Costello, Random House, 2007. In the preface to this book, Philip Knightley writes that this long overdue biography sets the record straight. It convincingly shows that the slim evidence for the traitor charge was invented, exaggerated, and misinterpreted. Costello's Smile 5 file was released to the public in April 2017, but it fails to settle the issue of his supposed treachery. Paddy Costello also features in Manisha's multiple biography Dance of the Peacocks, New Zealanders in Exile in the Time of Hitler and Mao Zedong Vintage, 2003, about 5 exceptional New Zealanders, 4 of them Rhodes Scholars, who became caught up in the turmoil of their time. Costello was the sixth man. Alfred Roy Parsons, KO May 24, 1925, June 19, 2010, was an Australian diplomat from 1947 to 1988. He was the Australian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom from 1983 to 1987, only the second career diplomat to hold the position. Parsons was born in Hobart and educated at Hobart High School and the University of Tasmania. He joined the Department of External Affairs, now the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, in Canberra in 1947. He was posted to Australian missions in Jakarta, Rangoon, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Berlin, the United Nations, New York City, and London. His postings to Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and London were as High Commissioner. From 1976 to 1984, he was a Deputy Secretary of the Department, responsible for Asian affairs. He died in Canberra in 2010, aged 85, survived by his wife, Jill, 2 sons and a daughter. Beyond the Pleasure Principle, German, Gesetz des Lustprinzips, is a 1920 essay by Sigmund Freud that marks a major turning point in his theoretical approach. Previously, Freud attributed most human behavior to the sexual instinct, eros, or libido. With this essay, Freud went beyond the simple pleasure principle, developing his theory of drives with the addition of the death drive s Toad Street, be often referred to as anatos. Cone is a text-based email client and news client for Unix-like operating systems. It is developed by the Courier Mail Server developers. Its name stands for Console Newsreader and Emailer. Notable features include support for Unicode and support for XMAP. The NeXT RBAC model is a standardized definition of role-based access control. Although originally developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the standard was adopted and is copyrighted and distributed as INCIDES 3592004 by the International Committee for Information Technology Standards (INCIDES). The latest version is INCIDES 3592012. It is managed by INCIDES Committee CS1. The fifth season of Friends, an American sitcom created by David Crane and Marty Kaufman, premiered on NBC on September 24, 1998. Friends was produced by Bright Kaufman Crane Productions, in association with Warner Brothers Television. The season contains 24 episodes and concluded airing on May 28, 1999. The following events occurred in September 1981. Times December 13, 1912. April 18, 2006. German-born engineer and author, was the scientist on board the ill-fated German submarine U-234, an Operation Paperclip scientist and engineer at the Allen Bradley Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He received both his master's and doctor's degrees in engineering sciences at the Institute of Technology in Dresden, Germany in 1937, working under Dr. Heinrich Barkhausen. His thesis subject was on the entrainment of oscillators and subharmonics. During World War I he served in the Kriegsmarine, working his way from the rank of naval engineer Marine Board to lieutenant commander corvette captain. Near the end of the war he was sent on a special mission to transport high-technology information and supplies to Japan on board the submarine U-234. On May 8, 1945, the war with Germany ended, and on May 14 the U-234 surrendered to the United States. Schluck was taken to a secret POW camp code named P.O. Box 1142, based out of Fort Hunt, Virginia. He was repatriated to Germany in 1946. but was invited to return to the United States to work under Operation Paperclip at the Office of Naval Research in Sands Point, New York. His work there consisted of what is now known as stealth technology. In September 1950, he accepted a job with the Allen-Bradley Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to manage the development of ferrite-based electronic components. While working there, he authored the book Essentials of Dielectromagnetic Engineering in 1961, which deals with ferrites and dielectric materials. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, he became involved with electromagnetic compatibility (EMC) issues, becoming the president of the IEEE Electromagnetic Compatibility Society, and in 1967 an IEEE Fellow. He retired from Allen-Bradley in 1974, but continued to work in the EMC field by consulting and authoring another book, Electromagnetic Composability, in 1982. In 1994 he co-authored a personal development book with his son Lutz Schlicke, titled Ready for Any Challenge. Dr. Schlicke died in his sleep in 2006 at the age of 93. ST 355 is a state highway in the state of São Paulo in Brazil. Neil Anthony Trotman, born March 11, 1987, is an English footballer who is currently a free agent after being released by Bristol Rovers. He is a central defender. In total, Trotman has made more than 150 appearances in the Football League for several clubs. Kenneth Raymond Miller, born July 14, 1948, is an American cell biologist and molecular biologist who is currently Professor of Biology and Royce Family Professor for Teaching Excellence at Brown University. Miller's primary research focus is the structure and function of cell membranes, especially chloroplast phyllate membranes. Miller is a co-author of a major introductory college and high school biology textbook published by Prentice Hall since 1990. Miller, who is Roman Catholic, is particularly known for his opposition to creationism, including the intelligent design ID movement. He has written 2 books on the subject: Finding Darwin's God, which argues that acceptance of evolution is compatible with a belief in God, and only the theory, which explores the idea and the Kitzmiller v. Dover Area School District case, as well as its implications in science across America. Myron Ibergen Agudo, born December 10, 1980, is a Spanish actress. She started in the Euskal Televista TV program Coinful. She has taken part in several TV sitcoms and she is very popular because of her roles in the TV shows Escenas de Matrimonio and Aida. The Power of Jennifer Rush is a compilation album released by American singer Jennifer Rush. This was the first official collection released by Rush, as well as featuring her past hits. A new single was released from the collection, The Vampiria, originally from her earlier album Movement. Released in late 1991, the album only reached No. 40 in Germany, but sustained a lengthy run on the charts and re-entered in 1995. The collection also peaked within the top 40 in Switzerland and Austria. The repackaged version of the album, entitled the Platinum Edition, was released in 2001 to mark its 10th anniversary. The Steamhouse French, La Maison de Vapeur is an 1880 Jules Verne novel recounting the travels of a group of British colonists in the rocked in a wheeled house pulled by a steam-powered mechanical elephant. Verne uses the mechanical house as a plot device to have the reader travel in 19th century India. The descriptions are interspersed with historical information and social commentary. The book takes place in the aftermath of the Indian Rebellion of 1857 against British rule, with the passions and traumas aroused still very much alive among Indians and British alike. An alternate title by which the book was known, The End of Nana Sahib, refers to the appearance in the book of the historical figure rebel leader Nana Sahib, who disappeared after the crushing of the rebellion, his ultimate fate unknown. Verne offers a fictional explanation to his disappearance. You Are My Sunshine is Florida-based indie rock band Copeland's fourth full-length album. It was released on October 14, 2008. The album marks Copeland's first release on the record label, Tooth and Nail Records. The vinyl version was released on January 27, 2009, followed by a re-release on August 26, 2014. All tracks written by Aaron Marsh. The bonus tracks were also made available on the standalone The Great Man EP, released in 2009. Richard Wayne Richfields, born November 30, 1960, is an American broadcaster, spokesman, announcer and meteorologist. His well-known occupation was a 7-season stint in which he announced for the American version of The Price is Right. Marsigny is a commune in the Saône-et-Loire department in the region of Bourgogne in eastern France. The United States Social Security Administration's Ticket to Work and Self-Sufficiency Program is the centerpiece of the Ticket to Work and Work Incentives Improvement Act of 1999. This voluntary program is designed to help people who are receiving disability benefits from Social Security find good jobs, good careers, and better self-supporting futures. To be eligible for the program, people must be ages 18 through 64 and receive Social Security disability insurance (SSDI) benefits under Title I of the Social Security Act and/or supplemental security income (SSI) payments under Title XVI of the Social Security Act. The Ticket program provides these beneficiaries more choices for receiving employment and other support services they need to reach their work goal. Participants in this program may assign their ticket to an employment network then or receive services from the public vocational rehabilitation agency in the state in which they reside. Whichever provider they choose, beneficiaries will receive career counseling, job placement, and ongoing employment support services. Other services, such as transportation and workplace accommodation assistance, may be available depending on the offerings of individual providers and the needs of beneficiaries. And works with each beneficiary to identify employment goals and write an individual work plan (IWP) that both the beneficiary and agree upon. This article lists the venues of the 2014 Commonwealth Games. Tepe Wizard is a Zimbabwean individual journalist who works for Alpha Media Holdings, the biggest independent media house in Zimbabwe. He started his career at the time when the Robert Mugabe government was at the height of cracking down on the independent press. In March 2007, as an intern, he wrote an account describing the death of Gift Tender, an opposition movement for democratic change, Spangjai activist who was shot by police while demonstrating in the high-density suburb of Highfield, Surrey. In 2009, Ziva was part of the team that produced the report If Something Is Wrong and the documentary House of Justice on the abuse of farm workers during the land reform program and the atrocities committed by the government of Robert Mugabe on the farm workers. Darcy Music is a Congolese record-producing and songwriter team, composed of producers Payman Alburn, Dan the Automator, XL Recordings Managers Richard Russell and IIBH McDonald, Genius Rogero, DJ Karen Dunningham aka Actress, Mark Antoine, Aldous, Remy Cobbett Jr., Totally Enormous, Extinct Dinosaurs, and Kilowatts. The group are responsible for the Oxfam charity album Kinshasa 1-2. Willett Hall. Originally, Lansard Hall is an academic facility and 1,807-seat multi-purpose arena in Farmville, Virginia. It was built in 1980 and is home to Longwood University Lancers men's and women's basketball teams. On December 3, 2016, the basketball court was named after former Longwood basketball player Jerome Kersey, officially making the hardwood Jerome Kersey Court. On October 4, 2016, Longwood was the host for the 2016 United States vice presidential debate. Willett Hall was the venue for the debate. Prior to the debate, the building underwent modest renovation to the front entrance and lobby preparation. On December 4, 2015, Longwood University released the master plan through 2025, which included the renovation and expansion of Willett Hall. Key to the expansion is a new addition for a larger capacity arena, which would meet the Big South Conference's goal of all members having a 3,000-seat facility by 2025. An evaporating gas globule, or at the region of hydrogen gas in outer space, approximately 100 astronomical units in size, such that gases shaded by it are shielded from ionizing UV rays. Dense areas of gas shielded by an evaporating gas globule can be conducive to the birth of stars. Evaporating gas globules were first conclusively identified via photographs taken by the Hubble Space Telescope in 1995. Eggs are the likely predecessors of new protostars. Inside an egg, the gas and dust are denser than in the surrounding dust cloud. Gravity pulls the cloud even more tightly together as the egg continues to draw in material from its surroundings. As the cloud density builds up, the globule becomes hotter under the weight of the outer layers. The protostar is formed inside the egg. The protosts are made of too little mass to become the stars. If so, it becomes a brown dwarf. If the protostar has sufficient mass, the density reaches a critical level where the temperature exceeds 10 million Kelvin at its center. At this point, a nuclear reaction starts converting hydrogen to helium and releasing large amounts of energy. The protostar then becomes a star and joins the main sequence on the HR diagram. Dirt Band was a musical group from Mogadishu, Somalia. The band was formed in the 1980s and was one of the most well-known acts on the Mogadishu disco scene at the time. The band later performed and recorded based in neighboring Ethiopia. Their unique sound encompasses funk and disco, with influences of soul, Our peculiar institution was a euphemism for slavery and its economic ramifications in the American South. Peculiar in this expression means one's own, that is, it refers to something distinctive to or characteristic of a particular place or people. The proper use of the expression is always as a possessive, e.g., our peculiar institution for the South's peculiar institution. It was in popular use during the first half of the 19th century, especially in legislative bodies, as the word slavery was deemed improper and was actually banned in certain areas. Some, e.g., Kenneth M. Stamp, see this expression as specifically intended to gloss over the apparent contradiction between lawful slavery and the statement in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. But, in fact, at the time this expression became popular, it was used in association with a vigorous defense of slavery as a good thing. One of the leaders in using the phrase, and in advancing the argument that slavery was a positive good establishing the proper relation between the races, was John C. Calhoun, most notably in his speech on the reception of the abolition petitions. In his March 1861 cornerstone speech, Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens even argued that Jefferson's words in the Declaration were mistaken, and that the Confederacy's new Constitution, establishing our peculiar institution, had rectified the error. Scott Walsh, born 1980, is an American composer based in New York City. Park Louis Mendaxiana is a multi-use stadium in Montevideo, Uruguay. It is currently used primarily for football matches and is the home stadium of Myanmar Missionaries. The stadium holds 4,000 people. The stadium is located in the park battle between the Estadio Centenario and the Park Guillermo. The volleyball Spanish tournaments for the 2005 Bolivarian Games was held from August 13 to 18, 2005 at the Mayor's Coliseum in Prida, Colombia. Pioneer Puzzleman, born July 12, 1951 in Lodz, Poland, is a Polish alpine and high-altitude climber. He is the 28th man to climb all 48,000 berths. Subtut was a particle detector located in the Subin mine in northern Minnesota, United States. It was a 960-ton iron tracking calorimeter whose primary purpose was to search for proton decay, although its data was also used to investigate the properties of neutrinos. It found no evidence of proton decay, but it did help confirm Super Kamiokina's atmospheric neutrino result, supporting the theory of neutrino oscillation. The Subin mine is also home to the minus and CDM detectors. The Durban moment refers to the period in the early 1970s when the South African city of Durban became the center of a new vibrancy in the struggle against apartheid. The two central figures in this moment were Steve Biko and Richard Berner. The former was closely associated with the Black consciousness movement and the latter with the trade union movement. The two were in a reading group together. Both were influenced by the New Left and had links to radical Christian circles. Catherine Harthoff is Professor of History of Art and head of the School of Fine Art, History of Art and Cultural Studies at the University of Leeds. Her research centers on early medieval art, especially Anglo-Saxon art, and she has published two monographs, one on Anglo-Saxon art and one on the relation between text and image in Anglo-Saxon literature. In the latter, whose focus is on MS Junius 11, she argues that a complete edition of the manuscript leaves out the many illustrations at its own peril. These illustrations occur at dramatic moments in the four poems and help elucidate the allegorical import of many passages. The 1945-46 Toronto Maple Leaf season was the 29th season of play of the Toronto NHL franchise. Although the club was the defending Stanley Cup champion, the team's play declined and the club finished in fifth, missing the playoffs. The East Siberian Taiga in the taiga and boreal forests biome is a very large biogeographic region in eastern Russia. California College of Music, abbreviated CCM, is a contemporary popular music school in Pasadena, in Los Angeles County, California. It opened its doors in 1998 as the Pasadena International Music Academy and changed its name to California College of Music in 2008. It currently offers 6 quarter Associate of Arts degrees in music performance, voice, guitar, bass, drums, and piano/keyboards, as well as 4 quarter diploma and 2 quarter certificate programs. Chinaramphus is a genus of birds in the misheard family. It contains the following species: broad-billed farrier and chinaramphus, great camels, farrier and chinaramphus, can believe. Ashram is an ashram is located at Dandayadhar in the city of Vadodara, Gujarat, Western India. It was the first ever ashram to become so popular in south areas. Relics of Sri Aurobindo are present here. It is open to all for meditation. It houses a library, study room, and sales emporium. Here you can find all books by and on Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. Woodland Hall is a historic home located near Kennedyville, Kent County, Maryland. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2008. Roy Rappaport, 1926 to 1997, was a distinguished anthropologist known for his contributions to the anthropological study of ritual and to ecological anthropology. Minter is a home rule class city in Campbell County, Kentucky, in the United States. The population was 193 as of the 2010 U.S. Census. Merkin Manor was a residential manor in Merkin Village, Southside District. Melanoplasia is a genus of moths of the Nothridae family. The 1970 Canadian Football League season is considered to be the 19th season in modern-day Canadian football, although it is officially the 15th Canadian Football League season. Cecilia Nadal died February 8, 1819, was Swedish pioneer librarian. She can be regarded as the first librarian of her sex in Sweden. Cecilia was the sister of the fashionable furniture maker and designer Nils Dahlin. She met Friedrich August from Magdeburg in Germany, who was active as a printer and in 1787 opened what is sometimes referred to as the first lending library in Stockholm. When she became a widow in 1796, Cecilia renounced the gilt printer privilege she was entitled to after her late spouse, but kept his right to keep the public lending library and managed it until her death. She did this despite having a widow pension which was sufficient to support herself and her foster children. She introduced the innovation to catalog the books in alphabetic order, which was at the time an innovation. Quarterly subscriptions and advertises in the country papers. She managed the library with success and it reportedly contained 8,000 volumes. By 1800, five other lending libraries had been founded in Stockholm, but she remained the only female librarian until Evie opened hers at Södermalmstorp in 1816. Barmaceo dos Vilhos, Portuguese pronunciation. Thomas tilde W. Bushels, often referred to as just Vilhos, is a resort town and a municipality located in the state of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. In 2012, its population consisted of 23,463 inhabitants and its area of 69 kilometers superscript 2. Today, Vilhos is a popular getaway from the city and a worldwide tourist site, especially among Brazilians and Argentinians. In the early 1900s, Vilhos was popular with the Catholic high society, who wanted to escape from the chaotic city life of Rio de Janeiro and enjoy over 23 beaches that the peninsula offers. But it wasn't until 1964, when the French actress Brigitte Bardot visited Vilhos, that it grew to be a popular international tourist destination. Today, the peninsula is a traveling site that offers calmness, direct contact with nature and scenic views. The West Coast beaches offer calm, clear waters, while the East Coast ones, facing the open sea, far more wild and draw surfers and water sports enthusiasts. Rosetta, Figueira, while Fernandez and Barmaceo are among the most popular beaches in town. At night, through a dos Pedros, Vilhos Main Street offers its visitors an active nightlife and a great variety of shopping and restaurants. Admiral Sir Henry John Studholme Brown, KBECBSO, September 3, 1982. January 24, 1943, was a Royal Navy officer who was Commander-in-Chief. The note. Soviet basketball clubs in European and worldwide competitions is the performance record of men's professional basketball clubs from the former Soviet Union's top-tier level league, the USSR Premier League, in international competitions. Roggenbach, born December 2, 1951, in Frankfurt, is a German guitarist and composer. His second instrument is the Arabic oud. He is known for his work with embryo, Fatih Salomar, Del Waldron, Dissidenten, Trilla Charlie Mariano, Mohammed Mahmir, and Malachi Favors. Bungalets in Munich. Trout Lake Township is a township in Itasca County, Minnesota, United States. The population was 1,087 at the 2010 census. Intraflagellar transport protein 20 dominant is a protein that in humans is encoded by the IFT20 gene. The gene is composed of 6 exons and is located on human chromosome 17p11.1. This gene is expressed in human brain, lung, kidney, and pancreas, and lower expression were also detected in human placenta, liver, thymus, prostate, and testis. Intraflagellar transport IFT, in which molecular motors and IFT particle proteins participate, is very important in assembling and maintaining many cilia/flagella, such as the mosaic drive, the swinging cells, and embryos. The nodal cilia that generate left-right asymmetry in vertebrate embryos, and the sensory cilia that detect sensory stimuli in some animals. IFT20 subunit of the particle is localized to the Golgi complex, in addition to the basal body and cilia, where all previous IFT particle proteins had been found in living cells. Fluorescently tagged IFT20 is highly dynamic and moves between the Golgi complex and the cilium, as well as along ciliary microtubules. IFT20 has been shown to interact with XBF2 in the testis and plays a role in sperm motility. Karas, a 900 series, is a collective term for several modifications of a bus which was produced by Czech company Karas in the town V. Soakmito from 1994 to 2007. The basic models of this series are Intercity Bus, Karas C934 and later produced C954. Alley, Bush, October 29, 1860, November 3, 1946, was an American photographer, also known for her quiet philanthropy, especially her generosity toward hungry people during the Great Depression of the 1930s. She also served as her father's hostess at their home, Bush House in Salem, Oregon, in the United States. Potamon Ojibwe language though Bashing is a census-designated place seated within the lower Red Lake Organized Territory in Beltrami County, Minnesota, United States. The population was 724 at the 2010 census. In telecommunication, a narrow band modem is a modem whose modulated output signal has an essential frequency spectrum that is limited to that which can be wholly contained within and faithfully transmitted through a voice channel with a nominal 4 kHz bandwidth. Note: high-frequency HF modems are limited to operation over a voice channel with a nominal 3 kHz bandwidth. Lauren Morgan Richards, born February 16, 1975, is an author and illustrator, primarily of children's literature. He was also publisher of Celtic Family Magazine and founder of the Los Angeles Street David's Day Festival. He is known for founding the Los Angeles Street David's Day Festival, one of the largest Welsh festivals of its kind in the United States, and founding the most widely distributed print publication based in the United States about Celtic cultures and interests. In 2014, he won the Esther Honorary Recognition for Bardic Achievements. Morgan Richards was born in Beavertown, Ohio, and is of Welsh, Swiss, Amish, and Native American descent. The Storage Resource Management (SRM) technology was initiated by the Scientific Data Management Group at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory (LBNL) and developed in response to growing needs of managing large data sets on a variety of storage systems. Dynamic storage management is essential to ensure prevention of data loss, decrease of error rates, data replication, and decrease of the analysis time by ensuring that analysis tasks have the storage space to run to completion. There are already numerous examples where data from simulations running on leadership class machines were lost because they were not moved in time to a mass storage system. Storage Resource Managers (SRMs) address such issues by coordinating storage allocation, streaming the data between sites, and enforcing secure interfaces to the storage systems, i.e. dealing with special security requirements of each storage system at its home institution. For example, in a production environment, using SRMs has reduced error rates of large-scale replication from 1% to 0.02% in the START project. Furthermore, SRMs can prevent job failures. When running jobs on clusters, some of the local disks get filled before the job finishes, resulting in loss of productivity and therefore a delay in analysis. This occurs because space was not dynamically allocated and previous unneeded files were not removed. While there are tools for dynamically allocating compute and network resources, SRMs are the only tool available for providing dynamic space reservation, guaranteeing secure file availability with lifetime support, and automatic garbage collection that prevents clogging of storage systems. The SRM specification has evolved into an international de facto standard, and many projects have committed to use this technology, especially in the HEAD and AGN communities, such as the Worldwide Large Hadron Collider LHC Computing Grid WLCG that supports less and centimeters. The SRM approach is to develop a uniform standard interface that allows multiple implementations by various institutions to interoperate. This approach removes the dependence on a single implementation and permits multiple groups to develop SRM systems for their specific storage resources. This approach became crucial to the interoperation of storage systems for such large-scale projects that have to manage and distribute massive amounts of data efficiently and securely. Without such a unifying technology, such projects cannot scale and are bound to fail. This problem will only grow over time as computing facilities move into the petascale regime. Another important problem that SRMs address is storage clogging. Storage clogging is a critical problem for large-scale shared storage systems, since the removal of files after they are used is not automated. This increases the cost of storage and slows the analysis and discovery process. SRMs help unclog temporary storage systems by providing lifetime management of accessed files. This capability is crucial to efficient usage of storage under cost constraints. SRMs also serve as gateways to secure data access. By limiting external access to all storage systems through the standard SRM interface, one can assure not only authenticated access, but also the enforcement of authorized access to files. The SRM technology was highly successful in ZDEC 1, and is currently used in production in several large collaborations. SRM implementation